A month after going to college, I brought the goddess home. Chapter 1. In the small room, there were several iron frame beds. Chu Yi woke up on one of them, completely confused. How did I end up sleeping here? He looked at his roommate sleeping in the lower bunk. Hey! Isn't he that my university classmate, Yao Tongjin? Then he glanced over at the other students asleep nearby. Tang Song, Li Ping, Shi Jianhe, Zhiyong. What's going on? A few minutes later, Chu Yi realized a shocking truth: he had been reborn. He had returned to his university days, 10 years ago. Looking at the camouflage uniform by his bed and the worn-out shoes under the bed, it seemed to be 2006, the year he had just started university. At that time, everyone was busy with military training. Just then, a system prompt rang in his mind. Ding! Rebirth detected. System binding suitable, binding in progress. Without asking for Chu Yi's consent, the system forcibly began the binding process. It was almost instantaneous, and another prompt sounded immediately. Ding! System binding successful, detecting host's greatest regret. A second later, the system continued. Ding! Detection complete. Host granted 9 love experience cards, choose the best bride. Ding! Would you like to use the first love experience card? The system prompt paused for a moment, giving Chu Yi the option to decide. Rebirth was a technical skill. Chu Yi had lost his mother at 3, and his blind father was 45 years older than him. Clearly, he didn't have the skills to control his reincarnation. With such a family, poverty was a given. Poverty often coexists with inferiority. Poverty combined with inferiority left a person worthless. How worthless? At 32, Chu Yi had never even held a woman's hand, let alone experience the joys of intimacy. Now, reborn, it was time to gain confidence, stand tall, and become a newly wealthy man with a beautiful woman on each arm. Without hesitation, Chu Yi chose yes. Immediately, a series of system prompts sounded again. Love experience subject, Xiao Ziyan. Subject's information, Xiao Ziyan, 16 years old, from Longsan County, currently studying in Class 2 of the Arts Department at Zhiyong University, 170 centimeters tall, sweet appearance, pure and charming, with long legs measuring 100 centimeters, standing out in the crowd. Subject's love memories can be sealed or opened. Subject's favorability towards host, 0% when favorability reaches 100%, system rewards the host with 1 million for successful romance. System granting love initiation funds, please wait. System has successfully detected the host's ID for 33126-0516. Based on the ID, system detected the host's available bank cards. Love initiation funds are being distributed. 100,000 funds have been issued. Chu Yi remembered that when he first arrived at Zhiyong University, he had only 800 yuan in his pocket. That had been the most money he had ever had at the time. This money came from his father selling rice, as well as his 2 older brothers and 1 sister helping out. For Chu Yi, this money was hard-earned, and he had to be very careful with it when he was away from home. For safety, on the day he arrived at university, he had opened a bank account at a nearby bank and deposited the 800 yuan. This was the first bank card Chu Yi had ever gotten using his personal ID. As his memories gradually became clearer, Chu Yi found an old canvas bag at the head of his bed. He remembered there was a hidden compartment inside, where he often kept valuable items, including his bank card. He quickly opened the secret compartment and, sure enough, found a brand new China Post savings bank card wrapped in paper. Excited, Chu Yi grabbed the bank card, got dressed, and rushed to the nearby post office savings bank. The trip that normally took 20 minutes only took him 10 minutes today. At the ATM, he inserted the post savings bank card and entered his password. He remembered the password was the only landline number in his village at the time. The number had exactly 6 digits, and he continued using it for many years, even after he started working. 496,288. He quickly entered the password and hit the confirm button. Password correct. Balance check. Available balance, 100,700.00. Seeing the amount deposited into his account, Chu Yi's fingers trembled slightly. As a student, he was now, without a doubt, the wealthiest person around. He had taken 800 yuan as his living expenses when he started university, 100 of which went into his campus card, and the remaining 700 was deposited into this bank card. Adding the 100,000 yuan love initiation funds from the system, his account balance now stood at exactly 100,700 yuan. It was 2006 now, and if Chu Yi wasn't mistaken, the housing prices were still low. With this 100,000 yuan, he could easily buy a house in his small county. Should I buy a house in the county with this 100,000 yuan? Chu Yi thought to himself. After working for 7 or 8 years, Chu Yi had barely managed to pay the down payment for a 120 square meter house in his small county, relying on a 300,000 yuan Housing Provident Fund loan. It had been a tough journey. This was a society where everything depended on one's parents, and without parental support, Chu Yi had to earn and save every penny by himself, living a very difficult life. But then, Chu Yi immediately rejected the idea. As a reborn person, why was he still worried about the future of buying a house? Wasn't his thinking a bit narrow? The system rewards 1 million when the favorability reaches 100%, Chu Yi recalled from the system prompt. First, I need to make Xiao Jianhe fall in love with me. She could bring me 1 million. After working for 10 years after university, Chu Yi had saved just over 200,000 yuan by scrimping and saving. Now, if he successfully wooed Xiao Jianhe, the system would reward him with 1 million yuan. Just thinking about it made him excited and thrilled. Once I get that 1 million, it'll be time to play with stocks, invest in real estate, and travel. Chu Yi thought to himself. After all, it's 2006, har har har. He knew exactly which projects would make money in the future. Having been reborn, Chu Yi was in the perfect position to capitalize on it. The love interest, Xiao Jianhe. This name was all too familiar to Chu Yi. She was the dream goddess he had secretly admired for 5 years in university but could never bring himself to confess to. Why did he keep it a secret and never confess? At that time, Chu Yi had 2 reasons. First, he was too self-conscious. He lacked the courage to confess and didn't have the confidence of someone who could say, it's not wrong to love someone, even if they don't love me back. Second, he was too poor. Even in the simple world of campus life, love still needed money to sustain it. For example, wasn't it appropriate to give a cake and some birthday gifts for a girlfriend's birthday? On Valentine's Day, if he didn't give roses or any romantic gifts, was he sure his girlfriend wouldn't be upset? On Christmas Eve, when apples were particularly expensive, could he be certain she wouldn't be expecting one from him? And what about the regular treats like milk tea, popcorn, movies, or shopping? Doesn't all that require money? How could romance be shown without money? Chu Yi couldn't help but feel that the system was incredibly considerate, directly depositing 100,000 yuan into his account to fund his romantic endeavors. It was a bold move to safeguard his pursuit of love, ensuring he wouldn't face any financial difficulties along the way. Chapter 2, It's Time to Step Up. While having breakfast in the cafeteria, Chu Yi saw many of his classmates from Class 2 of the teaching department. These were the classmates he had spent 5 years with at university. Chu Yi naturally knew their names, their personalities, and their strengths and weaknesses. However, he had to pretend not to know anyone and didn't greet anyone because, right now, they were all strangers to him. As he looked at his classmates, Chu Yi specifically paid attention to Xiao Jianhe, but unfortunately, he didn't spot her. What would it feel like to see his dream goddess after so many years? When the instructor blew his whistle, all the students of Class 2 gathered together, and Chu Yi finally saw Xiao Jianhe in the crowd. Her long black hair, once flowing straight, was now tied up neatly under her military cap. The cap's brim was neither too high nor too low, revealing a smooth, glossy forehead about 2 fingers wide. Her long, elegant eyebrows perfectly complemented her large, doll-like eyes. Her high, delicate nose, with its fair, smooth skin, seemed to shine. Below the nose, her slightly smiling, perfect little lips were more than just beautiful, they were mesmerizing. Her enviable, flawless facial features were set on a delicate, reddish, oval face, making her stunningly beautiful. With her tall, slender figure, the camouflage uniform she wore seemed a little loose. The form-fitting front of the uniform created a small tent-like shape, emphasizing her devilish figure, which made it hard for anyone to look away. Having been reborn, Chu Yi now judged her with the eyes of an older man, and she was still an incredibly rare beauty. Hello, everyone. I am your instructor for this freshman training session, Chen Yuyu. It's been a pleasure to stand here and meet all of you today. Your youthful energy has made a deep impression on me, the instructor announced. In the upcoming week of military training, I will lead everyone with a responsible attitude and strict standards. I hope you all cooperate actively, take things seriously, and participate in the training. Let us aim to give our best performance. Do you all have confidence in this? The instructor's opening speech aimed to boost the morale of the students. When she asked if they had confidence, none of the students knew that, over the next week, under the blazing sun, 5 female students would get heat stroke, and 2 male students would cry. Yet, with spirits high, they all answered loudly and confidently, yes. The enthusiasm was so strong that even other military training teams couldn't help but take notice. The shout from the male student standing next to Chu Yi, yes, was so loud it made his ears ring. Chu Yi glanced over and saw it was his roommate, Zhiyong, a fool who had been one of the 2 male students who cried during the instructor's harsh discipline. Next, I'll explain today's tasks. Today's tasks are simple. 1. Select an outstanding team leader, and feel free to nominate yourselves. 2. Form the teams and stand at attention, Instructor Chen continued. Chen Yu was relatively young, around 28, and not very tall, about 165 centimeters. Some students might secretly be happy, thinking a female instructor would be softer and kinder than a male one. But Chu Yi knew that, as far as he was concerned, she was nearly a female devil. To earn the title of outstanding instructor after the training, she was going to be strict to an almost perverse degree at every stage. When the chance to run for team leader was announced, the students began to quietly discuss it. After all, anyone would be honored to be chosen as team leader. Chu Yi, however, remained silent and stood straight, maintaining perfect discipline. He knew that Instructor Chen was about to make an example of them. The 3rd male student in the 1st row, the 5th male student in the 2nd row, and the 4th female student in the 3rd row, stepped forward, Instructor Chen called out sternly. Her sharp eyebrows furrowed, as if she had anticipated the whispers and discussions, and she immediately called out 10 students to step forward. Did I ask you to speak? Did I ask you to discuss anything? Instructor Chen questioned the 10 students sharply. The class fell silent, and the 10 students were too scared to speak. Answer me. Instructor Chen's voice increased by at least 3 times, nearly shaking the entire field. The class jumped in shock, realizing they had encountered a fierce instructor. The 10 students, who had previously dared to lift their heads, now lowered them visibly. A few of the timid girls were close to tears. Now, I'll talk about the discipline for our military training, Instructor Chen said, pulling out a sheet of paper from her pocket and beginning to read from it. It was clearly something she had prepared in advance. Military training discipline requirements. 1. Follow commands and obey orders without question. Act when instructed and stop when told to. 2. Maintain a strong work ethic. Don't be afraid of hardship or fatigue, and develop a strong will. 3. Show respect to instructors and teachers. Speak politely, don't argue, and don't address them by their first names. 4. Cultivate a sense of collective honor and strive to be an outstanding trainee, she read aloud. When she finished reading the discipline requirements, she threw the paper at one of the students who had been called out earlier. These 23 discipline requirements must be memorized by tomorrow morning. Did you understand? She asked sternly. The 10 students, thinking she was too extreme, nodded vigorously, trembling, yes, we understand. Return to your positions. Instructor Chen finally let them off. Everyone in the class, still just freshmen in their 1st year, was timid and dared not resist. After being scolded like this, they were all shaking in fear. When it came time to elect a team leader, no one dared to discuss it, and very few stepped up to volunteer. After a long pause, a girl named Chen finally stood up to self-nominate. Hello, instructor. Hello, everyone. My name is Chen, and I would like to nominate myself as the team leader for Class 2 of the military training. If I'm selected, I will serve my classmates to the best of my ability and set a good example. Though her speech was short, it was brave. In a class of 50 students, with 23 males, it was a female student who stepped up first to nominate herself. This girl was impressive for her courage. More often than not, first impressions matter. Chen, true to her name, was petite and cute, with a sweet and charming personality. She was outgoing and good at making friends. However, she was only 155 centimeters tall, and her voice wasn't loud. She often smiled while speaking, making her seem approachable and easy to get along with. After her, a male student named Peng Li also stood up. Hello, everyone. My name is Peng Li. I believe I have the ability and confidence to take on the role of team leader. I have 3 reasons. 1. I can better train myself to become more decisive and efficient. 2. I want to help my classmates and assist the instructor. 3. If Chu Yi remembered correctly, only these 2 students volunteered, and the rest of the class remained silent. If the instructor had a gentler personality, more students might have eagerly competed for the role of team leader. But with her tough, almost intimidating nature, the students felt like they were dealing with a tiger. They were afraid that if they didn't perform well, the instructor would scold them, or worse, punish them with harsh physical training. In Chu Yi's memory, the instructor eventually chose the sweet, charming, petite Qian Qian as the team leader. In his past life, Chu Yi had been so self-conscious that his classmates barely noticed him. By the end of the semester, many of them, especially the female students, didn't even know there was a guy named Chu Yi in their class. If he remained the same as in his past life, he probably wouldn't have been able to catch Xiao Ziyan's attention in the next 5 years. Pursuing women wasn't just about being submissive, it was also about attracting them. That was a lesson Chu Yi had read on the internet in his previous life. It's time to step up and show what I've got. Chapter 3, A Little Flattery is Also Necessary. Chu Yi walked out confidently, standing a meter away from Instructor Chen, and saluted smartly like a javelin. Then, he turned around, faced the whole class, and saluted again, shouting in a booming voice, "Hello, everyone. My name is Chu Yi, the Chu from the Chu state, and Yi means carefree and elegant. Because I started school a bit later, I'm older than my classmates and taller than them by a head. I've been the class leader since first grade, all the way through to graduation from middle school, a total of 9 years as the class leader." At this point, Chu Yi could clearly feel the eyes of the whole class widening in surprise, with awe clearly displayed on their faces as they looked at him. If I succeed in becoming the leader today, with my years of experience as a class officer, I can definitely serve as Instructor Chen's right-hand man and support all of you, he continued. My speech is over. Thank you, everyone. Chu Yi's powerful speech sounded less like a campaign for class leader and more like a speech from a leader. He deliberately slowed down the words, "Thank you, everyone," and raised his voice, signaling to everyone to applaud for him. "See, I've thanked everyone, now why aren't you clapping?" The once silent group suddenly erupted in applause, with even Instructor Chen clapping for him. With his experience from his past life, Chu Yi knew that he was taller than the other 2 competitors. As the leader, he would have to carry the flag during the final military training inspection, and being tall would give his team an advantage. Height was definitely a bonus for the role. Why did he shout out his campaign speech so loudly? Was he worried the instructor or classmates couldn't hear? Not at all. He knew that as the leader, shouting slogans was required, and those slogans needed to be loud and powerful. This was clearly another bonus point for him. Another bonus was that when he introduced himself, he purposely used Instructor Chen's full name, Instructor Chen Yu. He did this to make Instructor Chen think, this guy remembers my full name after just one introduction. He is so careful and diligent. Bonus point 4, Chu Yi had never been a class leader before. Honestly, a person as self-conscious as him could barely speak a few words on stage, so how could he possibly be suitable for being a class leader? He lied about being the class leader from first grade to middle school, but this kind of campaign speech is all about boasting about who can impress the audience with their words. Besides, no one from his middle school days was around to prove he was lying. Bonus point 5, he deliberately dragged out and emphasized the "thank you, everyone" part to force his classmates to applaud. Before him, it was quiet, but when it was his turn, the applause was deafening. This scene, from the instructor's perspective, naturally seemed like the applause was a vote of approval. After finishing his speech, Chu Yi waited for Instructor Chen's decision. Instructor Chen stepped forward with grace, stood in the center of the front row, and made her final decision. As the leader, he must be an asset to the team. He needs to be tall, and his voice must be loud to have presence. He can't be a weakling. If someone has experience as a class officer, that could help them perform better as a leader. So, after careful consideration, I believe Chu Yi is the best candidate to be the leader for our military training. But don't get too excited, Chu Yi. If you don't perform well, I have the right to remove you and replace you with Chen Qian or Peng Li. Her words seemed to warn Chu Yi not to get too cocky, but in reality, they were meant to encourage and comfort those who didn't make it. It meant that Chen Qian and Peng Li were both also highly capable. The next activity was to arrange the formation. Instructor Chen and Chu Yi carefully adjusted the line until the entire 50-person class was perfectly aligned from any direction. To an outsider, it looked like Chu Yi was just helping Instructor Chen with organizing the formation. However, only Chu Yi knew that his mind was entirely on Xiao Ziyan. This guy, with zero experience in relationships, didn't he quite know how to begin his romantic pursuit. But he knew that running for leader was the right move. There was only one leader for the military training in Class 2, and Chu Yi's name wasn't hard to remember. He was confident that all of his classmates should now know him. Especially Xiao Ziyan. Taking advantage of the formation adjustments, Chu Yi paid special attention to the group that Xiao Ziyan was in, with the purpose of leaving a good impression on her. When the morning sun shone on Xiao Ziyan's delicate face, Chu Yi suddenly thought of buying her sunscreen. Girls with long hair tend to have it stick to their necks when they sweat, which is uncomfortable, so Chu Yi also thought of buying her a hairpin. Cooling oil can prevent heat stroke, and floral water can prevent mosquito bites. Chu Yi thought to himself that he would buy all of these things. While attracting a girl requires charm, sometimes a little bit of flattery is absolutely necessary. Chasing after Xiao Ziyan would have to start with some light flattery. After the formation was organized, they began practicing the military stance. Instructor Chen spoke at length about the proper posture: heels together and aligned, feet angled outward about 60 degrees, legs straight, stomach slightly in, chest out, and shoulders even. Arms should hang naturally, fingers together and slightly bent, with the thumb touching the second section of the index finger and the middle finger in line with the pants seam. Head should be straight, neck upright, mouth closed, chin slightly tucked, and eyes looking straight ahead. Standing still was easy, but standing in the proper posture for half an hour was extremely difficult. The first-time participants typically only stand for about 15 minutes, but Instructor Chen insisted they stand for a full half hour. She didn't care whether their backs were soaked in sweat or whether they were too exhausted to stand. When a half hour was up, Instructor Chen announced a 10-minute break. Their whole class collapsed, sitting on the ground, rubbing their legs and waists, with a chorus of "oh." Taking advantage of the break, Chu Yi stood up and walked to the school shop. He ordered 6 bottles of sunscreen, 6 bottles of floral water, 6 bottles of cooling oil, and 30 hairpins, totaling 87 yuan. Chapter 4: The Role of Chrysanthemum Tea. Boss, give me a drink suitable for girls. Cheng Yi wasn't sure what kind of drink girls liked, so he asked the shopkeeper for a recommendation. Many girls like this chrysanthemum tea. It's refreshing and perfect for summer, the shopkeeper said as he took a bottle labeled chrysanthemum tea from the fridge. All right, I'll take it, Cheng Yi said, quickly paying and checking his balance, only 5.5 yuan left. He had put 100 yuan on his campus card, spent 3.5 yuan on a meal in the cafeteria last night, 1 yuan on 2 meat buns this morning, and now 90 yuan for the products, leaving exactly 5.5 yuan. For Cheng Yi, a student in 2006, that was a bit much, but then he remembered his bank card had a love fund of 100,000 yuan, so he felt better. While paying, the shopkeeper had already packed everything, and Cheng Yi took a bottle of sunscreen, a bottle of flower water, and a bottle of cooling oil, placing them in his pocket. He first went to give Chen Yu a drink. Instructor Chen, you've worked hard. Here's a drink. Chen Yu was surprised when he suddenly handed her a bottle of chrysanthemum tea. It had been a while since a student had been so thoughtful. As an instructor, she was on salary and felt awkward accepting a gift, but before she could refuse, Cheng Yi had already pressed the bottle into her hands and walked away, not giving her a chance to decline. Cheng Yi then walked over to the class and began handing out the sunscreen, hair clips, flower water, and cooling oil. These were for the girls, of course the boys were left out. This should have been exclusive to Xiao Ziyan, but Cheng Yi knew that if he only bought something for her, she might refuse it outright and feel embarrassed. However, it was hard to refuse when the whole class was being treated. Even though they knew Cheng Yi was the class leader, they weren't yet familiar with him, so how could they accept his gifts? Still, Cheng Yi's persistence paid off. I'm the class leader of Class 2, and it's my job to look after you. It's south getting close to noon, and the temperature will be above 33°C. Sunscreen helps block UV rays and prevent sunburn. Cooling oil is good for preventing heat stroke, and we're standing in military posture all day, so flower water will protect you from mosquito bites. Overall, girls are usually not as physically strong as boys, so if anyone gets heat stroke, it's me, the class leader, who will have to carry them to the nurse. So, girls, just use the sunscreen and cooling oil, okay? Besides, I've already bought all this stuff, and the shopkeeper won't let me return it, so just help me out. With the leader saying all this, the girls couldn't refuse anymore. Thank you, class leader Cheng. Thank you, class leader Cheng. Thank you. After they said their thanks, the girls started applying the products. After all, no girl wanted to get sunburned or suffer from heat stroke. Cheng Yi's eyes lingered on Xiao Ziyan, watching as she used a hair clip to tidy her hair, applied sunscreen to her face, neck, and hands, and rubbed cooling oil on her temples, feeling refreshed and much more comfortable. At that moment, a system prompt sounded in Cheng Yi's mind, and he was filled with joy. Beep. Xiao Ziyan's affection for their host, 3%. Gifted affection plus 3%. Why are there so many pursuers? Because no girl dislikes being adored. Being a pursuer isn't wrong, it's only wrong if you keep at it until you're seen as nothing more than a dog, instead of a boyfriend. The students took about a 20-minute break. At Chen Yu's whistle, they quickly assembled again. Standing at attention, also known as military posture, is the first lesson for any soldier. When you enter the military camp, you must learn to stand at attention. It can be said that this posture is the foundation for all military actions. Standing at attention seems simple, but it's not. It really tests your concentration and endurance. Now, let us continue practicing. Many of you are still not in the correct posture, and I'll have to correct each one. Chen Yu stood at the front of the line, speaking seriously. Report. My name is Cheng Yi, and as the military training leader for Class 2, I'm willing to assist Instructor Chen in fine-tuning everyone's military posture details and ensure we embody the discipline and spirit of our team. Cheng Yi boldly stepped out of the line, reporting to Instructor Chen. Upon hearing this, Chen Yu furrowed her brow. You found such a lofty reason to slack off. After thinking for a moment, Chen Yu decided to let it slide. Our Class 2 has 50 students, and with such a large group, some might start slacking off when I'm not paying attention. Cheng Yi, you can assist me in supervising the students. It'll be more effective. Cheng Yi understood the rules. 1 bottle of chrysanthemum tea saved him from a torturous round of standing at attention. It was worth it. This student needs to lift their head a bit higher, eyes straight ahead. Yes, like that. Student, keep your fingers together, straighten your legs. Cheng Yi leisurely moved through the ranks, looking every bit like a seasoned veteran, guiding everyone with ease and confidence. He was the envy of the class. About 10 minutes later, a girl raised her hand and reported, Report. My back is really itchy, I think there's a bug inside. Can I scratch it? Cheng Yi looked and saw that the girl was none other than Xiao Ziyan, standing with an agonized expression, her shoulders trembling from the itch on her back. Chen Yu was strict, and Xiao Ziyan knew that even if she reported it, there was only a 1% chance of receiving permission. Cheng Yi didn't wait for Instructor Chen's approval. He quickly said, You're being troublesome, just step out of line, scratch, and then rejoin. This better not happen again. Cheng Yi was clearly annoyed, but he wasn't going to let Xiao Ziyan suffer. Chapter 5, An Animal That Says One Thing and Thinks Another. Hearing this, Xiao Ziyan was stunned and looked at Chu Yi curiously. How can you, a captain, make the decision on this matter? But she reacted in an instant. Although Chu Yi looked impatient, he was actually saving herself. Xiao Ziyan quickly took advantage of the situation and said gratefully, Thank you, Instructor Chen, for your approval. Thank you, Captain Chu, for your approval. Chen Yu. When did I approve you? Why does the iron discipline seem to be collapsing? Xiao Ziyan quickly ran to the shade of the tree to scratch her itch. She was so grateful to Chu Yi, the captain, that she found a yellow and from her clothes in a short while. It turned out that this guy bit her. At this moment, a system prompt sound appeared in Chu Yi's mind. Ding! Xiao Ziyan's favorability towards their host, 7%. Because of gratitude, favorability plus 4%. Har har har. The favorability increased a little, and Chu Yi was happy. It is true that helping others is the root of happiness. Report, there must be a bug in my pants, it's itchy, please come out and scratch it. A boy reported in the crowd. Then, Chen Yu frowned, his facial expression gradually became ferocious, thinking. This is what Chu Yi did. Once the discipline is relaxed, someone will follow suit and push it further. If everyone says that their body is itchy, How will it end? Chu Yi raised his eyes and wanted to see who this idiot who was jealous of Xiao Ziyan was. This was obviously not giving him a way out and deliberately arguing. Chu Yi took a closer look and found that this guy was Peng Li, who recommended himself to be the captain. This guy failed in the competition for the captain, and he must have developed some hostility towards me. Chu Yi thought to himself. Chu Yi knew Peng Li very well. He was a person who never suffered any loss and always wanted to take all the benefits. To be honest, Chu Yi really doesn't like this kind of people. In his previous life, Peng Li relied on his family's wealth and didn't take poor people like Chu Yi seriously. It's not convenient for me to tickle girls, but it's quite convenient for boys, Chu Yi said as he walked behind Peng Li and kicked him in the butt. Chu Yi controlled the strength of this kick a little, so he wouldn't get hurt, but it would hurt him. Is it still itchy? After kicking, Chu Yi asked. Chu Yi knew that he would have a grudge with Peng Li sooner or later, so it didn't matter at the moment. No. It's not itchy anymore. Peng Li felt pain in his butt, and he grimaced and didn't dare to bother anymore, and quickly said that it wasn't itchy anymore. Instructor Chen Yu also turned a blind eye and pretended not to notice. It's good to deal with a guy like Peng Li. It was noon soon. After lunch, the students quickly returned to the dormitory to lie down. Only Chu Yi sneaked out of the campus. Chu Yi remembered that in 2006, mobile phones were still a luxury. Ordinary families really couldn't afford it. For this group of students, there were even fewer students who had mobile phones. Currently, only Xiao Ziyan, Chen Qian, and Peng Li have mobile phones in the class. Chu Yi withdrew some money from the bank and went into a mobile phone store. It must be said that he was dressed like a student, and many salesmen were too lazy to pay attention to him. The rich sales experience told them that this student just came here to play and couldn't afford a mobile phone at all. This is a big brand Nokia store. The mobile phones inside are quite expensive. It is understandable that the salesmen have such thoughts. Chu Yi found a young salesperson who was a little friendlier to him and asked, "Which Nokia phone is the most expensive in your store?" The young salesperson did not disappoint Chu Yi. She smiled and pointed to a black phone on the counter with a very good service attitude, regardless of whether the student in front of her could afford it. Nokia N93 has a built-in 3.2 million pixel Carl Zeiss lens, 3x optical zoom, and supports autofocus, which can shoot VGA-level high-definition video images. In addition, N93 adopts the DV rotating screen design, which makes it very convenient to frame in shooting mode. From the configuration and performance point of view, Nokia N93 can be called a powerful DV phone. She explained patiently. Most mobile phones on the market now do not have a camera function, let alone pixels. Like this Nokia N93, it not only has a camera function, but also has 3.2 million pixels, which is really awesome in comparison. Can this Nokia N93 log into QQ? Chu Yi remembered that WeChat had not yet been released in 2006, but QQ already had it. Sure. Are there any discounts? The store is having an event and can offer 20% off. Chu Yi looked at the price tag, 6,699 yuan, even with 20% off, it would still cost more than 5,000 yuan. It must be said that mobile phones at this time are really expensive. Then buy it. Chu Yi said this calmly, but the young salesperson was stunned. It was not until Chu Yi paid the full amount and walked out of the store with the phone that the young salesperson reacted and couldn't help but be ecstatic in the store. I actually met the son of a mine owner. This month's sales king should be me, right? Har har har. Chu Yi didn't feel sad after buying such an expensive phone. He thought it was the pattern of a reborn person. After Chu Yi got a phone card from the mobile company, he returned to school. He called a group of female classmates in the class to take pictures, including Xiao Ziyan. It feels like it's their nature to love taking pictures, especially during the military training period, when everyone took pictures in camouflage uniforms, looking particularly heroic. Chu Yi handed his Nokia N93 to Xiao Ziyan and said, "That's the Osmondus garden, with a pavilion, a pond full of lotus flowers, and a statue of Confucius. You can take pictures by yourselves. I want to go back to the dormitory to sleep." During the afternoon military training, Xiao Ziyan returned the phone. "Thank you for your phone. The pixels of this phone are so clear. You can continue to use it. Anyway, I can't use this phone for the time being." Chu Yi, who has played with large screen smartphones, would still be interested in this Nokia. I'd better return it to you first. If you lose it, I can't afford to pay for it. It's okay. You don't have to pay for it. Just mortgage you. Hearing this, the innocent Xiao Ziyan's ears suddenly burned, her heartbeat accelerated a lot, and she cursed, "You wish for it," and left. Can I add you on QQ? Chu Yi asked hurriedly. The QQ number is too long. I forgot it. I'll tell you next time I remember it. Xiao Ziyan ran away shyly without looking back. After a while, Chu Yi remembered a system prompt. Ding! Xiao Ziyan's favorability towards their host, 10%. Teasing, favorability plus 3%. Listening to the system prompt, Chu Yi smiled evilly. Women are indeed strange animals who say one thing and mean another. Chapter 6. The one who is close to the water gets the moon first. The military training in the afternoon was relatively easy, just standing at attention, at ease, counting, saluting, so time passed quickly. In the evening, Instructor Chen Yu went out for something temporarily, so he temporarily arranged everyone in the classroom. This is your classroom. Everyone find a seat first. I have notified your class teacher. He will come over later. I suddenly have something urgent, so I'm sorry. Chen Yu left after saying this, and the classroom suddenly became a little noisy, and everyone began to find a seat to sit down. Chu Yi looked around and found that students with cheerful personalities and confidence generally found a seat in the front row, while those with poor family conditions, low self-esteem, and taciturnity basically chose a seat at the back. In his previous life, Chu Yi found a seat in the last row of the classroom, but now Chu Yi glanced at Xiao Ziyan. If he could sit at the same table with Xiao Ziyan, he would naturally be able to get the moon first. But Xiao Ziyan didn't give him a chance at all. She just took Chen Qian's hand, and they chose a seat in the third row and sat down with a smile. Now everyone doesn't know each other very well, and generally they sit at the same table with whoever they know. Chen Qian, can I talk to you for a moment? Chu Yi patted Chen Qian's shoulder and said. Chen Qian turned around and saw Chu Yi, frowned and said unwittingly, "Why should I borrow a step to talk with you? Just because you are the captain." Chu Yi felt a little unhappy when he heard this. Why did this sound so harsh? Discuss something good for you. I'm waiting for you outside the classroom. I hope you can come out. Chu Yi left an expression that you will regret if you don't come out, and walked out of the classroom first. He was not sure whether Chen Qian would come out, but she knew Chen Qian's character, a curious baby, and she would definitely come out within 2 minutes. Something good for me. What can be good for me? Chen Qian stared at her deskmate Xiao Ziyan with puzzled eyes, only to see Xiao Ziyan stick out her tongue, indicating that she didn't know. Xiao Ziyan, do you think I should go out? Before Xiao Ziyan answered, Chen Qian said again, but I won't lose anything if I go out for a while, but why should I go out when he asks me to? Ignore him, ignore him. Chen Qian said she would ignore Chu Yi, but she looked outside and said to Xiao Ziyan, that guy is really waiting for me outside, and he really calculated that I would go out. Isn't he too confident? Xiao Ziyan saw Chen Qian's hypocrisy. She couldn't say she would go out, but her eyes looked outside from time to time. She smiled and said, anyway, there is nothing to do now. If you are curious, just go out and take a look. Well, I want to see what this kid is up to. Chen Qian walked out unhappily and stood next to Chu Yi. I'll give you 1 minute, tell me what you want to say. Our head teacher is my relative. I plan to recommend you to him as the monitor of our primary teaching class too. Do you think this will be good for you? I don't want to be the monitor. Chen Qian said hypocritically, but she immediately reacted, do you think I was deceived? Why don't you say that the dean is your relative? In fact, you didn't compete with me for the captain during the military training. This is really nothing, because after the military training, I was nothing, but the squad leader is different. Chu Yi continued to guide, being a squad leader will give you many opportunities to meet with the leaders above, perform well in school, and then it is not impossible to join the party. There are also scholarships and so on. The leaders will first lean towards the class cadres. Chen Qian, who came directly from junior high school to study in elementary education college, obviously didn't know this. She looked at Chu Yi curiously, feeling that he knew a lot. Even if you don't believe that the head teacher is my relative, it doesn't matter, but think about it, if you want to be a squad leader, who do you think is the biggest obstacle to you in our class? Chen Qian was fooled by Chu Yi and was stunned. She really followed Chu Yi's thoughts and thought about it. Finally, she looked at Chu Yi, who seemed to know a little more. When Chu Yi saw her looking at him, he couldn't help but smile evilly. I shamelessly admit that your biggest obstacle must be me, Chu. Let's put it this way. As long as you promise me one thing, I won't compete with you for the position of monitor of the primary education class too. Why should I believe you? Chen Chen really has a heart to be a class cadre. How to say it? She is born to be the kind of person who loves to show off and be an official. When she thinks about telling her aunts and uncles and neighbors about being the monitor, she feels very proud and awesome. Because I am not interested in being the monitor. Believe me, I will definitely praise your ability a lot from my relative's class teacher, and then raise my hands to agree that you will be the monitor. Chu Yi looks at everything lightly and has great wisdom in his heart. Then what are you interested in? Chen Chen doesn't believe it. To be honest, I am interested in classmate Xiao Ziyan. Chu Yi didn't want to hide anything. Sooner or later, everyone would know about his relationship with Xiao Ziyan. As long as Chu Yi said he wanted to sit at the same table with Xiao Ziyan, Chen Chen could see his bad intentions no matter how stupid she was. Besides, Chen Chen was not stupid, so Chu Yi didn't need to hide anything at this moment. You? Chen Chen was shocked. She didn't expect Chu Yi to say such words without shame or impatience. Although the other party didn't say he was interested in her, for some reason, it made people blush and heartbeat. Chen classmate, do you believe in love at first sight? Seeing Chen Chen shaking her head, Chu Yi said, before I met Xiao Ziyan, I didn't believe I would fall in love with anyone at first sight, but now I believe it. As long as you promise me to change seats with me and let me sit at the same table with Xiao Ziyan, I won't compete with you for the position of class monitor, and I will strongly recommend you to be the class monitor in front of my relative's head teacher. How about it? Even if you support me to be the class monitor, it's useless if my classmates are not familiar with me and don't support me. Chen Chen thought that if it was a voting mode, no classmates would vote for her, or there were few classmates who voted for her, so it would be useless. Chen Chen, you don't have to worry about this at all. Whether I strongly recommend you to my relative's class teacher or my classmates vote for you to be the class monitor, I have a way to make you sit in the position of class monitor. At some point, Chu Yi took out 30 yuan from his trouser pocket and handed it to Chen Chen, saying, you can use this 30 yuan to buy a lollipop for every classmate in the class at the school supermarket now to show your presence. Then everyone will naturally vote for you. Chen Chen was completely moved, but she felt a little embarrassed to use Chu Yi's money to do her own favor. Chu Yi took Chen Chen's hand and put the 30 yuan directly in her palm. Here, go buy a lollipop now. My family is big and I don't care about this little money. 30 yuan is a lot of money for students, especially in 2006 when a meat and 2 vegetable dishes in the cafeteria cost only 3.5 yuan. But Chu Yi was not stingy, because it was nothing compared to successfully catching up with Xiao Ziyan. I'll go buy a lollipop. I'll go into the classroom first. Chu Yi left a word and walked into the classroom first. Chapter 7 Writing a Diary. Chu Yi sat next to Xiao Ziyan and extended his hand to her. I'm glad we can be deskmates. How happy are you? Xiao Ziyan frowned, obviously not wanting to shake hands with Chu Yi. This seat belongs to Chen Chen, I hope you can find another seat. Sorry, when we were outside just now, Chen Chen promised me to change seats with me, so I'm glad we can be deskmates. Chu Yi smiled meanly, showing a row of confident teeth, and the inferiority complex of his previous life was rubbed hard on the ground. After a while, Xiao Ziyan saw Chen Chen coming in with a lot of lollipops, and she asked in disbelief, Chen Chen, did you change seats with Chu Yi? Chen Chen nodded and said, yes, Chu Yi said he wanted to sit with you, so I fulfilled his wish. Can we still be good friends with your behavior? Xiao Ziyan rolled her eyes, a little speechless. Chen Chen gave a lollipop to every student in the class, and also gave one to Xiao Ziyan, saying, don't worry, if Chu Yi dares to bully you, and does anything bad to you, I will be the first one to not let him go. To put it seriously, how could I bully Miss Ziyan? She is a delicate flower, I will only take good care of her. Chu Yi put the lollipop that Chen Chen gave on the table on Xiao Ziyan's table. I give you my lollipop. I have cavities, and it hurts when I eat candy. It's a pity to throw it away. Please help me. Hearing the 3 words, help, Xiao Ziyan didn't seem to have any good reason to refuse, but then she heard Chu Yi say, look, I'm so good to you, I gave you a lollipop, you should remember your QQ number, tell me quickly. Click. Xiao Ziyan put the lollipop back on Chu Yi's desk and said, return your lollipop, I also have cavities, I can't eat candy. Xiao Ziyan's own lollipop has been put into her mouth. Her small and fragrant mouth keeps sucking, looking like she enjoys it. She actually said that she can't eat candy. It's boring. You can eat your own candy, but you can't eat the candy I gave you. Chu Yi said. You don't know my teeth, they can't eat too much candy. It's okay to eat one, but it will hurt if you eat two. Xiao Ziyan argued. That's fine. Chu Yi looked disappointed and prepared to put the lollipop on the table into his pocket. When you were standing at attention today, you felt itchy on your back, so I helped you. I'll just treat it as a kindness to feed the dog. Who are you talking about? Give me the lollipop. Xiao Ziyan snatched the lollipop that Chu Yi was about to put into his pocket. I'll save this lollipop for tomorrow, so I won't have a toothache. You're so smart. Chu Yi smiled and gave her a thumbs up. The two of them were silent for a while, and only heard Qian Qian beaming with enthusiasm. I, Qian Qian, can gather together with all the classmates from all over the country and become friends. This is the fate I cultivated in my previous life. We are all students and don't have much money. Today, I will treat everyone to a lollipop. I hope you don't dislike it. From now on, our primary school class 2 will be a family. These words made Chu Yi's ears numb, but at this moment he paid more attention to his system. I gave Xiao Ziyan a lollipop, why didn't her favorability increase? Even 1%. A lollipop, and it's not something she actively wants, naturally others won't be too grateful to you, so the favorability won't increase. Chu Yi thought to himself. Qian Qian was brushing her favorability on the podium, and the classmates around her were communicating with each other, asking basic information, such as what is your name, where are you from, etc. And Chu Yi, who was reborn, was not interested in these at all, because he not only knew the names of all the classmates in the class, but also their personalities. Bored, Chu Yi took out a notebook from his seat and started writing a diary. The habit of writing a diary was formed when Chu Yi was in elementary school. His father was 45 years older than him. The age gap was too big. They were not from the same era and there was a gap in communication. When he was 3 years old, his mother died again. So he had a lot of suffering in his growth process and had no one to confide in. Naturally, writing a diary became his way of confiding. He would reflect on himself 3 times a day. He would basically write down his feelings and thoughts about life in his diary, good or bad. He was actually very happy to talk to his diary. Many times, some knots in his heart were slowly opened and unblocked by writing a diary. Today was the first day of his rebirth. Many things happened. Naturally, he couldn't wait to confide in his diary. August 25, 2006, sunny. With the rebirth of a new life, the cowardice of the previous life should end, and he would make up for the regrets left behind one by one. My father suffered from cervical spondylosis a few years later, which made his hands weak and difficult to hold a bowl to eat. In this life, I must collect enough money for surgery as soon as possible to treat my father. My eldest brother is weak and sickly, so he can't go to Beijing, Shanghai or Guangzhou to work. He has been farming at home all his life and his life is very difficult. Although my second brother is strong, he couldn't sleep all night when my mother died, and finally developed secondary neuropathy, so he couldn't go out to work. They can't go out to work and can only live on the mountains and nurse. This kind of people is nothing more than the most difficult in the village. If I am reborn in this life, I must find a way to help them and save these 2 poor brothers. I also have a poor sister who has been married 3 times, and I also want to help her. When writing here, Chu Yi's mood suddenly became unusually depressed. He stopped writing, and his eyes were a little hot, as if there were tears of sympathy flashing. Because Chu Yi lost his mother when he was 3 years old, his father was blind and 45 years older than him. In such a family, although his 2 brothers and 1 sister were not promising, they helped Chu Yi a lot. A drop of water should be repaid with a spring. In his previous life, Chu Yi had no ability to repay, which became his regret. Now that he was reborn, he only wanted to say 4 words, struggle and repay. Chu Yi calmed down his emotions and continued to write his diary. Next, what should I do? Set 3 goals for yourself first. 1. The body is the capital of the revolution. Start exercising from tomorrow. Start from the biceps, all the way to the chest muscles, abdominal muscles, thigh muscles, and calf muscles. Be a man who is as light as a swallow and as strong as a bull. After all, he is a man with 19 love experience cards. How can he bear it if his body is not as fierce as a tiger? 2. Make money and be a big boss. Money is not omnipotent, but without money is absolutely impossible. Without money, what can I use to protect family affection, support love, and maintain friendship? Just rely on my mouth. Stop it, everyone is busy. When I have money, I will open a company and recruit my 2 brothers and 1 sister to work in my company, give them high salaries, and let them experience the pleasure of having my boss as my younger brother. 3. Study. Not to say that learning makes you happy, but learning can indeed improve your own style. What's wrong with being a knowledgeable and cultured boss? In my previous life, my diploma was a junior college, so I should at least be a returnee in this life. Just when Chu Yi was writing his diary, he suddenly heard a silver bell-like laughter in his ear. Har har har, you actually said you are a reborn person, you have read too many novels, right? The second-year disease is quite serious. Chapter 8. I am the boss who deserves it. Chu Yi turned his head and saw Xiao Ziyan covering her mouth and laughing, looking at him strangely. Who told you to peek at me writing my diary? Chu Yi said unhappily. Sorry, I accidentally glanced at you, har har har. Xiao Ziyan couldn't stop laughing. Chu Yi definitely couldn't write this diary anymore. He closed the notebook, held his chin with his hand, and smiled at Xiao Ziyan seriously. A pretty face that was already so charming, now with curved eyebrows, twitching nose, white teeth, and a lollipop in her mouth, she was smiling coquettishly, so beautiful. Okay. Xiao Ziyan covered her face with her hands, unable to bear Chu Yi's infatuated eyes, begged for mercy. Don't stare at me all the time, I won't laugh at you anymore, is that not okay? After a while, their head teacher Mo Jiang came, and the classroom suddenly became quiet. Mo Jiang is a middle-aged man who is nearly 50 years old. He loves health preservation the most in his life. He never eats meat, but loves carrots, and he washes them and eats them directly. He has been practicing Tai Chi for more than 10 years. He practices Tai Chi every morning, rain or shine. At that time, he said that he learned Tai Chi from a master in Wudang Mountain. I don't know if what he said is true. In addition to these, Chu Yi remembers that the wife of the head teacher is more than 10 years younger than him. She is still a pure and innocent young lady in her early 30s. This may also be one of the important reasons that prompted him to keep healthy. My last name is Mo. You can call me Teacher Mo in the future. I will be your head teacher in the future. Mo Jiang looked around on the podium, showing a habitual fake smile, and continued, I have never led a class full of top students. To be honest, I am honored to be your head teacher this time. This is true. With Chu Yi's poor family, it is very good to be able to finish junior high school. How can he afford to go to university? It must be said that Chu Yi's luck is quite good. In this year, the country introduced a policy of free normal school students for the first time. A group of junior high school students with excellent grades are selected from various counties and cities, and then they sign a contract. Tuition and accommodation fees are all waived, but after graduating from a 5-year junior college, they must work in a rural primary school for 5 years. Indeed, the students in this class are all top students selected from various counties and cities. Mo Jiang didn't talk for long before letting everyone go. The students were tired from the military training today, so they should rest early. This was his last sentence. Back in the dormitory, Chu Yi directly suggested going for a midnight snack. It was necessary for the brothers in the same dormitory to get to know each other well. Although the military training today is very tiring, drinking a little wine and eating a skewers will make sleeping more fragrant. Chu Yi encouraged everyone, tonight, I, the captain, will treat you. I will pay for all the expenses, and then don't worry about coming back late or the school closing. I have a way to handle everything. Why did Chu Yi take the initiative to treat? In fact, there was no purpose. They were all good brothers that Chu Yi had been with for 5 years in his previous life. They were reborn and met again. Just based on the pure friendship of classmates at the beginning, he had to treat them for this meal. When we first came to this university, we were still quite timid, and we were afraid of everything. However, under Chu Yi's constant encouragement, we finally came to the night market street at the back door of the school. Originally, Chu Yi wanted to call the class teacher, but considering that he was extremely healthy, did not eat meat, and certainly would not drink, and then he might yell that barbecue caused cancer and drinking was harmful to the body. Chu Yi thought about it and decided not to call him in such an occasion. Soon, the skewers and beer came up, and Chu Yi ordered, forget about the white wine today. It's more refreshing to drink some cold beer on a hot day. Come on, brothers in our 502 dormitory, let's have a drink together. Drinking wine and eating skewers, everyone quickly opened up the conversation and began to clink glasses with their arms around each other. Come on, Captain Chu, I'll toast you a glass. Thank you for your generous treat. If you need any help in the future, let me know. Yao Tongjin raised his glass to toast Chu Yi. Yao Tongjin is a dark-skinned fat man. He is kind and brotherly. In his previous life, Chu Yi and he played best with each other, and they had a deep brotherly relationship. Yao Tongjin did not look down on Chu Yi because his family was poor. Instead, he sympathized with him more and helped him in everything. Seeing Yao Tongjin toasting Chu Yi, Zhiyong, Tang Song, Shi Jianhe, and Li Ping also raised their glasses to toast Chu Yi. I have never been a class monitor in my life, but Captain Chu has been a class monitor from the 1st grade to the 9th grade. It is really admirable. Shi Jianhe took a sip of beer and said admiringly. Har har har. Hearing this, Chu Yi couldn't help laughing, and whispered softly in his ear, I lied to everyone in order to compete for the captain. In fact, I have never been a class monitor. Because of his poor family conditions, Chu Yi's food, clothing and daily necessities were not as good as those of his classmates, so he gradually became very inferior. When he was in junior high school, he didn't dare to go to the podium, raise his hand to speak, or recite to the teacher. How could such a person be a class monitor? Shi Jianhe suddenly realized that the master was right in front of him. A cat that can catch mice is a good cat, and I admire it even more. Har har har, brother, you are flattering me. Chu Yi laughed. At this time, Yao Tongjin suddenly proposed, you see, we are all brothers in the same dormitory. It's a bit too unfriendly to call each other by our names. How about we all tell each other our ages? The oldest one is called the eldest, followed by the second, third, and the youngest one is called the sixth. Seeing that no one objected, Yao Tongjin first told his age. He told his date of birth. He was almost 17 years old, and he should be the oldest among his grade. In fact, he had selfish motives and was sure that he was the eldest. However, he did not expect that a Cheng Yao Jin would appear halfway. Chu Yi was almost 18 years old, and the position of the eldest was definitely his. How to say it, Chu Yi's family was very poor. When he was a child, he was old enough to go to the 1st grade, but his father said that he was too young and ignorant, and going to school was a waste of money. It was better to herd cattle at home. In this way, Chu Yi's peers went to school, but he was still herding cattle at home. He went to the 1st grade when he was 9 years old, 2 or 3 years later than others. Finally, Chu Yi was the undisputed leader, the second was Yao Tongjin, the third was Tang Song, the fourth was Li Ping, the fifth was Zhiyong, and the sixth was Shi Jianhe. The sixth Shi Jianhe was just 15 years old. His explanation was that his parents had no time to take care of him when he was young, so they sent him to school, so he went to school early. Just when everyone had finished 3 rounds of drinks, a cry for help suddenly came from the barbecue stall not far away. It was faintly heard that, we are all students of Jishou University. We are not the kind of casual people. Please respect yourself, handsome guy. R. A girl exclaimed, and then cursed, you hooligan. Hey, how do you know my name is Hooligan? In fact, I also know your name. You call me Beauty, right? An unscrupulous young man laughed wildly there. Hearing the girl screaming that she was a student of Jishou University, all the brothers in Chu Yi's dormitory put down their glasses. Since they were from the same school, they walked over to see what was going on out of curiosity. But it would have been better if he hadn't looked at it. As soon as he looked at it, Chu Yi's anger started to rise and he couldn't suppress it at all. Chapter 9 I'll Step on You. A man with tattoos on his arms, holding a wine glass in his hand, was flirting with Xiao Ziyan and Chen Qian. Chu Yi was just worried that he had no chance to show off, but he didn't expect that there would be a scene where he could be a hero saving a beautiful girl. It was a godsend for his favorability. The other 5 brothers in the dormitory were still waiting and watching. Chu Yi took the lead and hurriedly walked behind the flower-armed brother, patted his shoulder and said, Brother, you drank too much today. Before Chu Yi finished speaking, the flower-armed brother turned around and roared, Who are you? It's none of your business whether I drank too much or not. After seeing Chu Yi, Xiao Ziyan and Chen Chen excitedly said in unison, Captain Chu. At this time, a yellow-haired boy suddenly jumped out from behind the flower-armed brother and warned Chu Yi, our big brother just wants to reward the two beauties with a glass of wine. This matter has nothing to do with you. I hope you'd better not meddle in other people's business. Just now, Chu Yi had not had time to observe the people on the flower-armed brother's side. Now that a yellow-haired boy jumped out, Chu Yi had to take a good look at the other side's people. As the saying goes, knowing yourself and the enemy will win every battle. Chu Yi looked around and saw that the flower-armed brother and the yellow-haired boy were on the same side. There were no other helpers beside them, which made Chu Yi feel a lot more at ease. It stands to reason that when eating supper at this restaurant, if something like this happens, the boss here should stand up first to maintain justice, but he just stood there stupidly, not daring to say anything. Yao Tongjin, Shi Jianhe and others in the same dormitory also basically saw the situation of the other party. There were only 2 people on the other side, and there were 6 of us in total. 6 against 2, isn't this the rhythm of beating the other party to tears? In normal times, they might be calmer and take a lot of things into consideration, but today is different. Everyone has drunk several glasses of wine and is very courageous. Just when Yao Tongjin, Shi Jianhe and the other 5 were ready to fight, Chu Yi smiled and stopped them. He said to the flower-armed brother and the yellow-haired boy, 2 big brothers, I apologize to you on behalf of these 2 female classmates. They really don't drink. And it's late tonight. The school is about to close. We have to go back. Let's do it another day. Chu Yi felt that the bosses here were afraid of someone, so it was better not to provoke him if possible. He would avoid him as much as possible. The school is closed. I have a king-size bedroom in the high-end hotel next door. You 2 beauties can stay there anytime. However, you can go back to school if you want. The flower-armed man brought 2 large bowls, filled them with strong liquor, and placed them in front of Xiao Ziyan and Qian Qian. Just now I asked the 2 beauties to drink a small cup. They didn't give me face. So drink these 2 large bowls now. You can leave anytime after drinking. Chu Yi saw that there was no way out. He called the owner of this store to the side and asked softly, who are these 2 people? As the owner here, do you care about this? It's not that I don't care, I just don't dare to care, unless I don't want to do this business anymore. A nearly 50-year-old man, the bold boss, looked miserable. The guy with tattoos on his arms is a well-known gangster on this street. Almost no boss dares to mess with him. He was imprisoned for 8 years for rape and was released a few months ago. After he was released, business on our street has been bad because he often comes here to make trouble after drinking. The bold boss hesitated for a while and finally said, I see that you are all students. How about I come forward to waive the bill for the guy with tattoos on his arms and let him let you go? No need. I have a way to solve this problem. Chu Yi saw that it was not easy for this boss to do business. Finally, he decided to solve this matter himself. Such a social scum, let him suffer a little today. Chu Yi whispered a few words in Yao Tongjin's ear. After a while, Yao Tongjin found 2 large sacks from somewhere. Chu Yi and Yao Tongjin took large sacks respectively. While the guy with tattoos on his arms and the yellow-haired boy were not paying attention, they put the 2 large sacks on their heads in a flash. Who dares to put a sack on me? The flower-armed man screamed in panic. Who? The yellow-haired boy trembled even more, because whoever was put on the sack would be scared, because everyone knew that what was going to happen next was not as simple as putting a sack on his head. Seeing that Chu Yi and Yao Tongjin had put on the sacks, Tang Song, Li Ping, Shi Jianhe, and Zhiyong rushed forward, and with those big shoes over 40 sizes, they stomped on the flower-armed man and the yellow-haired boy. Oh tilde. Oh, it hurts, tilde. Suddenly, besides the stomping sound, there were the screams of the flower-armed man and the yellow-haired boy. After being stepped on for about 50 or 60 times, the useless yellow-haired boy began to beg for mercy. Brother, I was wrong, please spare my life. Chu Yi and others ignored this guy's begging for mercy. I haven't had enough fun yet, and you're begging for mercy. There were 6 brothers in dormitory 502. They stepped on the big sack for nearly 2 minutes. Chu Yi winked at everyone and prepared to leave. If they continued to step on it, someone might die. Chu Yi waved his hand, took Xiao Ziyan's hand and ran to school. It usually takes 10 minutes to get to school, but this time it only took 3 minutes. Everyone dared to stop and rest only when they reached the school playground. Xiao Ziyan and Qian Qian's chests rose and fell violently, and they gasped and thanked everyone. We two weak women were scared just now. Fortunately, we met you. Thank you so much. Chen Chen bowed sincerely to thank them. You're welcome. We are all brothers and sisters in the same class. Besides, as boys, we should have the responsibility to protect girls. The second brother Yao Tongjin said righteously. Yes, classmate Chen, you gave us lollipops during the evening self-study. We are still feeling sweet now. How could we not care when we saw you being bullied? The sixth brother Shi Jianhe said sweetly. It's also the fault of those two hooligans being too arrogant. If we don't teach them a lesson, how can they know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is? The fifth brother Zhiyong felt a little indignant. In fact, you should focus on thanking our eldest brother Chu Yi. If he hadn't invited us to eat skewers, you wouldn't have met us. The fourth brother Li Ping said. The third brother Tang Song was more taciturn. He didn't say a word, but just smiled at the side. Finally, everyone sat in the school playground and discussed for a while what to do if the flower-armed brother found the school. Xiao Ziyan and Chen Chen were full of apologies. This matter was caused by them, and they felt very sorry for everyone. Finally, Chu Yi gave everyone a shot of reassurance. He said 3 points. First, brother flower-armed and the yellow-haired boy were put in a big sack. They could clearly feel that they were beaten up by many people, but at that time, only Chu Yi stood up to speak up for Xiao Ziyan and Chen Chen, so most of them would not suspect that they were beaten up. Brother flower-armed and the yellow-haired boy must have done a lot of bad things and offended a lot of people, so they were not sure which group of enemies kicked them. Even if they suspected that Chu Yi might have asked someone to put them in, suspicion is useless without evidence. Second, Chu Yi decided to send a pack of good cigarettes to the dean tomorrow, saying that there might be social youths coming to the school to make trouble in the next few days, and asked him to remind the security guards at the door to guard the gate. The dean certainly didn't want his school's students to get into trouble, so he would definitely agree. Third, only Chu Yi, Xiao Ziyan and Chen Chen showed their faces in front of brother flower-armed and the yellow-haired boy. They didn't know all the other brothers in dormitory 502, so everyone was safe. Xiao Ziyan and Chen Chen are two female classmates. They will definitely not suspect them about the flower-armed brother and the yellow-haired boy being kicked in the foot. At most, they will only suspect Chu Yi. After the analysis, Chu Yi boasted, "Of course, I, Chu Yi, dare to touch the flower-armed brother and the yellow-haired boy. It's not that I don't have some real skills. In fact, my family has ancestral qigong. Although I haven't practiced it to perfection, 3 or 5 people can't get close to me. Okay, there will be military training tomorrow. It's not too late now. Let's go back to the dormitory to rest." Chu Yi asked everyone to go back to the dormitory to rest peacefully. Finally, he kept Xiao Ziyan, classmate, stay for a while. I have something to say to you. Chapter 10 Mom-Style Shield. Xiao Ziyan stayed obediently. When she faced Chu Yi alone, her gratitude was even stronger. A system prompt sounded in Chu Yi's mind. Ding! Xiao Ziyan's favorability towards their host, 18%. Grateful, favorability plus 8%. Before Chu Yi could speak, Xiao Ziyan spoke up. Although you are annoying sometimes, I really appreciate your help this time. If it weren't for you and your roommates, Chen Chen and I might have encountered something tonight. At this point, Xiao Ziyan suddenly choked up, tears welling up in her eyes, shining in the bright moonlight. Why are you crying? Chu Yi was most afraid of girls crying, so he quickly started to coax her, don't be too moved. If you really want to repay me, I can reluctantly accept your promise. Xiao Ziyan chuckled, turned her head, and scolded, you wish. Besides, who said that I don't have any other emotions in my heart except being moved and grateful? Chu Yi's heart skipped a beat. At this time, besides being moved and grateful, you should still be moved and grateful. How could you have other emotions? I'd like to hear more about it. Chu Yi said. Actually, I missed home for a moment just now, so I couldn't help crying. Xiao Ziyan told the truth. It seems that you cried because you missed home, but I thought you were moved. It's true that girls are very likely to miss home when they are wronged outside. Parents who want to protect them from the wind and rain, especially for a girl who went away at the age of 16, are more likely to cry when they miss home. Okay then. Chu Yi was a little disappointed. Why did you ask me to stay? Do you want to see me cry? Xiao Ziyan asked. I don't like to see girls cry. Chu Yi stood in front of Xiao Ziyan solemnly, and then looked into her eyes. At this moment, he looked at Xiao Ziyan's beautiful face, which was even more charming under the bright moonlight. It is said that you look at a warrior on a horse and a beauty under the moon. 1 word to describe, beautiful. 2 words to describe, very beautiful. 3 words to describe, gorgeous. 4 words to describe, gorgeous to the point of bubbling. 5 words to describe, young master, I welcome you. Xiao Ziyan didn't dare to look Chu Yi in the eye, and shyly left his sight immediately. If nothing else, I'll go back to the dormitory. If it's any later, the dormitory manager might lock the door. That place in your heart is empty, so why don't you put me in there and let me be your protector? If you meet a gangster in the future, you can call me anytime. If anyone dares to bully my girlfriend, I will treat him well. Chu Yi began to confess. Just now, he had just saved the beauty in a grand manner. The other party should not reject him directly. Although he had only known the other party for 2 days, sometimes speed is of the essence. What if Xiao Ziyan was confused by his sudden confession and agreed to it in a daze? Besides, who hasn't been young and ignorant, impulsive and passionate during adolescence? Sorry, my mother doesn't allow me to study and fall in love. Xiao Ziyan said. Does this count as a rejection? Directly throwing the blame on my mother, is this a way to save face? Chu Yi thought to himself. He had never expected Xiao Ziyan to come up with such a mother-like shield. Chu Yi thought that even if the other party refused, at most she would say, "This is too fast, I am not mentally prepared for love." Or, "It is impossible to agree to be your girlfriend at present. In the future, it depends on your performance." No matter which answer it is better for Chu Yi, but this mother-like shield is really hard to break. Your mother must not have attended college. Others, Zhu Shuren, said that you must have a relationship in college, otherwise you will definitely regret it in your life. Chu Yi said seriously. The Zhu Shuren you know is different from the Zhu Shuren I know. The one I know didn't say that. After saying that, Xiao Ziyan turned around and was about to leave. Chu Yi was unwilling to give up and said, "Anyway, your mother is not around. Besides, the study in college is not as intense as in high school. Having a relationship can not only cultivate your sentiments, but also exercise your emotional intelligence and become an EQ expert. In this way, you will not be deceived by the sweet words of men and fall for their petty gains. Mother's orders cannot be violated. No matter how much you say, it's useless." Xiao Ziyan walked away with a firm attitude. Chu Yi was unwilling to give up and hurriedly said behind him, "At least give me your phone number and QQ number. I helped you beat up 2 big gangsters today. Do you treat me like this? My phone number is 58 and my QQ number is 352. Chu Yi immediately took out his mobile phone and wrote down the 2 numbers. "I don't believe I can't handle you, little girl. As long as your favorability towards me keeps rising, you will naturally love me to death. Then I will ask you whether your mother allows you to have a relationship, and what is your father's attitude." Back in the dormitory, Chu Yi added Xiao Ziyan's QQ, and she soon agreed. "I still have a bottle of sunscreen and a bottle of cooling oil, as well as more than 10 hairpins. I will give them to you tomorrow morning." Chu Yi sent a message to Xiao Ziyan using QQ. The other party quickly replied, "No merit, no reward." Chu Yi continued typing, "Just now in the playground, you looked very beautiful in the moonlight, which made me feel pleasing to the eye and relaxed. The health newspaper said that one of the secrets to longevity is to look at beautiful women more often. Just now I stared at your peerless beauty, and you made me live longer, so you have made a contribution, and you should take these things." After a few seconds, Xiao Ziyan replied, "Har har har, I am dying of laughter, are you a funny guy hired by monkey? Don't tell these jokes in the middle of the night, okay? Once people are excited, it is not easy to fall asleep and they will suffer from insomnia." "Miss Ziyan, do you mean to suffer from insomnia for me? Oh. This is so touching. Just for this reason, I allow you to be my girlfriend. It's okay, I am not wronged, I can overcome all grievances." Chu Yi replied meanly. After waiting for a while, Xiao Ziyan replied, "You have a good imagination, continue to indulge yourself. I'm a little busy now. I'm about to date Zhiyong. I'm going to log off QQ. Bye." After Chu Yi read this message, he looked at Xiao Ziyan's QQ avatar and found that it turned grey immediately. The other party was either invisible or offline. Chu Yi didn't care whether the other party was invisible or really offline. He directly edited the last short message. Dear, good night, we are dating in the dream, I will show you my biceps, you have to be gentle. He just sent this message and put down his phone to go to sleep. At this time, a system prompt sound suddenly rang in his mind. Ding! Xiao Ziyan's favorability to their host, 16%. Angry, favorability 2%. Worth. Chu Yi was shocked. Oh my god. The favorability can actually decrease. It's down 2%, what a pity. So sad. After learning from the pain, Chu Yi concluded, it seems that I can't do whatever I want to Xiao Ziyan in the future. Chapter 11, I can die even if I hear the truth in the morning. The next day, Chu Yi got up very early. What was he doing? Of course, he was working out. Run 10 laps around the playground first. The playground is rather deserted right now, with only some students and teachers out jogging in the morning. Of course, there is also the class teacher Mo Jiang standing like a pine tree in the middle of the lawn. First close your eyes and relax, then open your legs, lower your waist and hips, then put your hands level with your shoulders, like a hug. This posture is called standing still in Tai Chi. Before practicing Tai Chi, Mo Jiang has to stand still for half an hour. This is his usual habit. When Chu Yi saw his head teacher Mo Jiang standing in a stance, he did not greet him. Huff huff. After Chu Yi ran about 5 laps along the track, he couldn't run anymore. He didn't have enough physical strength. It seemed that he would need to exercise more in the future. Exercising is not a one-day job, the key is persistence. Tired of running, Chu Yi went to the square to do some push-ups. Unexpectedly, a hazy girl with perfect body curves appeared in front of him. Captain Chu, you also get up early in the morning to exercise. Xiao Ziyan took the initiative to greet Chu Yi. Hearing the beautiful girl in front of him calling him, Chu Yi looked carefully. Oh my god, this graceful girl in front of him was Xiao Ziyan. Xiao Ziyan took off her camouflage uniform and put on a dance costume. Chu Yi really couldn't fail to recognize her. She has a graceful figure, a willow-like waist, a graceful figure, and a light body. Chu Yi was a little dumbfounded for a moment, and then he reacted after a while. He coughed twice and replied, yes, the body is the capital of revolution. Without a good body, how can I fight the gangsters for you? From now on, you will be responsible for being beautiful, and I will be responsible for making money to support the family, okay? Chu Yi started talking nonsense again. Although he had his hands on the ground, his mind was not on doing push-ups at all. His eyes would glance at Xiao Ziyan from time to time. TSK. Are women's waists boneless? How can they be bent like a bow? And those thighs are long and slender, and most importantly, they can do splits. Don't joke with me, we are serious classmates. Xiao Ziyan raised her thighs high, placed them on the railing and began to press down. It seems that you have a good dancing foundation. Chu Yi praised. Xiao Ziyan smiled and said, it's okay. I have been practicing dancing since I was 3 years old. Dancing has become a part of my life. Oh, no wonder you have such a good figure and such long legs, it turns out it's all the result of hard training. Chu Yi sighed. Actually, it's not entirely because of that. Another important reason is that I have good genes. My father is 1.8 meters tall and used to be a member of the campus basketball team. My mother is 1.7 meters tall and is now a dance teacher. Xiao Ziyan said proudly. No wonder you are not only beautiful but also have a great figure. It turns out that a good father will have a good son. Chu Yi shook his head. As he said before, being born is a skill. If one could choose, who wouldn't he want to be wealthy and have an unparalleled beauty? Not only is he handsome, but his family is also rich. Isn't he that infuriating? Not only is he ugly, but his family is also so poor. Do you think he is pitiful? Fortunately, Chu Yi belongs to the middle category. Although his family is very poor, he is a handsome guy. When he was in junior high school, several female classmates said that he looked like Aaron Kwok, which made Chu Yi proud for a long time. Thank you for the compliment. Xiao Ziyan spoke modestly, but she was actually very happy in her heart. Although the military training in the morning was very tiring, I finally got through it. Chu Yi took advantage of the break to quietly stuff a bottle of sunscreen, a bottle of cooling oil, and a few hairpins into Xiao Ziyan's hands. Xiao Ziyan refused to accept it, so Chu Yi threatened her, saying that if she didn't want it, he would confess his feelings to her in front of the whole class and the instructor. It would definitely be embarrassing to be confessed to in public. Chu Yi might be a man of his words, so Xiao Ziyan could only accept it reluctantly. Chu Yi thought Xiao Ziyan had accepted his things, and thought that he might be able to gain some favorability. However, the system prompted, ding. Xiao Ziyan's favorability towards you, 15%. Being threatened, favorability 1%. This made Chu Yi slap his forehead. He failed to steal the chicken and ended up losing a handful of rice. After giving her cooling oil and sunscreen, her liking for me has dropped. It seems that I have to please her in the future and not do anything she doesn't want to do. Chu Yi reflected deeply. During the lunch break, Chu Yi decided to go out of school to buy something. But it was too boring to be alone, and it would be best if Xiao Ziyan could accompany him, but there was no doubt that she would not be willing to do so, so Chu Yi had no choice but to trick Yao Tongjin. Chu Yi knew Yao Tongjin very well. He had a fatal characteristic, which was lust. Second brother, do you want to have a relationship in college? Chu Yi asked Yao Tongjin. Boss, as a man, your question is not very polite. Yao Tongjin showed a lewd look. Indeed, any man who is normal in that aspect wants to have a passionate love affair in college. Chu Yi changed the subject, but some male classmates, even though they are short and ugly, have changed several girlfriends in college. Some male classmates, even though they look fair and clean, can't find a girlfriend. A big question mark popped up in Yao Tongjin's head. The reason is actually very simple. Hearing that Chu Yi was about to explain the reason, Yao Tongjin, whose appetite had been whetted, could be said to have pricked up his ears to listen. Because love requires skills. Chu Yi coughed twice and continued, there is a saying that goes like this, since ancient times, deep love cannot be retained, only routines can win people's hearts. Oh my god! Hearing this, Yao Tongjin was astonished. He looked at Chu Yi with amazement and couldn't help but start clapping his hands. Bang bang bang. Boss, your insights are really enlightening to me. This is something I can never learn from books. Listening to your words is worth 10 years of reading. I would be willing to die in the evening if I hear the truth in the morning. Seeing Yao Tongjin's reaction, Chu Yi naturally clasped his fists and said modestly, thank you for the compliment, second brother. But in fact, many people understand these principles. The problem is how to improve your love skills. This is the key. Chu Yi continued to guide. Boss, do you have any unique insights on this? I'd like to hear about it in detail. Chu Yi looked like he was following Chu Yi. At this moment, he felt that Chu Yi was a love expert and had extraordinary insights into picking up girls. If you don't have any skills or routines, then you have to learn. Chu Yi asked, during the lunch break, I want to go to the bookstore to buy some books on picking up girls, such as the 36 strategies for picking up girls and how to chase the school beauty. If you are interested, you can go with me. Of course. I'm interested. If you don't mind, I'd like to go with you. Yao Tongjin was so excited that his eyes widened like bells. He quickly expressed his desire to go with Chu Yi. Let's go. Chu Yi was overjoyed. Now that he had Yao Tongjin to accompany him when shopping, he wouldn't be bored anymore. But when they arrived at the school gate, there was a group of social youth squatting at the school gate. Yao Tongjin recognized them immediately with his sharp eyes. He stepped back 2 steps, pulled Chu Yi and hid immediately, saying, Boss, it's bad, we can't get out. Among the group of social youth outside are the 2 people whose feet we stepped on last night. Chu Yi secretly glanced towards the school gate, and sure enough, he saw the bruised-faced man with tattooed arms and the yellow-haired boy in the crowd. Chapter 12 Fair Competition. Don't panic, Lao. There are guards at the school gate. Those young people can't get in. Chu Yi was relatively calm. He waved his hand and said, let's go through the back door of the school. Chu Yi and Yao Tongjin walked out of the back door of the school. They chatted as they walked and soon arrived at a bookstore not far from the school. This bookstore is quite large, and it has all kinds of books, such as philosophy, education, literature, art, natural sciences, children's books. Soon Chu Yi and Yao Tongjin found many books about love, such as Love Requires 36 Strategies, How to Make the One You Love Fall in Love with You, Men's Love Guide, Love Bible, Manual for Staying Single, etc. Chu Yi flipped through the contents and finally selected 2 books. One was The Bible of Love, and the other was How to Make the One You Love Fall in Love with You. Yao Tongjin was still a student and didn't have much money. Chu Yi put the books he bought in his hands and said, "Don't buy any more. We can just read these 2 books together. Here, I'll give them to you to read first." "This is not good." Yao Tongjin was happy in his heart, but looked a little embarrassed. "What's wrong with that? When you have a girlfriend in the future, just treat me to a meal," Chu Yi said casually. Yao Tongjin directly held the 2 Love Secrets books tightly in his hands and said, "No problem. In fact, I already have a goal to pursue. When I succeed in the future, I will definitely treat you to a big meal." "Really?" Chu Yi laughed. "Can you tell me which of our female classmates do you like?" "I'm telling you, don't tell anyone." Yao Tongjin smiled mysteriously and whispered, "It's Xiao Ziyan. She is the most beautiful girl in our class, both in terms of figure and appearance. She is tall and has fair skin." Yao Tongjin was still intoxicated. Chu Yi couldn't help but interrupt and ask, "Can you change a girl to like?" "I can't decide which girl I like. It's a conscious decision. I like whoever I like. I can't control my liking for her. If I force her to change to someone else, and I don't like her deeply, I can't force her to change." Yao Tongjin's eyes were blurred, and his mind was thinking about the girl he liked. Every nerve in his body was filled with love and was trembling with excitement. However, Yao Tongjin suddenly felt that something was not right, and slapped his forehead and said, "Boss, you can't possibly like Xiao Ziyan too, right? Everyone loves beauty. Xiao Ziyan's charm is so dazzling, and naturally I can't help myself, just like you." Xiao Ziyan is so beautiful. Chu Yi had already prepared himself to face a love rival, but what he didn't expect was that his first love rival was actually Yao Tongjin. So, we will become rivals in love from now on." Yao Tongjin stared with eyes wide open, not believing it. "What's the big deal? Just like you said, Xiao Ziyan's brilliance is so dazzling. Isn't it normal that many people like her at the same time?" Chu Yi said. Yao Tongjin was still struggling. "It doesn't matter to me if someone else likes her, but we are good brothers in the same dormitory. If this continues, will our brotherly relationship become very bad in the future? As long as it doesn't affect our brotherhood, it's fair competition," Chu Yi said calmly. Yao Tongjin thought about it for a while, and handed the 2 Love Secrets in his hand to Chu Yi. "You spent the money, so you should read it first, otherwise I will probably catch up with Xiao Ziyan first." It's okay. I'm the eldest in dormitory 502. Not only am I older, but I also have more experience in all aspects than everyone else. So don't worry. Xiao Ziyan either doesn't want to fall in love, or if she does, her partner will definitely be me." Chu Yi smiled confidently. "It's you who didn't take these 2 books on love secrets and read them first. Don't blame me if you regret it later," Yao Tongjin emphasized. This was the city where Chu Yi lived for 5 years in his previous life. He was naturally familiar with every place here. He took Yao Tongjin to the place selling sour fish, and Chu Yi bought 7 or 8 sour fish. Then he went to the place where honey was sold and bought 2 bottles of honey. After buying the honey, he even tore off the label, which puzzled Yao Tongjin. "Boss, why did you tear off the label on the honey?" Chu Yi also spoke frankly. "There was nothing to hide between brothers. I bought this honey as a gift. I gave it to our class teacher Mo Jiang. If you're giving it as a gift, you can't remove the label. What's wrong with it being brand new and clean?" Yao Tongjin scratched his head, even more confused. "I need to explain this to you in detail," Chu Yi said as he walked. "Honey has the effects of relieving cough and moistening the lungs, beautifying the skin, and moistening the intestines and facilitating bowel movements. In other words, honey is a health product. Generally, people who take health supplements are more concerned about health and being green and pollution-free. How can the honey sold on the market be comparable to the honey produced in rural areas? There are real and fake honeys on the market, but the honey produced by rural people is definitely real honey. So I have no choice but to tear off the label so that I can say this is my own honey, you know," Chu Yi said with a laugh. "Boss, this trick of yours is indeed very clever, but isn't it a bit too inhumane?" said Yao Tongjin. "Don't worry, I know a little about honey, and this bottle of honey is real honey," Chu Yi said. Chu Yi walked to a clothes shop and asked the owner if he sold Tai Chi clothes. The boss said yes. Chu Yi bought a set of high-quality Tai Chi clothes. "I didn't expect that, boss. You also like to practice Tai Chi?" Yao Tongjin chattered again. Tai Chi is an activity for the elderly. I actually prefer basketball, swimming, and running. So you bought this Tai Chi suit to give it to someone else? Yes. Is it worthwhile to give so many things to others? What's the point? This, even if I tell you now, you won't understand, but you will understand later. After shopping, they returned to school. The military training in the afternoon went on as usual. The weather was too hot, so Chu Yi, as the team leader, had more time to be lazy. In the blink of an eye, the day's military training was over. Before the school leaders got off work, Chu Yi sneaked into the dean's office carrying the pickled fish. Hello, Dean Shi. I am Chu Yi, a student in Class 2 of Elementary Education 06. The purpose of my visit this time is very simple. I brought a few rice fish from home and wanted to share them with you. I hope you don't mind. Chu Yi directly reported his class and name, and then went straight to the point and said that he would give away rice fish. In order to prevent the dean from realizing that he had a purpose in sending the gift, Chu Yi added another sentence at the back door, making the plot sound so natural and reasonable to the dean. I am from a rural area and my family is relatively poor. We don't have anything, but this year we had a good harvest of fish in the fields. When I came to school, my father asked me to bring a few fish to my class teacher, because after all, the class teacher is the hardest working person. So I brought the rice fish here, but our head teacher, Mr. Mo Jiang, doesn't eat meat, only vegetables. So when I saw that no one wanted the rice fish, I got anxious. I thought that if our head teacher didn't eat the fish, I would give it to the school leaders. Then I saw that you, Dean Shi, were still in the office, so I came in uninvited. Dean Shi Zihan knew that Mo Jiang did not eat meat, so he believed what Chu Yi said. How can I feel embarrassed about that? After knowing the whole story, Dean Ishizawa smiled. Dean Shi, please help me. If I can't deliver this rice fish, my dad will scold me when I go home next time. Chu Yi looked miserable. Chapter 13, Showing Off in Front of School Leaders. You are such a cute kid. Dean Ishizawa said with a smile, okay then, I'll eat the rice fish in the village on behalf of your class teacher. Thank you, Dean Shi. Chu Yi hurriedly thanked him. Giving gifts is actually a technical job. Most people may not be able to give gifts even if they have them. Your leader accepts your gift because he is giving you face. There is a lot of knowledge in it. Shi Jianhe saw that Chu Yi in front of him was just a student, otherwise he might not have accepted the rice fish. Dean Shi, I feel like the public security in our universities is not very good. This afternoon I saw a group of young people hanging around the gate of our school. They scared all of us freshmen, especially the girls, so much that we dared not go out. Chu Yi said solemnly. Dean Shi Jianhe was filled with surprise when he heard this. He frowned and asked, is there such a thing? It's absolutely true, Dean Shi. I'm not lying to you. If you don't believe me, you can call the security guard and ask. Chu Yi continued to speak fiercely, Dean Shi, please ask the security guards to guard the gate. Otherwise, if that group of young people come in, our students will definitely be in trouble. The male students are fine, but especially the female students, what if? It's not uncommon for young people from society to break into campus and do evil things, and to molest female students. Student Chu Yi, wait for me to make a phone call. Dean Shi Jianhe picked up his phone and called the security guard at the gate. The call was quickly connected. Hello, is this Li Daniu, the security captain at the gate? Yes, I'm Li Daniu. Hello, Dean Shi. Is there anything I can help you with? Li Daniu's voice came from the phone. It was obvious that he had Dean Shi Jianhe's phone number saved in his phone. The voice on the phone was respectful, but the voice on the other end was very serious. I heard from students today that there was a group of young people squatting at the gate of our school. Is this true or false? Shi Jianhe asked majestically. Li Daniu on the phone was so frightened that he trembled and stammered, I, Li Daniu, am fully armed 24 hours a day and will guard the school gate tightly. I will not let any idle people in. That's not the right answer. Dean Ishizawa frowned even more tightly. The authority of the supreme leader is like a size 43 giant foot, stepping directly on people's hearts and suffocating them. Chu Yi, who was standing nearby, couldn't help but shiver. Yes, yes, yes. At noon, a group of social youths gathered at the school gate. I think they are not good people. They are in gangs and must come to the school to fight. 5 or 6 of us security guards tried our best to prevent them from coming in. In the end, they waited at the gate for about 3 hours and then left. The security captain Li Daniu on the other side was almost scared to death. Why was Dinsha so angry today? Add more people to watch the school gate, and of course the back door of our school as well. See if that group of young people will come tomorrow. If they do, please ask them to get out immediately. No outsiders are allowed to hang around in front of the school gate. Shi Jianhe said firmly. But those young people in society are disobedient. What should we do if they don't leave? Security Captain Li Daniu even stuttered when he spoke, and it was obvious that he had no ability to ask a group of lawless thugs to leave. I called the police station directly and told them that a group of unemployed people were disrupting the normal order of the school at the school gate. Shi Jianhe is worthy of being the dean. He is a veteran in society and he is quite capable in dealing with some young people in society. A joyful voice suddenly rang out over the phone, understood, understood. Please rest assured, Dinsha, Li Daniu, will definitely lead all the security guards of the university to guard the school gate and handle this matter beautifully. I hope so. Shi Jianhe said these 4 words clearly and hung up the phone. He had a square face that looked icy cold, but it instantly turned into a smiling face when facing Chu Yi. Student Chu Yi, you should have heard it, right? The public security of the university is the focus of our work. Studying is important, but safety is more important than studying. Only in a harmonious and stable environment can teachers and students do a good job in work and study. Students admire Dean Shi's foresight and overall perspective. When Shi Jianhe made the phone call just now, Chu Yi was listening here, so he was not afraid that Brother Wabi and others would come to the campus to cause trouble for him. Chu Yi was about to leave after flattering him. Dinsha, I will not disturb you from your work anymore. I will explain everything to the students in our class when I get back, so that they can study with peace of mind. Since the establishment of Jishou University for hundreds of years, there has never been a major safety problem. Please rest assured, students. Shi Jianhe watched Chu Yi leave and said with a smile, Thank you, Chu Yi, for the farm fish. President Shi, you're welcome. Chu Yi bowed to President Shi Jianhe and left. How should I put it? This gift-giving was very successful. Not only did he perfectly impress the school leaders at the beginning of the school year, but he also solved the worries of the flower-armed brother who came to him. Next, Chu Yi went to the home of his class teacher Mo Jiang. According to his memories from his previous life, Chu Yi quickly found his head teacher's home. Boom boom boom. Chu Yi reached out and knocked on the door. Immediately, a woman's soft voice came from the room. The voice was very pleasant, like a ticket seller with a very good service attitude. Who is here? Partartar. Inside the house, there was a sound of shoes hitting the ground, which came from far away and gradually got closer. Finally, it reached the door, and then it opened with a click. An extremely beautiful woman with an apron wrapped around her chest stared at Chu Yi with a pair of beautiful eyes as big as copper bells, and looked at him curiously. She opened her red lips and said softly, Who is this classmate looking for? Did you knock on the wrong door? Chu Yi knew that the extremely beautiful woman who opened the door for him was Wu Mei, the wife of his class teacher Mo Jiang, who was more than 10 years younger than him. Is this teacher Mo Jiang's home? Chu Yi asked knowingly. Yes, who are you? Wu Mei smiled charmingly. Teacher Mo Jiang is our class teacher. I am a student in his class. My name is Chu Yi. Chu Yi introduced himself. My dad is a man who respects teachers even though he has not received much education. When I came to school, our family had some honey produced on their own, and he asked me to share some with my homeroom teacher. He also specifically told me that I must give my homeroom teacher a gift when I first meet him in the city. I saw teacher Mo Jiang doing Tai Chi every morning, so I bought him a Tai Chi suit. Chu Yi took out the things while speaking. What's so nice about this? Wu Mei looked at the thoughtful gift in Chu Yi's hand and was at a loss for a moment. After a moment, she led Chu Yi home and said, Student Chu, please come in quickly. Why are you still standing at the door? Where is our head teacher, Ms. Mo Jiang? Chu Yi didn't see Ms. Mo come out for a long time. Oh, he's not at home. He went to pick up the kids from school and will be back soon. Don't stand at the door, come in. Wu Mei urged. No, I'll leave after delivering the things. Sorry to bother you. Chu Yi waved his hand, ready to put the things down and leave. Seeing this, Wu Mei pretended to be unhappy and said, "Come in quickly. Master's wife is cooking. It's a good opportunity for you to taste Master's wife's cooking skills. Eat before leaving. Don't waste time. Come in and sit down. I'm still cooking in the kitchen. I need to turn the dishes over or they will get burnt." After saying that, Wu Mei twisted her butt and ran into the kitchen in a hurry, leaving behind a beautiful back view for Chu Yi to reminisce. Our homeroom teacher, Ms. Zhiyong, really needs to take care of her health, otherwise she will definitely not get enough nutrition. If I also have a young and beautiful wife like this, I will have to buy at least a few health magazines every month. Chives and other vegetables are must-have vegetables in the vegetable garden. Chu Yi thought so in his heart, and he envied his homeroom teacher very much. Chapter 14, Kowtow to the Master. Chu Yi sat in the living room somewhat restrained, looking left and right. This living room looks quite big. A home with a woman is different. Every corner is clean spotlessly, the windows are bright and clean, and the layout is grand and warm. There is your class teacher's health tea on the coffee table. Please take a cup and drink. I don't have time here. The health porridge I made for your class teacher is almost burnt. Master's wife, Wu Mei said in the kitchen. Master's wife, do you need help? Chu Yi asked. Come, help with this. Master's wife Wu Mei came out from the kitchen, holding a small bowl in her fair and slender hands. The bowl was filled with half a bowl of steaming white porridge. This white porridge should be what the master's wife called the health-preserving porridge. Master's wife Wu Mei blew on the porridge with her lips pursed, handed it to Chu Yi and said, "Come on, classmate Chu Yi, try this health porridge and see how it tastes. I put a little salt in it just now, try it and see if it's salty or bland." This. Chu Yi was about to refuse, but the health-preserving porridge was already handed to his mouth, so he had no choice but to try it. Chu Yi pouted his lips and took a sip of the health porridge that was handed to him. It smelled delicious, but it was too hot when he drank it. After he put the liquid into his mouth, it was too hot, so he subconsciously spit it out as quickly as possible without even having the time to savor the flavor. Puff, it's too hot. After spitting, Chu Yi quickly stuck out his tongue and felt that his tongue had been blistered. But what he didn't notice was that he happened to vomit on his master's wife who was standing in front of him, and vomited in an indescribable place on her shirt. It's fine that he could choose the position. Chu Yi was anxious and wiped her with his hand at lightning speed, but why did the touch and feel seem to be wrong? No need for you to wipe it, no need. Wu Mei quickly dodged backwards, but was still. Chu Yi subconsciously withdrew his hand. After being stunned for 2 seconds, he quickly apologized, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it." Even though Wu Mei was a beautiful woman in her 30s, she felt extremely embarrassed when faced with Chu Yi's sudden move. Even though she was trying hard to suppress her shyness, a lot of blush still appeared on her cheeks. "It's okay. Well, I'll go back to my room and change my clothes." Wu Mei didn't want her shyness to be seen by the student in front of her, so she quickly turned her head and slipped into the room. Just at this time, the head teacher came back with her 3 or 4-year-old daughter. As soon as she entered the door, she saw Chu Yi standing stupidly in the living room. This classmate. Mo Jiang looked puzzled. Chu Yi also reacted immediately and introduced himself, "I am a student in your class. My name is Chu Yi. Please forgive me for my presumptuous visit." Mo Jiang frowned, "Isn't your master's wife at home?" Wu Mei, who was in her room and heard the conversation in the living room, knew that she could no longer hide it, so she told the truth, "I'm at home, I'm changing clothes in my room." Changing clothes in broad daylight. Mo Jian cast a doubtful look at Chu Yi, which scared Chu Yi so much that he almost peed himself. The most important thing was that he had indeed done something wrong. But he tried hard to keep calm and composed on his face, with a nonchalant look, telling his class teacher Mo Jiang that this matter had nothing to do with him and that he had just arrived and didn't know what had happened. When Chu Yi saw the daughter of his homeroom teacher Mo Jiang, he quickly tried to divert his guilt. He pinched her chubby face with his hands, pretending to be cute. He also imitated the voice of a child and said delicately, "Call me brother, and I will bring you candy next time. It's delicious candy, very sweet. My dad said that eating sweets will cause tooth decay, so I can't eat sweets." The head teacher's daughter ignored the strange Chu Yi and ran to the room. She banged on the closed door and shouted inside, "Mom, open the door quickly. I want to come in. With a creak, the door opened and Wu Mei came out wearing a changed outfit. Little girl, are you happy in kindergarten today? Wu Mei squatted down and picked up her daughter, acting as if nothing had happened, just like usual. When facing Mo Jiang, she introduced calmly, "This is your classmate, his name is Chu Yi. He came to me when I was cooking in the kitchen just now. He brought you gifts, honey and Tai Chi clothes. He is really a thoughtful child. I saw that this child was so thoughtful, so I asked him to stay for dinner before leaving. Now it's time for dinner. But I accidentally got soup splashed on myself in the kitchen, and then I went to my room to change clothes. At this time, you and the little girl just came back." Hearing this, Mo Jiang roughly understood the whole story, so he smiled and said to Chu Yi politely, come on, sit down and taste your master's wife's cooking. You can come to my house, but don't bring any gifts next time." Mo Jiang liked Chu Yi in her heart, but she deliberately cursed him. "It's nothing, actually. This honey is not bought with money, it's produced at home. It's good for children and adults to eat some honey occasionally to moisten the intestines and lungs. Hey, it's our own honey, it must be good stuff." Mo Jiang shook the honey on the table in front of his eyes. "Well, it's good stuff at first glance. Student Chu Yi, you are thoughtful." Mo Jiang praised. Seeing Mo Jiang happy, Wu Mei added, "In addition to honey, classmate Chu Yi also bought you a Tai Chi suit." Mo Jiang looked at another gift on the table, the Tai Chi suit, and turned to stare at Chu Yi and said, "How do you know I like Tai Chi?" Chu Yi touched his head and pretended to be accidental. "I usually like to exercise. I got up early this morning and saw a person standing in the middle of the lawn like a pine tree. Who knew that when I got closer, it was you, teacher Mo Jiang? Then I remembered that my father specifically asked me to give a gift to the head teacher I met for the first time when I arrived at school. I was worried about what to give, and at this moment I had the answer. I will give a Tai Chi suit. Har har har. I like this Tai Chi suit so much, I'll accept it as my teacher." Mo Jiang drank a mouthful of health porridge and said to Chu Yi, "I rarely meet a smart kid like you. If you don't mind, how about following me to learn Tai Chi? I have a very powerful, lost set of invisible Tai Chi that can not only strengthen the body, but also punish bad guys. Do you want to learn it?" Chu Yi was good at flattering, so Mo Jiang directly said that he would teach him his hidden invisible Tai Chi. Before Chu Yi could answer, Mo Jiang couldn't wait to add, "I worked as a handyman in Wudang Mountain for 5 years. Finally, I was influenced by the elders in the temple, and he taught me this set of invisible Tai Chi. He also set a rule that this set of invisible Tai Chi can only be passed down to males, not females." Mo Jiang took another sip of the health-preserving porridge. "If I hadn't raised a daughter, how could it be your turn? Tai Chi itself is a standard for the elderly, so Chu Yi is naturally not interested in it. But since the head teacher has said so much, it would seem a bit embarrassing if he still refuses." Chapter 15 I Miss My Mom. "Thank you, teacher Mo Jiang, for your appreciation. I am willing to learn from you." Chu Yi looked grateful on the surface, but he felt a little bitter in his heart. There were so many other things for such a good young and handsome guy to learn, but he insisted on learning Tai Chi. Then why not wait for a better day? Let's strike now while the iron is hot and become your disciple right away. Mo Jiang said seriously, "Kneel here and kowtow to me 3 times, then give me a bowl of health porridge. From today on, you will officially become my first disciple." You still have to kowtow?" Chu Yi exclaimed in surprise. Why did Chu Yi feel that his class teacher Mo Jiang was taking advantage of him? It's fine to just learn Tai Chi, but you have to make it so formal that you have to kowtow to become a disciple. Who still kowtows these days? Chu Yi, why are you still standing there? It's rare that your teacher Mo is happy, you should kowtow to him. Wu Mei had already served the health-preserving porridge and handed it to him, urging him, "Hurry up and kowtow to your teacher Mo and ask him to drink the porridge." Oh. Chu Yi was in a dilemma and could only pick up the bowl of health porridge, kneel down in front of teacher Mo Jiang, kowtow 3 times, and said respectfully, "Master, please have some tea." "Oh no, master, please have some porridge." This kid. Mo Jiang looked at Chu Yi, smiled with satisfaction, helped him up and said, "Disciple, please get up quickly." Mo Jiang drank the health porridge handed over by Chu Yi with satisfaction, touched the head of his daughter who was sitting next to him, pointed at Chu Yi, and said softly, "Little girl, he will be your brother from now on. When dad is not around, if you meet a bad guy, you can ask your brother to help beat him up. Okay, okay. The little girl was very happy when she heard that she had a brother. She acted like a spoiled child and her attitude towards Chu Yi changed 180 degrees. She climbed directly onto Chu Yi and said like a spoiled child, "I want my brother to hold me while I eat." Children are children, and their attitudes change so suddenly that it's hard to be prepared. Little girl, your brother still needs to eat. How can you ask him to hold you? Come down quickly. Master's wife Wu Mei called out hurriedly. The little girl started to act like a spoiled brat. "I won't come down. Who asked her to be my brother? What's wrong with hugging me?" Seeing that her daughter was unwilling to come down, Mo Jiang hurriedly tried to smooth things over. "I only have this one precious daughter, and she is usually spoiled by us. It's okay, it's okay. I naturally like children. Besides, the little girl is not heavy," Chu Yi said with a smile. But Chu Yi regretted it right after he said that. The little girl was chubby and weighed at least 20 kilograms. His legs became numb after he held her for a while. Hey! Chu Yi is now deeply suspicious. Is it that teacher Mo Jiang and his family are bullying him? However, the master's wife served him rice and picked up some dishes for him, which helped to soothe his wounded heart a little. After eating and drinking, Chu Yi bowed to Mo Jiang and his wife. "Master's cooking skills are amazing. I ate the amount of 2 meals in 1 meal today. I am so full. As long as it suits your taste," Wu Mei said with a smile. She was naturally happy that someone recognized her. "Master and Madam, I'm leaving now that I've had enough. The instructor may have other things to arrange later." Chu Yi put the little girl in his arms and prepared to run away. "Goodbye, little girl. I'll come to play with you next time." "Okay, as long as you're full, go ahead." Mo Jiang waved his hand, but when Chu Yi was about to leave, he hurriedly added, "Get up at 5:30 tomorrow morning. I'll wait for you on the school lawn. From tomorrow on, I'll formally teach you the invisible Tai Chi. We have to get up at 5:30. Oh my god, is this going to make me live?" Chu Yi felt miserable, but nodded and said, Okay, I got it. Goodbye, brother." The little girl waved to Chu Yi. "Goodbye, little girl." Chu Yi smiled and waved to her. Chu Yi walked to the playground and finally breathed some fresh air outside. He felt like he had escaped. Yao Tongjin, who was on the other side of the playground, saw Chu Yi and shouted towards him, Brother. Yao Tongjin ran over and said, "Brother, where did you go? I couldn't find you during dinner, so I wanted to treat you to a meal and thank you for lending me those romance books. After returning to school, I couldn't wait to absorb the knowledge in the book. I read the beginning and was not disappointed. It was wonderful, and every word in it was precious. It would be good if every word is precious. If it is helpful, then the money will not be wasted." Chu Yi said. "Boss, have you had dinner? If not, come on, I'll treat you to a meal." The second brother Yao Tongjin said, patting his chest. Burp. Chu Yi burped at the second child Yao Tongjin. "Do you think I've had dinner?" "Boss, where did you have dinner? I looked all over the school cafeteria but couldn't find you. I ate at my homeroom teacher Mo Jiang's place." So awesome. "Do you think my honey and Tai Chi suit are free?" "That's right, it's courtesy to return the favor. I should invite you to dinner." In the evening, instructor Chen Yu taught everyone to sing military songs. Military training would be incomplete if we didn't sing military songs, and if we didn't sing Green Flowers in the Army when singing military songs, something would be missing. Everyone has a strong learning ability. After Chen Yu taught 3 or 4 times, everyone could basically sing together. Cold wind blowing fallen leaves. The army is a green flower. Dear comrade. Don't miss home. Don't think about mom. Mom, don't worry. My child, I have grown up. As they sang, many girls in the class started crying because they missed home and their parents. In addition to crying when they are wronged, girls are also prone to crying when they miss home. Chu Yi observed and found that Qian Qian and Xiao Ziyan were crying the hardest, as if their mother had died. But Chu Yi could also understand that the 2 girls must have been scared silly by the flower-armed man and the yellow-haired boy last night, and felt very aggrieved. The society is dangerous, and at this moment, their emotions are moved by the song and they can't control it. Xiao classmate, are you okay? Do you need my shoulder to lean on? Seeing Xiao Ziyan looking at him with strange eyes, Yao Tongjin immediately introduced himself. "Oh, my name is Yao Tongjin, and I am our Captain Chu's roommate. I helped you and Chen Chen fight the hooligans last night. Have you forgotten?" Xiao Ziyan looked at it carefully and slowly recalled, "Oh, I remember now. Thank you for your help last night." "Yes, it's not necessary. We can just cry for a while." Chen Chen cried out, "Wow, who wrote this song? Why is it so seductive? Wow. Yes, woo woo. I was so exhausted from the military training during the day, and now I have to sing songs about missing my mom at night. How can I survive this?" Xiao Ziyan sniffed, and she and Chen Chen seemed to be competing to see who could cry harder. "If you miss home, just call home," Chu Yi said to Chen Chen. Chen Chen looked at Chu Yi and felt much warmer instantly. She nodded. Chu Yi handed her his cell phone, and Chen Chen took the phone and went under the camphor tree next to her. It took her half an hour to come out. This time, the tears on her face were gone. She smiled and said to Chu Yi embarrassedly, "I'm sorry, I couldn't control myself just now. Talk to my dad, talk to my mom, and then talk to my grandpa and my grandma. Then you don't have any sisters or brothers?" Chu Yi asked. Chen Chen shook her head, "No. Fortunately not, otherwise it would take another half an hour." Chu Yi said. "Don't tease me like that. I know the call took a little while. How about this? I'll give you some compensation. Forget about promising yourself to me. You know the person I like is Xiao Ziyan." Chu Yi joked. It was the most fun to play such jokes with a young girl like this. You can tell without even trying that Chen Chen's face was going to turn red like a monkey's butt. "Chu Yi, I think what you said is a bit too much. Even if you like me, I won't give myself to you, not to mention that you don't like me." Chen Chen pretended to be angry and threatened Chu Yi, "Do you believe me? I will tell Instructor Chen that you bullied me." Chapter 16. I am a good youth. Do you think Instructor Chen is closer to you or to me? Chu Yi didn't buy it. "Chu Yi, you are deliberately not giving me a way out, right? I just let you borrow my phone to make a call, and now you're repaying me with hatred. You forced me to repay kindness with enmity. Okay, I'm not kidding you anymore." Chu Yi's focus is on Xiao Ziyan, so how could he be interested in Chen Chen? Although Chen Chen is not much inferior to Xiao Ziyan in appearance, the difference in height is like that between a small hill and a tall mountain. Chen Chen is 1.55 meters tall and Xiao Ziyan is 1.75 meters tall. Well, this is just like what Xiao Ziyan said herself, it's a genetic advantage, there's no comparison. "Tell me, how are you going to compensate me?" Chu Yi asked. "I'll treat you to breakfast tomorrow morning," Chen Chen said after thinking for a while. "Let's just have breakfast." Chu Yi touched his head and suggested, "You have such a good relationship with Xiao Ziyan, how about telling her 3 of my strengths?" "That's fine." Chen Chen rolled her eyes at Chu Yi, then ran to Xiao Ziyan like a robot and whispered, "Our Captain Chu is tall, handsome and rich." Huh. Xiao Ziyan was surprised for a while, and then she replied coldly, "What does that have to do with me?" "It doesn't matter, har, I'm only responsible for conveying his 3 advantages." Chen Chen smiled heartlessly. "Chen Chen, can we still be good friends? I feel like you're being a little dishonest. Have you been fooled by Chu Yi? We agreed to sit at the same table, but you gave up your seat to Chu Yi without saying a word, and now you're whispering in my ear that Chu Yi is tall, handsome, and rich." Xiao Ziyan was a little speechless. Okay, Xiao Ziyan, don't think too much. It was indeed my fault for switching seats with Chu Yi. I am sorry for you, but he is tall, handsome and rich." Chen Chen kept the volume down and whispered in Xiao Ziyan's ear again, "Just treat it as my fart. Don't take it to heart." Time always passes quickly in the singing. Soon it was 9 o'clock in the evening, and the students returned to the dormitory to wash up and go to bed. As soon as Yao Tongjin returned to the dormitory, he was fascinated by reading the Love Bible, and from time to time he uttered words like incisive, thorough, and so on. "Brother, what book are you reading? You are so engrossed in it that you don't even wash your feet or brush your teeth," asked the 5th brother Zhiyong after he had finished washing up. "It's not a book, just an online novel." Yao Tongjin said, "Nonsense. What book are you reading? Looking so focused? Could it be the emperor's uncle?" The 4th son, Li Ping, asked the same question after coming back from washing up. "How could that be?" Yao Tongjin frowned. "How could I, a good young man, have such dirty thoughts. A three good young man, what are the three good things? A good waist, good kidneys, and good endurance. The third brother Tang Song added. Har har har. Suddenly the dormitory was filled with laughter, like wolf howls. You guys. The second brother Yao Tongjin was speechless for a moment. Brother is about to embark on a smooth road where women are everywhere. Yao Tongjin looked up at the ceiling. Chu Yi is the one who knows me. Everyone here knows nothing. I will quietly catch up with the most beautiful girl in our class, and then you can look up to me. At this time, Chu Yi came back from washing up outside. Hey! Why is the dormitory so lively today? Is it a dormitory party? Why didn't you wait for me? Big brother, the second brother is looking at the emperor's uncle in a veiled way. Tang Song laughed and said, such a wretched fellow, how about we send the second brother to live in another dormitory? The second son, Yao Tongjin, became anxious when he heard this and slammed the love Bible on the table with one hand. Open your dog eyes and take a good look. Is this the emperor's uncle? The third brother Tang Song, the fourth brother Li Ping, the fifth brother Zhiyong, and the sixth brother Shi Jianhe read together, the Bible of Love. Where did you buy it? There are books like this. Yes, second brother, where did you buy this book? Brothers, go buy a copy someday, this thing is a good thing. As a group of energetic and passionate young men, who wouldn't be interested in this kind of book? Suddenly everyone's mouths became sweet, and Yao Tongjin's ears went numb from calling him second brother. Bang! Yao Tongjin took out another love book in full view of everyone. How to make the one you love fall in love with you. The four of them read out the title of the book in unison, salivating. Second brother. Second brother. In the dormitory, he called me second brother in a very affectionate way. My dear second brother, you see, we are brothers. It might take thousands of years for us to be roommates in this life. It is such a fate. Now that you have finished reading these two books, can you lend them to all of us to have a look? The sixth brother Shi Jianhe said sweetly. Shi Jianhe is a guy with a sharp tongue. He is the sweetest person in the dormitory and knows how to coax people. Yes, yes. Then the six of us in the dormitory will get rid of our single status together, and then go out with our girlfriends on weekends. It will be so awesome. Tang Song encouraged. At this time, Chu Yi also spoke up, second brother, we are all good brothers in the same dormitory. We should share good things together. Besides, there are so many girls in this world, you can't pick them all up by yourself. Seeing Chu Yi say so, Yao Tongjin naturally agreed. There was nothing he could do about it because these two love books were lent to him by Chu Yi. Okay then, it's really lonely to be alone, so let's study together and then we can be together again. Second brother, you know the big picture. Second brother, please consider the overall situation. My life is half as happy as my second brother's. Finally, after everyone praised Yao Tongjin, they no longer felt sleepy. There were 6 people in the dormitory, divided into groups of 3, and began to study the secrets of love late into the night. Everyone read for 5 pages in one breath and was very satisfied. They were also eager to try out the techniques for picking up girls mentioned in the paper and were eager to put them into practice. Theory should be linked with practice, so that progress can be faster, suggested the 6th brother Shi Jianhe. The 3rd brother Tang Song agreed, I think what the 6th brother said makes sense. It's just talk without practice. If I'm going to chase someone, I'll chase the beauty in class, the prettiest one. I've decided to chase Xiao Ziyan from our class tomorrow. The 4th child, Li Ping, directly stated his ambitious goal. This made Yao Tongjin close the love book directly, and said unwillingly, I have already decided to pursue Xiao Ziyan, you all should change your target. After saying that, he looked at Chu Yi again, the boss also likes Xiao Ziyan. I have already agreed with him that we will compete fairly. You should change someone else. There are so many girls in the class, it's not like you don't have one. Second brother, what you said is a bit wrong. Xiao Ziyan hasn't agreed to be your girlfriend. Why can't we all pursue her together? Li Sai said unwillingly. Just now he was calling him second brother, which was so intimate. Now he just changes to calling him second brother. Yes, second brother, if Xiao Ziyan is your girlfriend, then we will pursue her. It will be regarded as stealing your girl, which is indeed wrong. But she is not your girlfriend yet. If we don't pursue her, other male classmates will pursue her. If she is chased away by other boys, then all of us in the dormitory will feel sorry for her, said the 5th brother Zhiyong. Chapter 17. I'll write a love letter. Chu Yi finally suggested, "Second brother, I think what everyone said makes sense. First, theory should be combined with practice. Second, everyone loves beauty. Xiao Ziyan is beautiful and has no owner yet. Everyone has the right to pursue her. Since all the guys in our dormitory want to pursue Xiao Ziyan, then let's do it together. Xiao Ziyan is so beautiful, she must be admired by many seniors. There is a long queue of suitors around her. A few more people in our dormitory won't be too much." After Chu Yi finished speaking, he saw that Yao Tongjin had no intention of objecting, so he suddenly had an idea and continued, "It is a very exciting thing for all the brothers in a dormitory to pursue a girl. Do you dare to make it more exciting? How else can it be exciting? Boss, we want to hear the details. Boss, please tell me." Chu Yi kept the topic in suspense on purpose, as he was urged to do so by everyone. Chu Yi's eyes rolled around and he said, "First of all, the brothers in our dormitory should discuss a perfect way to pursue Xiao Ziyan. We can't pursue her blindly. There are ways and methods to pick up girls. This is the concept that the book has been explaining. Secondly, we brothers can make a bet. Whoever successfully pursues Xiao Ziyan will not have to wash his clothes and socks for this semester. The other 5 students will take turns to wash his clothes and socks. How about that?" Upon hearing this, there was a lively discussion in the dormitory. Using superb love skills to gradually penetrate into a girl's heart requires careful planning. The brothers in our dormitory are all pursuing Xiao Ziyan like a pot of stew. It does feel a bit chaotic. We need to make a good deployment. It is necessary to make a simple deployment. Washing clothes and socks for the successful person for a semester, isn't this punishment a bit too severe? Punishment is motivation, and love actually requires unremitting diligence. Okay then. I have no objection. I agree. After some discussion, everyone agreed to take turns washing clothes and socks for whoever successfully caught up with Xiao Ziyan for a semester. Everyone also expressed their opinions on how to unify the arrangements for pursuing Xiao Ziyan. "I will wait for Xiao Ziyan at the canteen entrance early tomorrow morning and treat her to breakfast," said the second brother Yao Tongjin. "How can we have breakfast without water? Let me give her a bottle of chrysanthemum tea, which can relieve heat and cool our hearts," said the third brother Tang Song with a smile. The fourth brother, Li Ping, said, "Then I'll treat her to Chinese food." The fifth brother, Zhiyong, said, "Leave the matter of having dinner with her to me." The sixth brother Shi Jianhe said, "Then I will ask her to go out for a walk in the evening and treat her to milk tea." Everyone decided to start by caring about Xiao Ziyan's stomach, slowly approaching her heart, and opening her heart. Chu Yi was the only one who did not express his opinion, and everyone turned their eyes over. "Boss, can you tell me your strategy for tomorrow?" Seeing everyone urging him, Chu Yi smiled and said, 3 meals a day, and even the walk after dinner, have been arranged by everyone, so I will write a love letter to Xiao Ziyan. This is a brilliant idea. Why didn't I think of it? The second brother Yao Tongjin immediately admired. Writing a love letter is a test of one's literary skills, boss. You are so confident in writing love letters, so your literary skills must be quite good, said the sixth brother Shi Jianhe. I guess the eldest brother must be a veteran in the love field. He had many romances when he was in junior high school. Zhiyong said firmly. There's a saying that goes, men are all poets when they are in love. Chu Yi smiled, although my writing skills aren't that great, writing a love letter isn't a problem. I just need to express the most primitive impulse and admiration I have for Xiao Ziyan. Boss, are you planning to write a particularly corny love letter? Asked the second brother Yao Tongjin. Whether it's cheesy or not is not decided by me writing it, but by the other person's feeling. If the other person likes you, the cheesier the love letter is, the better. If she doesn't like you, she will find it too cheesy even if you say, I miss you to her. Chu Yi said. That's very insightful. Boss, your insights on love surpass those of all the brothers in our dormitory. You can be our emotional mentor. The sixth brother Shi Jianhe flattered him. Regarding love, to be honest, I have never held a girl's hand so far. This is just my personal opinion and I don't have any experience to share. Thank you for your respect. Chu Yi told the truth. The three of them read love books and discussed ways to fall in love, and they didn't fall asleep until late at night. The next day, all the roommates took action. Chu Yi also took out his phone, opened QQ, and sent a short love letter, "Wake up, baby." I know you hate me calling you like this, but I can't help it, you are the baby in my heart. Chu Yi waited for a while, but didn't see Xiao Ziyan reply to his message. He looked at the time. It was already 7:30. Oh no. Teacher Mo asked me to get up at 5:30 and go to the lawn to learn formless Tai Chi now. Chu Yi hurried to the school lawn. Fortunately, Teacher Mo Jiang was still there, but he had finished his work and was ready to rest. Master, I'm sorry, I got up late and the alarm didn't go off. I'm really sorry. Chu Yi lowered his head and apologized sincerely. You must have gone to bed late at night and couldn't get up in the morning, right? Mo Jiang looked at Chu Yi and said, take care of your body from a young age. Don't wait until your body is really failing before you realize the importance of health. It will be too late to make up for it. I understand, Master. I will follow your instructions. Chu Yi looked like he was learning something. Indeed, people cannot wait until they lose their health to understand the importance of health. I promise I won't be late tomorrow. If I am late again, please punish me, Master. Chu Yi promised. The ice 3 feet thick does not form in a day. The same goes for practicing martial arts. It does not matter if it's done in a day or two. What matters is the long-term persistence. Well, I forgive you today. I hope you can get here on time tomorrow. Mo Jiang said. I will be on time tomorrow. Chu Yi saw teacher Mo Jiang was about to leave, and immediately bowed and said, Master, take care. At the entrance of the school cafeteria, the second child Yao Tongjin followed Xiao Ziyan like a fly, holding breakfast in his hand. Student Xiao Ziyan, I want to treat you to breakfast. This is all my own free will. Don't feel any psychological burden. It doesn't matter even if you don't agree to be my girlfriend. The third brother Tang Song also followed Xiao Ziyan. Xiao Ziyan, I'll treat you to some chrysanthemum tea. The weather is hot during military training, and drinking chrysanthemum tea can help you cool down and relieve fatigue. I beg you two to stop following me. My mom said that we can't just accept gifts from boys. Xiao Ziyan said a little irritably. Student Xiao Ziyan, please don't be angry. We just want to be friends with you. We don't mean anything else. Yes, I've already bought this bottle of chrysanthemum tea, you can take it. Xiao Ziyang said nothing more and left without looking back, leaving the second oldest Yao Tongjin and the third oldest Tang Song standing there in a daze. At this time, Chu Yi came over, looked at the breakfast in the hands of the second brother Yao Tongjin, and said with a smile, Look, this breakfast will be wasted if no one eats it. It just so happens that I haven't had breakfast yet, how about letting me eat it for Xiao Ziyan? Yao Tongjin looked at Xiao Ziyan's departing back and said helplessly, You're getting a bargain. Take it and eat it. Chu Yi opened the breakfast box and saw 2 eggs, a fried dough stick, a cup of soy milk, and 5 steamed dumplings. Thank you, this is a nutritious breakfast. So rich. Chu Yi ate with a chuckle. After a while, he felt thirsty and said to the third brother Tang Song, Third brother, let me help you with the bottle of chrysanthemum tea in your hand. Take it and drink it. The third brother Tang Song threw the chrysanthemum tea into Chu Yi's hand. He said that he was not in a good mood and was a little depressed. Chapter 18 Attack me with all your strength. Chu Yi looked at Yao Tongjin and Tang Song, who looked a little unhappy, and asked, What's wrong? Has your confidence been frustrated? Are you going to be more courageous or give up tomorrow? I'm not that fragile. Keep working hard tomorrow, said the second brother Yao Tongjin. Although I have already prepared myself for being rejected, I still feel a little frustrated. Let's keep trying tomorrow. The third brother Tang Song pursed his lips, as if he had seen through the matter quite clearly, but he couldn't control his depressed mood. Dating is not something that can be achieved overnight. It requires patience, perseverance, and carefulness. Chu Yi added, Keep it up, brothers. Today is another tiring day. Many students' skin has become darker due to the ravages of the sun. All freshman classes are conducting intensive and orderly training in preparation for the inspection of military training results 3 days later. In the evening, the sixth brother Shi Jianhe asked Xiao Ziyan to go out for a walk, but she refused. The reason was that she was too tiring from today's military training and she wanted to rest early. Chu Yi did not bother Xiao Ziyang tonight, nor did he read those romance books. He let the other 5 brothers in the dormitory study them. He went to bed early because he had to get up at 5:30 the next morning. In order not to be late or oversleep, he set an alarm on his mobile phone and placed it next to his pillow. At 5:20 the next day, Chu Yi's alarm clock rang on time. Ding ling ling. Chu Yi, who was woken up by the alarm clock, rubbed his eyes, picked up his phone and immediately turned off the alarm clock because he was afraid of disturbing the other brothers who were still sleeping. Chu Yi got up from the bed, went to the toilet quickly, brushed his teeth, washed his face, and walked out of the dormitory. The dormitory manager squinted his sleepy eyes and asked Chu Yi, "What are you doing getting up so early? The lights are on at midnight and the rooster crows at dawn. It is the time for men to study." Chu Yi left such a high-sounding sentence and walked out of the boys' dormitory, leaving the confused dormitory manager disheveled in the wind. When Chu Yi just walked to the school lawn, the head teacher Mo Jiang also walked over from the opposite side. "Good morning, master." Chu Yi greeted politely. "Today is good, quite punctual." Teacher Mo Jiang smiled and expressed his satisfaction. But he looked at Chu Yi's attire and said, "I forgot to tell you that you need to wear loose clothes when practicing Tai Chi so that you can perform many movements." However, teacher Mo Jiang said, "This camouflage uniform is quite loose, so it's barely acceptable." Because of the military training in the school these days, Chu Yi has been wearing this camouflage uniform. As for loose clothes, Chu Yi really doesn't have any. "It seems like I have to buy a set of Tai Chi clothes someday," Chu Yi thought to himself. At this time, teacher Mo Jiang directly suggested, "How about I bring the Tai Chi uniform you gave me tomorrow and let you wear it?" "How can that be?" "That's a gift from me to you, master." "I can't do that, I can't do that." Chu Yi refused firmly, "I'll just buy a new set of Tai Chi clothes another day." Teacher Mo Jiang no longer forced him and started teaching Chu Yi the invisible Tai Chi directly. First, he briefly explained what is invisible Tai Chi. Invisible means without a trace, which means that others cannot catch the shadow of your punch. In short, it is one word: fast. Maybe many people think that Tai Chi is a form of boxing practiced by the elderly to strengthen their bodies. In fact, the original Tai Chi was not created for the elderly to strengthen their bodies, but for defeating the enemy, using softness to overcome hardness, and combining the changes of yin and yang and the 5 elements in I Ching, the meridian theory of traditional Chinese medicine, ancient guiding techniques and breathing techniques to form a kind of boxing that cultivates both inside and outside, and combines hardness and softness. There is a world of difference between formless Tai Chi and traditional Tai Chi. The old people in the park practiced traditional Tai Chi, which is a simple form of boxing for self-cultivation and entertainment. Today, I will teach you the invisible Tai Chi, which is a complex form of boxing that combines attack and defense to defeat the enemy. Teacher Mo Jiang introduced the differences between the invisible Tai Chi and traditional Tai Chi, which refreshed Chu Yi's eyes and ears and made him more interested in the invisible Tai Chi. "Come on, treat me as your enemy, the person you hate the most in your life." Teacher Mo Jiang hooked his finger at Chu Yi. "Attack me, you can use your hands or feet." This. Chu Yi was a little confused. He came here to practice Tai Chi, but how did it turn into a fight? "What are you standing there for? Attack me, hit me," Mo Jiang urged. I didn't use any gentle force, I'm afraid I might hurt you, master." "Little kid, do you think you can hurt me?" Mo Jiang laughed. "Just use all your strength. Hit me wherever you think you can subdue me, knock me down, or make me kneel down and beg for mercy. Then I will not hesitate to do it." Chu Yi was forced into a corner. "Don't hesitate, attack me with all your strength." Chu Yi clenched his fists, and his knuckles suddenly crackled. He thought to himself, although you usually pay attention to your health, do you really think of yourself as a martial arts master? Watch the punch. Chu Yi roared, closed his eyes, raised his hands and started beating Mo Jiang. "Anyway, you forced me to get hurt, it has nothing to do with me." Ouch. Chu Yi felt that his fist was flying so fast that it could be said to be airtight. Teacher Mo Jiang would definitely not be able to escape from his punch, but what he didn't expect was that he didn't even get hit by a single hair of teacher Mo Jiang. By the time Chu Yi reacted, he had already fallen to the ground. Chu Yi felt that his hands were suddenly pulled forward by a powerful force, and then his whole body flew out uncontrollably. He fell flat on his face. "Are you okay?" Mo Jiang walked over and prepared to pull Chu Yi up from the ground. He didn't expect that he just pulled lightly and Chu Yi's body center of gravity could not be stable. "Don't come over here, I can get up by myself. Today I got beaten up by an old man who was almost 50 years old. It was the kind of beating that made me feel like a dog chewing mud. How can I survive if this gets out?" Chu Yi got up and dusted himself off, then touched his nose towards Mo Jiang. I was careless just now. I have always respected the elderly and loved the young, and I respect you, Mr. Mo, from the bottom of my heart, so I was reserved when I attacked. I demand to attack you again. No problem. Teacher Mo Jiang looked indifferent and agreed readily, which made Chu Yi even more unhappy. Then I'm going to attack with my fists, are you ready? Chu Yi asked. Always be prepared. Mo Jiang replied. Chu Yi punched Mo Jiang in the chest. He thought that this punch was powerful and fast enough. But to his surprise, the figure in front of him dodged effortlessly. Just when Chu Yi was about to throw a second punch, he suddenly felt something wrong with his throat. He glanced sideways downwards and saw that his head teacher Mo Jiang's hand had turned into a machete, aiming at his carotid artery. Chapter 19, Invite me to breakfast and I'll tell you. Please spare my life, master, please show mercy. Chu Yi broke out in cold sweat on his back and began to beg for mercy. Even after Mo Jiang had withdrawn his hand, Chu Yi was still standing there in a daze, his face full of shock and fear. He couldn't imagine that teacher Mo Jiang, who looked weak and frail at an old age, was actually so mysterious and could be called a martial arts master. Chu Yi knew very well that he did not try his best when he made his first move, but after falling flat on his face, he really took it seriously. But the result was that he was really no match for Mr. Mo Jiang, who was nearly 50 years old. Although it was just a simple exchange of moves, Chu Yi could feel the gap between himself and teacher Mo Jiang. To go against teacher Mo Jiang is like an ant trying to shake a tree and is beyond one's ability. How can I describe Chu Yi's current feelings? To describe it in 4 words, stunning. It is such a great blessing for me that teacher Mo Jiang is willing to teach me such a profound and invisible Tai Chi. Master's Kung Fu is unfathomable. I must learn from him well. Chu Yi clasped his fists and bowed respectfully to Mo Jiang, his face full of admiration and yearning. Har har har. Mo Jiang laughed with satisfaction at the situation. This was exactly the result he wanted. The foundation of formless Tai Chi is standing still. Only when the lower body is stable can we avoid and defeat the enemy. Let's start with standing still today. As the saying goes, before you learn boxing, you must first practice standing for 3 years. Standing is the foundation of all boxing techniques. From now on, every time we learn formless Tai Chi, we must first practice standing for half an hour. Next, I will talk about the key points of standing still, please remember them well. Seeing Chu Yi nod, Mo Jiang began to teach the essentials of standing still. Stand with your feet shoulder width apart, quietly, adjust your mind, breathing and body, relax your body, breathe steadily, and keep a peaceful mind. Bend your knees slightly as if squatting or sitting, pull up and hold the ball with both hands, with your hands shoulder width apart, 5 fingers spread out, palms facing inward, and wrists slightly rotated inward. Hold the inside and support the outside, and the feet seem to be rooted. Lower the shoulders and elbows, hold the chest and straighten the back. Lift up the baihui and drop down the perineum. Look straight ahead, and replace all thoughts with one. Let go of any distracting thoughts that arise. Turn a blind eye and turn a deaf ear, accept those who come and do not keep those who leave. The first step of invisible Tai Chi has so many key points. It seems that invisible Tai Chi is not only powerful, but also relatively complicated, and it is not easy to learn. However, Chu Yi's determination will not waver. Thanks to teacher Mo Jiang for thinking highly of him, he is willing to teach him. No matter how tired or hard it is, Chu Yi is willing to overcome it. You'd be a fool not to learn such a powerful boxing technique. He was extremely excited when he thought that after completing his studies, Chu Yi would be able to fight 100 people at a time, or even 10 people at a time. Teacher Mo Jiang adjusted Chu Yi's standing posture while explaining the key points. Call. After more than 10 minutes, Chu Yi let out a long breath. He was so tired that standing still was even more tiring than standing at attention. Hold on, everything is difficult at the beginning, encouraged Master Mo Jiang, who was standing next to him. Even though his forehead began to sweat, Chu Yi maintained the correct posture and did not move until the half hour was over. Yes, it's great that you can stand for half an hour for the first time. Mo Jiang said, after you get used to it, you can move closer to nature and the unity of man and nature. Let's stop here for today and come back tomorrow. Teacher Mo Jiang kept his standing posture unchanged, but asked Chu Yi to rest first. Seeing Chu Yi's hesitation, he explained, if your footwork is not stable, it's useless to learn handwork. Learning invisible Tai Chi is a long-term job and can't be rushed. Only when you have mastered the essence of standing still can you move on to the next step of learning. Yes, I'll go and rest first. Chu Yi was about to leave, but he suddenly thought of something and said to teacher Mo Jiang, Master, can I treat you to breakfast? No need, I never eat in the cafeteria. Your master's wife prepares food for me at home, said Mo Jiang. Okay then. I'll take my leave now, said Chu Yi. Chu Yi took out his cell phone and looked at it. It was already 6:30. It was too late to go back to sleep, so he could only walk around the campus. Yes, you have to learn the invisible Tai Chi, and you can't stop exercising. After Chu Yi ran 5 or 6 laps along the track, he went to square to do push-ups. What a coincidence, classmate Xiao Ziyan, are you stretching here again? Xiao Ziyan was there too, and Chu Yi took the initiative to greet her. Yes, I'm used to it. If I don't get up and stretch my legs in the morning, I feel uncomfortable all over. Xiao Ziyan, wearing a tight black dance costume, replied while stretching her legs. Excellence is indeed a habit. Chu Yi began to flatter. Xiao Ziyan just smiled and said nothing. After a while, Xiao Ziyan asked, Captain Chu, can I ask you something? Of course, please go ahead, classmate Zhiyong. Chu Yi pursed his lips and said. Yao Tongjin, Tang Song, Li Ping, Zhiyong, and Shi Jianhe, they are all in the same dormitory with you, right? Yes, we are roommates. Chu Yi nodded in acknowledgement. Today they all said they liked me, and bought me food and water. Xiao Ziyan suddenly stopped stretching her legs, frowned slightly, a hint of frost appeared on her pretty face, staring at Chu Yi and asked, Did you instigate this behind the scenes? Chu Yi looked puzzled. You mean I should ask all the roommates in our dormitory to chase you? Don't pretend you don't know and act innocent. I know you are the only one in our class who has such appeal. Xiao Ziyan's brows furrowed even more tightly. I admit that I do know that all the guys in our dormitory are pursuing you, but I really didn't call on them to pursue you. Chu Yi said truthfully, they all think you are very beautiful, and your charm has infected them, so they can't help but want to take the initiative and rush to pursue you. Seeing Xiao Ziyan's disbelief, Chu Yi continued to explain, I fell in love with you at first sight, you know that, so am I that stupid? To bring a bunch of love rivals to compete with me for no reason. When Xiao Ziyan heard this, she felt that what Chu Yi said made sense. But have you ever considered my feelings while pursuing me so madly? Xiao Ziyan asked. How does it feel? Someone is treating us for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. What's wrong with that? Chu Yi said with a smile. Don't joke with me. Xiao Ziyan said seriously, do you like a woman who doesn't like this man but spends his money? Aren't there a lot of women like this in society nowadays? Chu Yi did not answer her question directly. I think such women are cheap. I don't like such women, and I won't become such a woman. Xiao Ziyan continued to stretch her legs. After pressing it a few times, he continued, I rejected all the guys in your dormitory today. I guess they won't look for me again tomorrow, right? I think they will come to you tomorrow as usual, and continue to show their presence and gain favor, unless. When Chu Yi said this, he deliberately kept the secret and paused. This made Xiao Ziyan anxious and she urged, unless what? Tell me quickly. Please buy me breakfast and I'll tell you. Chu Yi had seen this sentence somewhere before, which said that the man a woman invests the most in, the more she will be dependent on that man because the cost of leaving is too high. Xiao Ziyan looked at Chu Yi with curiosity. Usually, boys would line up to treat her to breakfast, but this guy was quite special. Chapter 20 Who knows that every grain of rice on the plate is hard-earned? Okay then, I'll treat you to breakfast today. Xiao Ziyan said after thinking for a while. Unless you have a boyfriend. Chu Yi said with a smile. Isn't it the same as not saying anything? Xiao Ziyan pouted her lips, thinking that Chu Yi was most likely teasing her, knowing full well that her mother didn't allow her to have a relationship. Is there any other way to prevent the people in your dormitory from pursuing me? Xiao Ziyan asked. Chu Yi shook his head while doing push-ups. Don't be sorry, I don't think it's possible unless you have a boyfriend. Because I know my roommates best, they won't give up pursuing you easily. Is it fun for you to keep pestering me like this? Xiao Ziyan was a little angry. Everyone has the right to love others. You can choose not to love others, but you cannot stop others from loving you. Chu Yi said. How annoying. Xiao Ziyan stopped stretching her legs after saying that. She put her long legs down and walked towards the dormitory angrily. Chu Yi smiled from behind and said, "You promised to treat me to breakfast, does that still count?" "I, Xiao Ziyan, always keep my word. I'm going to the dormitory to change into camouflage uniform. You wait for me at the cafeteria entrance." Xiao Ziyan strode forward and said without looking back. Chu Yi thought that the girl would not keep her word when she was angry, but she turned out to be so unconventional. "Okay then. I'll wait for you at the cafeteria entrance." Chu Yi grinned slyly from behind. 20 minutes later, at the entrance of the school cafeteria, Chu Yi saw Yao Tongjin and Tang Song standing there and asked, "Second and third brothers, are you waiting for Xiao Ziyan?" "Yes, life is often not as we wish. Xiao Ziyan is so beautiful. If it were so easy to pursue her, she would have been pursued by someone else long ago," Yao Tongjin said as he shook the breakfast he had bought for Xiao Ziyan. "In the journey of love, one should become more courageous with each setback," Tang Song said, holding a bottle of chrysanthemum tea in his hand. "Yes, what you said makes sense. I support you, keep going." Chu Yi gave Yao Tongjin and Tang Song a thumbs up to show his encouragement. Seeing Chu Yi standing still at the entrance of the cafeteria, Yao Tongjin asked in confusion, "Boss, are you waiting for someone here too?" "Yes, waiting for someone," Chu Yi said. "Who are you waiting for?" Yao Tongjin asked curiously. Seeing that Chu Yi didn't answer, Tang Song also asked, "Who are you waiting for, boss?" Chu Yi didn't want to hurt the two brothers, so he touched his head and said vaguely, "Wait for a female classmate." "Who is it?" Yao Tongjin asked to get to the bottom of it. "Boss, you're not falling in love with someone else, are you? We agreed to pursue Xiao Ziyan together, and we even made a bet on washing clothes and socks. Are you going to back out halfway?" Tang Song saw Chu Yi stuttering and guessed that he must be waiting for another girl. "I'm just waiting for a female classmate, why are you asking so many questions?" Chu Yi didn't want to hurt them by telling the truth, so he pretended to be annoyed. "HMPH. Just forget it." Tang Song snorted. "Boss, you have changed. You don't tell your brothers about your worries anymore." Yao Tongjin shook his head. Chu Yi was about to take out his cell phone to call Xiao Ziyan and ask her to save today's breakfast for next time. However, before he could take out his cell phone from his trouser pocket, Xiao Ziyan came over. She walked straight to Chu Yi and said, "Let's go, what do you want for breakfast?" Just eat something." Chu Yi did not expect that Xiao Ziyan would come at this time instead of earlier or later. "I finally treated you to a meal, and you're not going to rip me off." Yao Tongjin. Tang Song. Xiao Ziyan strode into the cafeteria. Seeing that Chu Yi hadn't caught up with her, she turned around and said, "Come quickly." "Oh, here I come," Chu Yi replied. Chu Yi followed Xiao Ziyan into the cafeteria, leaving Yao Tongjin and Tang Song outside sighing. The boss is so repressed. When asked which girl he is waiting for, he refused to tell me, Yao Tongjin said, looking at Chu Yi's back. "The boss is not being repressed, can't you see that? He is just afraid of undermining our self-confidence. Tang Song is quite a sensible man." Yao Tongjin realized it later and said, "That's right. The two of us were delivering breakfast to Xiao Ziyan, but it was Xiao Ziyan who invited the boss to have breakfast. The difference between the two is quite big. I've said it before, the boss can be the emotional mentor of our dormitory. His skill in picking up girls has reached a level that we can't reach." Tang Song shook his head and looked at the cafeteria door in admiration. It seems that the boss's writing skills are pretty good. A love letter can win Xiao Ziyan's favor. Yao Tongjin felt that this should be attributed to Chu Yi's writing skills. Then should we still give away the things we bought for Xiao Ziyan? Yao Tongjin was no longer paying attention. Tang Song thought for a moment and said, "Boss and her are not in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, so this does not violate our agreement. Why not give it as a gift? If you buy it and don't give it as a gift, are you going to throw it away?" Right. We can't help others' ambitions and destroy our own prestige. Let's go find Xiao Ziyan. Anyway, she is not the boss's girlfriend yet." After Yao Tongjin and Tang Song had discussed this, they went into the cafeteria to find Xiao Ziyan. At first, Chu Yi was at the entrance of the cafeteria. Because Yao Tongjin and Tang Song were there, he was polite to Xiao Ziyan and said that they could just eat something casually, But now he was not polite at all. A large cup of soy milk, 2 fried dough sticks, a basket of steamed buns, a basket of steamed dumplings, and finally 2 egg pancakes. There's so much, can you finish it? Xiao Ziyan was speechless. The girl is treating them all, can't a grown man like you be more polite? Don't worry, I can definitely finish it. If not, I'll pack it up for lunch. Do you need to pack more? Xiao Ziyan's beautiful eyes widened, obviously shocked by Chu Yi's words. If you don't pack up the food you can't finish, won't it be a pity to throw it away? Chu Yi pointed at the slogan on the wall of the cafeteria, look at what it says. Who knows that every grain of rice on the plate is the result of hard work? If you can't finish it, you can order less. Xiao Ziyang was speechless. It seemed that you wanted to teach her a lesson. If I don't try, how do I know if I can finish it? Chu Yi argued. You can buy less at the beginning. If you are not full, you can buy more. Don't you think that's troublesome? I don't want to argue with you. You're just making up stories. Xiao Ziyan turned her head to the side, not wanting to look at Chu Yi. The scene of their quarrel was seen by Yao Tongjin and Tang Song, who walked in. We were all deceived by the illusion just now. The relationship between the boss and Xiao Ziyan is not that good. We still have a chance. Yao Tongjin grinned. Then let's go. Tang Song said. Okay. Yao Tongjin replied. Hey, boss, why are you so unkind to women? Look, you've made our classmate Xiao Ziyan so angry that she's no longer pretty. Yao Tongjin walked over and said. I think Xiao Ziyan is pretty. She looks pretty when she's angry. Tang Song handed the chrysanthemum tea to Xiao Ziyan. Drink some water in the morning. It's good for your health. Hearing this, Yao Tongjin wanted to kick Tang Song, muttering in his heart, damn it, we are in the same group, why are you trying to bully me? Come here, classmate Xiao Ziyan, this is the nutritious breakfast I bought for you. Please give me some courtesy and eat it while it's hot. Yao Tongjin also handed over the breakfast in his hand. Chapter 21. Buy a bottle of soda and I'll tell you. Yao Tongjin, Tang Song, can you please not be so nice to me? And can you please stop being so persistent? I've already had breakfast, and I'm not thirsty. Thank you. Xiao Ziyan was already pissed off by Chu Yi, and she didn't expect 2 more irritating guys to come. When I like someone, I want to treat her well without asking for anything in return. Yao Tongjin insisted, I've already bought breakfast, you should eat a little, or you can just have an egg. I feel like you've lost weight after these days of intense military training. Tang Song, however, paid more attention to observing Xiao Ziyan's expression. Xiao Ziyan was angry now, so he decided to avoid her for the time being and not get involved in this mess. Then wait until Xiao Ziyan is thirsty, and I'll bring it to you. Tang Song took back the chrysanthemum tea he had handed over and decided to wait until Xiao Ziyan was in a good mood next time, otherwise it would definitely backfire. Tang Song thought so in his heart, and sure enough, the next second Xiao Ziyan yelled at Yao Tongjin, classmate Yao Tongjin, please don't force me to eat your food, okay? I don't like the feeling of being forced. I will tell you clearly again and all the male classmates in your dormitory that my mother doesn't allow me to have a relationship while I am studying, so I will not have a relationship during college. Please let me go, I beg you. Xiao Ziyan ran away after she finished speaking, leaving Yao Tongjin, Tang Song, and Chu Yi dumbfounded. She said this not only to Yao Tongjin and Tang Song, but also to Chu Yi. However, Chu Yi already knew that she had a mother-like shield. Classmate Xiao Ziyan said that her mother doesn't allow her to have a love relationship while she is studying. What should we do about this? Yao Tongjin sat opposite Chu Yi, scratching his head. Chu Yi ate his breakfast by himself, and after a while he said, have you ever heard of the saying that a girl should not be kept when she grows up? It can only mean that we are not the ones Xiao Ziyan likes yet, and she doesn't have us in her heart. If she falls deeply in love with someone in our dormitory one day, she might even elope with him. Why do you still say that you are not allowed to fall in love? Listening to the boss's words is better than reading for 10 years. Yao Tongjin had to admire Chu Yi's explanation, and he fully agreed with this point of view. Chu Yi quickly finished his breakfast, patted Yao Tongjin and Tang Song on the shoulders and encouraged them, you promise not to waver until Xiao Ziyan has a boyfriend. Keep going. I have to cheer up, but I keep sending breakfast to Xiao Ziyan like this, and she doesn't appreciate it, and she gets irritated instead. This is not a solution. Yao Tongjin was very distressed. Suddenly, he had an idea and asked Chu Yi, "Boss, why don't you teach me how to write love letters, or write a few love letters for me? You just handed Xiao Ziyan her first love letter and she invited you to breakfast. What if you hand her a few more love letters? If I tell you that Xiao Ziyan invited me to breakfast not because of the love letter, would you believe it?" Chu Yi said as he walked out of the cafeteria. "Why is that?" Yao Tongjin asked again, but Chu Yi ignored him. "Third brother, let me drink the bottle of chrysanthemum tea that you didn't give away. I feel a little thirsty after breakfast," Chu Yi said to Tang Song, who walked out of the cafeteria with him. Hearing this, Tang Song tightened the chrysanthemum tea in his hand and shook his head, saying, "That won't do. It's fine if you drank the chrysanthemum tea yesterday, but you're addicted to it. I'll deliver this chrysanthemum tea at noon or in the afternoon, or tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, as long as I have the chance. For now, I'll set a small goal for myself, to deliver chrysanthemum tea to Xiao Ziyan 100 times. If she still refuses, then I'll consider whether to change my method." Seeing that Tang Song was unwilling, Chu Yi said directly to Yao Tongjin, "Don't you want to know why Xiao Ziyan invited me to breakfast? Well, buy me a bottle of soda and I will tell you." "Boss, wait a moment. I'll be right back." Yao Tongjin did not hesitate at all. After a while, he came back from the school supermarket with a bottle of soda. He handed it to Chu Yi and said, "Here's the soda. Tell me how you got Xiao Ziyan to treat you to breakfast." Chu Yi opened the bottle cap and drank half of the soda in one breath, then took a deep breath. This soda is so cool." Chu Yi cleared his throat and looked at Tang Song, who was standing beside him and refused to give him chrysanthemum tea. He said, "Second brother, someone doesn't want to give me chrysanthemum tea, but wants to hear me tell him the secret of how to get Xiao Ziyan to treat him to breakfast. What do you think we should do?" Go away, there is nothing for you to do here." The second brother Yao Tongjin directly drove Tang Song away. "I don't want to hear this. In fact, I have already thought of the best strategy to pursue Xiao Ziyan." Tang Song looked indifferent and left cursing. "I have already driven the third brother away. Can you tell me now?" said the second brother Yao Tongjin. Chu Yi smacked his lips, took another sip of soda, and told the truth. "This morning I ran into Xiao Ziyan working out at square. She asked me how to get rid of those persistent flirtatious men. I said I have a way, and you have to treat me to breakfast after I tell you. Then Xiao Ziyan agreed, and finally treated me to breakfast." "Then what method did you tell her?" Yao Tongjin asked to get to the bottom of it. "Is this the second question?" Chu Yi smiled, "Go buy me another bottle of chrysanthemum tea, and I'll tell you." "Boss, brothers shouldn't be so deceiving with each other." Yao Tongjin wanted to cry but had no tears. "Is this called cheating? This is called equal exchange. Think about it, if I teach you all the skills to pick up girls, you will be one step ahead of your roommates in getting together. If one day you succeed in catching up with Xiao Ziyan, you won't have to wash your clothes and socks for a whole semester. Isn't that great? It smells good, really good, too good. If I succeed in wooing Xiao Ziyan, I will definitely call my dad right away and tell him that I am proud of him because I have wooed the most beautiful girl in our class." Following Chu Yi's thoughts, Yao Tongjin began to why. "Why don't you go buy some chrysanthemum tea?" Chu Yi said. Yes, but boss, you have to promise me that you will share with me any valuable experiences and summaries you have in love, so that I can improve together with you," Yao Tongjin said. "No problem, my good brother," Chu Yi said with a smile. 2 minutes later, Chu Yi took the chrysanthemum tea given by the second brother Yao Tongjin and said, "Xiao Ziyan asked how to get rid of the stalkers. My answer is to agree to be someone's girlfriend. Then those suitors will give up when they see that you have a partner. That's it?" The second brother Yao Tongjin spread his hands. "This answer is the same as not saying anything, everyone knows it." "So what if she knows? Xiao Ziyan was successfully tricked by me. She had a full and nutritious breakfast. Isn't it delicious?" Chu Yi shook his head indifferently. Yao Tongjin. Chu Yi looked at the sun that was about to rise in the sky and concluded that today would be another hot day. He took the bottle of chrysanthemum tea and found Xiao Ziyan, who was chatting with other female classmates under the camphor tree, and called out, "Xiao Ziyan, come with me." "What are you doing?" Xiao Ziyan turned around and saw that it was Chu Yi calling her, and her tone immediately changed. "Just come when the captain asks you to. Why are you wasting time? Chu Yi said, deliberately showing off his authority. Seeing Chu Yi say this, Xiao Ziyan was not sure whether this guy was calling her for official or personal matters. If it was a personal matter, she could ignore him, but if it was official, she dared not ignore him. What if she angered instructor Chen Yuyu and made him lose his temper? The consequences would be disastrous. Xiao Ziyan understood all the rights and disadvantages and stomped her feet on the spot to express her resistance, but in the end she still followed Chu Yi away. Chapter 22 Slogan. Chu Yi took out the chrysanthemum tea and said, I only blame myself for having a big appetite. I made you bleed a lot this morning. Well, I bought this bottle of chrysanthemum tea especially for you. It's a little compensation for the exchange of gifts. Seeing Xiao Ziyan hesitate, Chu Yi pulled her hand over and put the chrysanthemum tea in her hand. Just drink this bottle of chrysanthemum tea. I will never pester you like my roommate did, interfere with your normal life, and make you feel bad. The bottle of chrysanthemum tea I gave you is very different from the one Tang Song gave you. He gave you the chrysanthemum tea because he wanted to get you and wanted you to be his girlfriend. He had selfish motives, but I didn't. Chu Yi licked his lips, his face calm and his heart still, and he continued seriously, I know your mother doesn't allow you to have a relationship while you are studying, so I decided not to actively pursue you in the future. The bottle of chrysanthemum tea I gave you is just a mutual gift between classmates. Seeing Chu Yi speak so sincerely, Xiao Ziyan suddenly felt a kind of pain in her heart, which only Chu Yi could understand. She suddenly smiled and said charmingly, Thank you for your understanding, and thank you for the chrysanthemum tea. Bright eyes, white teeth, and a sweet smile, every smile brings out her charm. Chu Yi took advantage of the fact that Xiao Ziyan's mood had turned from rainy to sunny, and reached out to open the cap of the chrysanthemum tea bottle for her, and then handed it back to her. Xiao Ziyan took the chrysanthemum tea, took a sip, and commented, This chrysanthemum tea is really delicious, so sweet, and so cool. At this moment, a long-lost system prompt sounded in Chu Yi's mind, ding. Xiao Ziyan's favorability towards their host, 20%. Consider it, favorability plus 5%. Fuck. Chu Yi couldn't help cursing in his heart when he heard the system's notification tone. This time, Xiao Ziyan's favorability towards me increased by 5%. That's a lot. It seems that Xiao Ziyan is really annoyed when facing so many suitors every day. Captain Chu. Xiao Ziyan called Chu Yi Captain Chu in a sweet voice. In addition to facing the suitors in your dormitory, I also have to face many unfamiliar suitors from other classes. They invite me to dinner, movies, shopping, and even buy me skirts. It's crazy. I've been trying to escape from it every day these days. Military training is really hard, but what's even harder than military training is facing so many crazy suitors every day. I understand. In fact, people at two extremes are often more likely to be troubled, such as being too ugly or too beautiful. Chu Yi said. After Chu Yi and Xiao Ziyan chatted briefly, instructor Chen Yuyu blew their whistle. The students began to gather. Chu Yi, as the team leader, stood at the front of the team and began to count the number of people. Listen to my command. Chu Yi said seriously, look to the right. After the team was in order, Chu Yi said, look forward, first row, report your numbers. 1, 2, 3, full 5. With Zhiyong's shout of full 5 from the last row, Chu Yi knew that all 50 people in the class were present. Turning right and marching in unison, Chu Yi's movements were graceful and elegant. Finally, he walked neatly in front of the instructor Chen Yuyu, saluted and reported, reporting to the instructor, there should be 50 people in class 06, small feet 2, and there are 50 people. Please give your instructions after the report. Chen Yuyu nodded and replied, return to the team first. Yes. Chu Yi replied. Chen Yuyu took a few steps forward and stood in the middle of the line, looking at all the students in the class. This made some timid students look away and dared not meet Chen Yuyu's gaze. Classmates, we will review the results of the military training the day after tomorrow, which means that in addition to today, we have another day to practice tomorrow. Whether we are a mule or a horse will be revealed the day after tomorrow. Today and tomorrow, in addition to normal exercises, you must come up with a loud and impressive slogan, such as study hard and make progress every day, unite and forge ahead, and strive to be the best. I am just giving an example. I hope that we can gather the wisdom of our entire class and come up with a grand and majestic slogan that will swallow up the world. I hope everyone can actively offer suggestions. When the results of the military training are reviewed, there will be 2 quotas for outstanding students. I will select them fairly and impartially in our class. Being an outstanding student is not only an honor, but also can add points when evaluating scholarships in the future, and it will also help students join the party in school. Upon hearing this, the students became excited and all wanted to win this honor. Everyone, please give your slogans to Captain Chu, who will count and select the best one. Chen Yuyu finished speaking quickly, and then the routine training began. Turning while standing still, marching in place, marching and stopping while marching in step, marching and stopping while running, marching and stopping while goose stepping, etc. All of these exercises are repeated one by one, striving to achieve standard, neatness and beauty. It was soon noon, and Chu Yi took advantage of everyone's break to sneak out and buy something. The first thing he had to do was buy a set of Tai Chi clothes, because he was ready to learn the invisible Tai Chi. I also need to buy some more books to enhance my cultural background. As the saying goes, a man of culture is always elegant. The second thing is to buy a few nice clothes. After all, love begins with appearance, is loyal to talent, and falls in love with character. It's time to improve your appearance. After all, Buddha relies on gold ornaments and people rely on clothes. When Chu Yi passed the school gate, Brother Flowery Arm and the yellow-haired boy and 7 or 8 other people were standing at the school gate smoking. Several security guards from the school exchanged a few words with them, but it seemed that they had not reached an agreement. Finally, 2 police cars arrived not long after and took Brother Flowery Arm and the other group of people directly to the police station. After seeing Brother Flower Arm and others being taken away by the police, Chu Yi swaggered out of the school gate. However, at this moment he secretly thought in his heart that when he learned the invisible Tai Chi in the future, the police would not have to worry about it, and he could educate them on his behalf. Soon Chu Yi arrived at the store where he bought Tai Chi clothes for teacher Mo Jiang last time. He directly chose the same one, paid for it, and took it away. Then he walked to the men's clothing store next door, and under the guidance of the waiter, he directly bought the 3 most fashionable sets of clothes in the store, and then also bought a pair of sneakers and a pair of leather shoes. As there was not much time for lunch break, Chu Yi had no time to waste. He went straight to the bookstore with bags of clothes, selected a philosophy book and a psychology book from the bookshelf, paid the bills quickly and left. On the road, Chu Yi stopped a taxi. Normally, Chu Yi seldom took a taxi, but today was different. One reason was that he bought a lot of things and it was troublesome to carry them, and the other was that he was running out of time and would probably be late if he walked back. At this critical juncture when the military training results are about to be inspected, if Chu Yi, as the team leader, is the first to be late, Chen Yuyu will probably get furious and his saliva might even spray directly on Chu Yi's face. They soon arrived at school. After putting down his things in the dormitory, Chu Yi immediately rushed to the playground. Chu Yi looked at the time. It was exactly 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The sun was still very scorching at this time, but it didn't take long before instructor Chen Yuyu blew their whistle for assembly. Gather and practice. During this period, Chu Yi received 5 or 6 small notes from his classmates. No need to think, these are military training slogans. Chapter 23 Abdominal Breathing. It was indeed the case. I opened the first note and saw the neat handwriting on it, which read, "Unite and forge ahead, work hard, work together to create brilliance." The signer was Niu Xiaoxian from Class 2, Elementary School 06. After reading it, Chu Yi shook his head. This slogan is mediocre, lacks momentum, lacks innovation, and is not refreshing at all. Chu Yi opened the second note, challenge your limits, surpass yourself, strive for self-improvement, and be virtuous. It's still not good enough. Chu Yi continued to shake his head and opened the third and fourth pictures. Finally he read through all the notes he had received so far, and to be honest, the quality of these slogans was not high. At night, Chu Yi's roommates were still as persistent as ever in pestering Xiao Ziyan. They arranged milk tea, barbecue and other things for her. They were not afraid of being embarrassed. When Xiao Ziyan refused to leave the dormitory, they ran directly to her and confessed their love to her. Chu Yi remained on the sidelines, as he had promised Xiao Ziyan. He had nothing to do, so he took out his notebook and started writing in his diary. The notebook reads: 1. You can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. If you want Xiao Ziyan to fall in love with you, you have to be more patient. At present, her favorability towards you is 20%, which is a record high and is much closer to 100%. Just continue to make steady progress and be cautious. Second, although I don't have much money, only about 90,000 yuan left. It's 2006 now, and this amount is a fortune. I should put it into the stock market as soon as possible and let it make money. If I remember correctly, buying non-ferrous metal stocks is a sure win. Well, when I have time another day, I will go to the securities company to open an account. 3. Starting tomorrow, I will study formless Tai Chi with teacher Mo Jiang. This is a set of martial arts that makes people jealous. Teacher Mo Jiang is willing to teach me for free. I have to say that this is a great blessing for me. Well, it seems that I will have to help teacher Mo Jiang if he has anything to do in the future. There is a saying that goes, a drop of water is repaid with a spring of water. 4. Regarding Chen Qian's desire to be our class monitor, I will mention this to teacher Mo Jiang during boxing practice tomorrow. People should be trustworthy and must fulfill their promises. By the way, I should also enter a certain position in the school's student union. Because in everyone's eyes, people who can enter the student union are all very awesome. If Xia Ziyan has more affirmation and appreciation for me because of this, that would be great. After Chu Yi finished writing down his thoughts and ideas from the past few days, he closed his notebook and went to bed. At 5:20 in the morning, Chu Yi was awakened by the alarm clock. He got up immediately, washed up simply, and arrived at the school lawn on time at 5:30. Not bad, you're pretty punctual today. Teacher Mo Jiang smiled at Chu Yi and said, maybe it feels a little difficult to get up so early now, but it will be fine once it becomes a habit. Yes, practice makes perfect. Chu Yi nodded, thinking that what teacher Mo Jiang said made sense. Once many things become a habit, they won't feel tiring anymore. It's just like running. You may feel very tired after running 5 laps on the first day, but as long as you stick to it for a week, you will find that running 5 laps is very easy. If you stick to it for a month, you won't feel tired even if you run 10 laps. If you stick to it for a year, if you don't run one day, you will feel uncomfortable all over. Let's start standing still. Do you remember the key points of standing still that I taught you yesterday? Disciple remembers. Chu Yi started to stand in the stance according to the principles of standing that teacher Mo Jiang had explained yesterday. In the end, teacher Mo Jiang just adjusted his movements slightly. Generally speaking, his standing posture was still quite standard. The posture is almost the same. Now the key is to control the breathing. The breathing when standing is not deep breathing, nor natural breathing, nor throat breathing, but a kind of abdominal breathing method, which is also called the breathing method to relax the waist. Class teacher Mo Jiang gave patient guidance, and Chu Yi gradually adjusted his breathing according to his instructions. You need to breathe in and out evenly, and don't be impatient. It's not that the slower the better, nor is it that the faster the better. You need to find your own rhythm, and the more even the better. Don't let your belly bulge out too much when you breathe. Yes, control it. Half an hour passed quickly, and teacher Mo Jiang told Chu Yi that he could take a break. You performed very well today. You have made great progress compared to yesterday. If you keep practicing at this rate, I should be able to teach you hand skills in 3 months. 3 more months. Chu Yi almost thought he had heard it wrong. Why? Do you think it's been too long? I told you that I stood in the stance for a full 6 months before my master taught me hand skills. Do you think it's that easy to stand in the stance properly? Chu Yi was very surprised when he heard this. Master, you stood on the stake for half a year. Standing still is not something that can be done in half a year. Once you have mastered the essentials of standing still, you should do it every day. Teacher Mo Jiang said, now I, the master, have to stand still for at least an hour every day. Standing still can regulate breathing, regulate qi and blood, calm the mind, and replenish vital energy. There are so many benefits, and you will slowly feel them in the future. In order to get started earlier, I will insist on standing still for an hour every day. Chu Yi wanted to change half an hour to 1 hour. As long as you can hold on, that would be the best. Seeing such a motivated child, Mo Jiang smiled with relief. By the way, Master, our military training will end tomorrow. Do you have a suitable candidate for the position of monitor of our class? Well, not yet, because I don't know the students in our class very well. Teacher Mo Jiang suddenly realized something after saying this, and then asked, do you want to recommend yourself to be the monitor of our 06 primary education class too? Chu Yi shook his head. No, Master, I have a very good relationship with you. If I were to be the monitor of our class, I'm afraid some classmates would say behind my back that you are seeking personal gain and choosing the one who has a good relationship with you as the monitor. This would damage your reputation. In order to avoid gossip from my classmates, I decided not to compete for the position of monitor. However, in the past few days, I have observed a person for my master. This person is a girl named Chen. She is enthusiastic and likes to serve the group. She is cheerful and good at communicating with classmates and teachers. Her interpersonal relationships are even better. One day during evening self-study, she even treated our entire class to candy. Her name is Chen, right? Well, I'll remember that. If this girl is as good as you said, then she is indeed a suitable candidate. You recommended others to be class monitors, but what about you? Don't you have any idea of being a class leader? Teacher Mo Jiang asked. Chu Yi rubbed his head and pretended to be a newbie who didn't know anything. He said, "These past 2 days, I heard from the seniors in the school that the school wants to select a few outstanding freshmen to join the student union. What about me? I'm not that good in any aspect, so I wonder if I can join the school's student union to train myself." That's great, young man. You don't even want the position of class monitor and want to join the student union directly. Teacher Mo Jiang laughed. No, I just simply think that the student union can better train people, so I want to go in and hone my skills. Chu Yi argued forcefully. Young man, there is no need to be modest. Wanting to join the student union is a positive thing. Master, I support you. Teacher Mo Jiang smiled, as if he saw through Chu Yi's thoughts. Chapter 24, Scare Off Cao Cao's Disappointed Army. After breakfast, Chu Yi received many small notes from classmates. There are those by Yao Tongjin, Tang Song, and those by Chen and Xiao Ziyan. After several rounds of screening, Chu Yi finally decided to give the notes from Chen, Xiao Ziyang and Tang Song to Chen Youyou, who would make the final decision. The military training slogans written by these 3 students were all very good. Chen Youyou scratched his head for a long time and said that it was difficult to make a decision. But half an hour later, Chen Youyou blew the assembly slogan. After counting the number of people, she began to announce today's training schedule. Tomorrow we will review the results of our military training, so today we must remember our team's slogan and coordinate our steps. I think everyone has seen the National Day military parade on TV every year. We will be similar to that. We will also shout slogans and march past the judges' seats, and the judges on the stage will give us scores. Chen Youyou pursed her lips and continued, in fact, every student in our class is very outstanding. I believe that when we check the results of the military training tomorrow, we will stand out from this group of freshmen and get a good score. The slogans that everyone handed to me were all very well written, and I didn't know which one to adopt. Finally, I carefully considered it and chose a better one from the outstanding ones. This slogan was written by Xiao Ziyan from our class. What did she write? Let me read it to you. Military discipline is like iron, will is like steel. Excellent students in school, good soldiers in the army fighting against wind and rain, I am the strongest. Chen Youyou read out the slogan written by Xiao Ziyan in a sonorous and powerful voice, which was truly inspiring and full of momentum. After listening to it, Chu Yi began to lead the applause. Suddenly, their whole class burst into applause and gave Xiao Ziyan a thumbs up in their hearts. This slogan was simply so well written. How can an excellent team do without a magnificent and inspiring slogan? Now that we have a slogan, we need to practice again and again to unify the slogan with the pace. As the captain, Chu Yi will carry the flag tomorrow, so Chen Youyou gave Chu Yi some individual guidance on how to carry the flag correctly. The day passed quickly. After dinner, Chen and Chu Yi came to borrow a mobile phone to take pictures. Chu Yi readily agreed, but he had a request. He asked Chen to take 5 pictures of Xiao Ziyan and put them in his own album. Several roommates went to Xiao Ziyan to confess their feelings as usual, but Chu Yi remained silent. He took out a psychology book he bought yesterday and started studying. After studying for about an hour, he closed the book and went to bed. The next morning, Chu Yi got up on time. After learning Tai Chi with teacher Mo Jiang, it was almost time to check the results of the military training. Instructor Chen Youyou seemed to be much more nervous than everyone else. She kept telling the students to be more alert and to be in the best condition they have been in the past few days. She also told them to keep the team in order when shouting slogans and to keep them aligned front, back, left and right. It didn't take long before the acceptance of military training results began with the solemn national anthem. The first to appear was the teaching team. They completed the military training excellently with practical actions, made great contributions to the college and demonstrated the qualities of a soldier. Next, the teams from each department and class came out one by one according to the order of the draw. Chu Yi's class was not very lucky and drew the last lot. After waiting for 2 hours, it was their team's turn to perform. Chen Yuyu had been trying to calm everyone down. The weather is hot, but it will pass if we hold on. We are the last team to perform. The judges must be sick and some are dozing off. If our momentum can brighten their eyes and wake them up instantly, then we will have succeeded. All the brothers and sisters in our 06th primary education class 2, please be alert and speak at your loudest voice. If your throat becomes hoarse later, I will buy you all Jinshengzi lozenges. Chu Yi added. Finally, it was the turn of class 2 of 06 primary school to perform. All the students were full of fighting spirit and ignored the scorching sun above their heads. The flags fluttered in the wind and the team was mighty. The steps were in unison and they were full of vigor and high spirits. When the team reached the front of the judges' seats, everyone started shouting slogans. Military discipline is like iron, will is like steel. Excellent students in school, good soldiers in the army fighting against wind and rain, I am the strongest. The momentum is magnificent, and the sound is so loud that it is deafening. The judges, who were a little sleepy, were awakened by the momentum. It's the end, how come there are still such high-spirited teams? Not bad, not bad. It's just like Zhang Fei's roar at Changbanpo, scaring off Cao Cao's army of 100,000. Which class is this? Every student is energetic and serious. The team spirit is pretty good. It seems to be the second class of the 06th elementary school. Their instructor is called Chen Yuyu, a hot female Air Force soldier in her 20s. The captain of the team raised the flag in an orderly manner and shouted slogans very loudly. This leader is also very good. There was already a lot of discussion in the judges' seats, and they gave high praise to the team of Class 2 of Elementary Education 06. However, Chu Yi and his classmates were completely unaware of this. After the performance, they waited anxiously for the judges to announce the results. Each team sat on the lawn, with instructors beside them, listening to the school leader's final summary. The leader's summaries were basically the same. First, they started with something like, "Autumn brings coolness and sweet osmond thus fragrance." Then, they praised how successful the military training was and how it was achieved. Their success was inseparable from the hard work of so and so. Finally, they talked about the future and the military training was over, but our university life had just begun. They hoped that everyone would do such and such in the future. Chu Yi was very familiar with the leader sitting in the middle of the judges' seats, because he had given him sour fish before. He was none other than Shi Jianhe, the dean of Jishou University. Dean Shi Jianhe finally announced the list of winners of the Outstanding Military Training Group, Outstanding Instructors, and Outstanding Model Soldiers. A few minutes later, when everyone heard that Class 2 of Elementary Education 06 won the award for Outstanding Group, the whole class was suddenly excited. This was the first honor for everyone since they came to this school. Many male classmates hugged each other and started cheering. Chu Yi was also hugged tightly by Yao Tongjin, Tang Song, and others. It was true that the military training these days was too tiring, and this honor was hard won. Several brave girls hugged the usually cold instructor Chen Yuyu and cheered together. At this time, instructor Chen Yuyu was also happy that everyone could receive this honor. She changed her usual cold face and showed a sweet smile. When she heard that she had won the title of Outstanding Instructor, this tough woman hugged Chu Yi in her arms and started cheering. Chu Yi's head buzzed and he was confused. "Hey, Coach Chen, are you hugging the wrong person? I'm a boy, not a girl. Be reserved, instructor." Chu Yi shouted in his heart, but his hands couldn't help but hug Chen Yuyu's waist, and then he began to jump and dance on the spot, cheering, "Oh." Chapter 25, Relatives from a Distant Village. Next it is time to announce the outstanding role models. The students who won the title of Outstanding Model in Class 2 of Primary Education 06 were Chu Yi and Xiao Ziyan. Upon hearing this, Chu Yi cheered loudly again. He looked for Xiao Ziyan in the crowd. He wanted to hug her and cheer together. But he was overthinking it. Xiao Ziyan had not lost her mind yet and was unwilling to give him the chance to hug her. Chu Yi wanted to turn around and hug instructor Chen Yuyu and cheer, but Chen Yuyu, who seemed to have realized that he had just lost his composure, did not give Chu Yi a chance. This made Chu Yi complain in his heart, "Instructor, what do you mean? You can hug me when you are awarded the outstanding instructor, but I can't hug you when I am awarded the outstanding model soldier." Seeing that Xiao Ziyan and Chen Yuyu ignored him, the embarrassed Chu Yi could only hug Yao Tongjin and his roommates and laugh foolishly. The military training was officially over. After Chen Yuyu took photos with everyone, he got on the bus and said goodbye to everyone. According to Chen Yuyu herself, she is now a female air soldier flying a fighter jet. She came here to carry out a mission and serve as an instructor for everyone for a few days. After Chen Yuyu revealed her identity, her classmates went crazy again. "Oh my god, our instructor is a female soldier who flies a fighter jet. Isn't she so beautiful and cool?" Chu Yi blocked instructor Chen Yuyu's car and refused to let her go, shamelessly asking for her phone number and QQ. After Chen Yuyu told Chu Yi her phone number and QQ, he reluctantly let go, but did not forget to shout from behind as the car drove away, "Instructor Chen, we will miss you." In the afternoon, Chu Yi found a securities company and used his ID card to go through the account opening procedures. Chu Yi invested 90,000 yuan from his account and bought a non-ferrous metal stock called Huan Cobalt. Chu Yi knew that this stock would have a strong upward momentum in the next few years. It was a rare bull stock and it would be a good choice to buy it. Mo Jiang went to pick up his daughter from school. When he was at the school gate, he ran into Dean Shi Jianhe. He was the first to greet Dean Shi. "Hello, Dean Shi." "Hello, Teacher Mo." Dean Ishizawa-han replied politely. "Are you going to pick up your daughter from school?" Ishizawa-han asked habitually. Yes. Mo Jiang looked bitter, and said to Dean Shi Jianhe enviously, "You are not much older than me, but you got married early, and now your children are in college. Apart from giving them some living expenses, you basically don't need to manage them. It's really enviable." Hearing this, Shi Jianhe smiled and said enviously, "What's there to envy about getting married early? My wife is the same age as me. When I get old, she will become a yellow-faced woman. I think you, Mr. Mo, are the most enviable one. You have a beautiful wife at home. She is only a little over 30 years old. She is in her prime and full of charm. When you are old and retired, your children are unreliable. They have their own lives and careers. The only person you can rely on is your spouse. When you are in your 70s, you have a wife in her 50s who takes care of you day and night. This kind of life in your later years is even more enviable. It is the dream of countless retired elderly people. Har har har. Please forgive me for making fun of you, Dean Shi. I'm almost 50 years old now, and my child is still in kindergarten. I can't afford to be so exhausted." Mo Jiang was extremely happy to be praised by Dean Shi. Everything has its pros and cons. After a few years, when the children grow up, everything will be comfortable. Shi Jianhe has a thorough understanding of these things. At this moment, Mo Jiang suddenly thought of something. It was not easy to meet the dean. He thought for a moment and asked, "Dean Shi, can I ask you something? Are there any vacancies in the school's student union?" Shi Jianhe's expression froze slightly. He didn't know why teacher Mo Jiang was concerned about the school's student union, but then he smiled and said, "The student union has been recruiting cadres these days. I heard that the vacancies in the student union are basically filled. However, it seems that there is still a position of director of the external relations department, but no one is willing to do it." Hearing that the student union had a position for the director of external relations, teacher Mo Jiang was delighted and hurriedly began to recommend, "I would like to recommend a classmate from our class to Dean Shi to be the director of external relations. Do you think it is feasible?" The external relations department is an important department of the student union and serves as a bridge for communication between the school and businesses. The main task of the external relations department is to raise funds for the student union and student activities, that is, to solicit sponsorship. This is a very difficult job. Without certain communication skills, it is difficult to build harmonious interpersonal relationships. The external relations department represents the image of the student union and even the school to the outside world, and internally it needs to provide the materials and funds needed for major activities of our school. The task is arduous, and it is difficult for students with poor abilities to be competent. Ishizawa-han expressed his thoughts. "Actually, my original idea was to select a student from the sophomores and juniors to be the director of the external relations department. This might be more appropriate." "Oh, Dean Shi makes sense." Mo Jiang nodded, completely agreeing with Shi Jianhe's point of view. Freshmen have just arrived at school for a few days and are not familiar with the major businesses around the school. Freshmen are also timid, so it is really difficult to successfully attract sponsorship. But Dean Shi Jianhe frowned, a little troubled. No one has signed up for sophomores and juniors in the past few days. How about this? Dean Shi Jianhe seemed to have made a big decision. He pursed his lips and said, "Let the student in your class take over first. If he is really not competent, I will find a way to replace him then. By the way, is that classmate in your class a boy or a girl?" Shi Jianhe asked. "It's a male classmate," Mo Jiang replied. "It would be great if it's a male student. I think a male student is more suitable than a female student for the position of Director of External Relations Department." "That's right." Mo Jiang nodded in agreement. "What's the name of that boy?" "I'll tell the teacher in charge of this area at school later." "This classmate's name is Chu Yi," Mo Jiang replied indifferently. "What? Chu Yi?" Upon hearing this, Dean Shi Jianhe reacted a little bit, because the classmate who sent him rice fish 2 days ago was called Chu Yi. It turned out to be him. Shi Jianhe muttered to himself. Could it be that Dean Shi knows our classmate Chu Yi? Mo Jiang was a little curious when he saw Shi Jianhe's big reaction. Yes. Dean Shi Jianhe hesitated and said, "This classmate Chu Yi is the child of a relative of mine in a distant village. He is the leader of the school, and his personal reputation is very important. He can't say that this kid gave him a few rice fish 2 days ago, so he knows him, right?" "Oh." Teacher Mo Jiang understood and said, "Student Chu Yi is a distant relative of the dean. As their head teacher, I must cultivate him well in the future. Chu Yi is a talented kid. He is a promising talent. Teacher Mo Jiang also thinks Chu Yi is excellent. Otherwise, why would you recommend him to join the student union in front of me? That's right, Chu Yi is indeed an excellent child." Chapter 26, The head teacher has a far-sighted vision. In the evening, the military training was over and the school officially started evening self-study. The students quickly sat down according to their previous seats. Xiao Ziyan saw her desk mate Chu Yi and seemed not to hate him as much as before. At least he did what he promised her. Chu Yi has been very well behaved these past few days and has not bothered Xiao Ziyan. Chu Yi wants to be a special person in front of Xiao Ziyan. When others pursue her madly, Chu Yi will remain silent. When others become discouraged and stop pursuing her, then he will take action. In fact, Chu Yi knew it very well in his mind. Not to mention that other seniors were pursuing Xiao Ziyan. Xiao Ziyan was already having a splitting headache just based on the 5 buddies in his own dormitory. Why should he get involved? Why bother to be an enemy of the same kind? It is actually best for you to stay out of it. Xiao Ziyan smiled and said to her deskmate Chu Yi, "Captain Chu, you have such a strong appeal. Many male classmates must be willing to listen to you, especially your roommates. Well, I want to ask you for a favor, is it okay?" Before Chu Yi could answer, Xiao Ziyan, who was afraid that Chu Yi would refuse, immediately added, "Look, we are not only classmates now, but also deskmates. When we enter the society in the future, this kind of relationship between classmates and deskmates will be too intimate. You will definitely help me with this favor, right?" Xiao Ziyan started to play the emotional card, but Chu Yi didn't buy it. First he corrected her, "Now that our military training is over, I am no longer a captain. You can call me Chu Yi. Of course, since we are deskmates, I suggest you call me Dan Na. Dana." Xiao Ziyan's dark eyes showed a big question mark, and she guessed, "Is Dan Anna your nickname?" Chu Yi scratched his head embarrassedly and said, "Nonsense, well, yes. Okay, then I will call you Dan Na from now on." Xiao Ziyan agreed readily. She now had a request to ask Chu Yi, so it didn't matter what his full name or nickname was. "Classmate Chu Yi, can you help me with this matter?" Xiao Ziyan saw Chu Yi's eyes and immediately changed her words, "Oh, your name is Dan Na. Well, Dan Na, I want to ask you for a favor." "Student Ziyang, please go ahead." Chu Yi enjoyed being addressed by Xiao Ziyang and was secretly happy in his heart. Xiao Ziyan repeated what she had just said, praising Chu Yi, saying that he had great appeal and ability, and finally made her request, "Dan Na, can you tell those boys in your dormitory to stop pursuing me? I have money to buy breakfast and drinks, tell them not to buy them and not make those meaningless sacrifices. This will be better for everyone." Chu Yi refused without even thinking, "Sorry, I can't do this. My dear Dana, we are classmates and desk mates. Are you really so heartless? Xiao Ziyan pouted her plump pink lips and began to act coquettishly. Chu Yi enjoyed her addressing him, and then gave Xiao Ziyan a detailed analysis. First of all, I can promise that I will no longer pester you, Xiao Ziyan. Of course, I fell in love with you at first sight, and you know this. I will no longer pester you because I care about your feelings, not because I have fallen in love with someone else. To be honest, I have always liked you, but now I choose to bury this love deep in my heart. Chu Yi's serious love words made Xiao Ziyan blush and feel at a loss. At this moment, Chu Yi unexpectedly received a system prompt in his mind. Ding! Xiao Ziyan's favorability towards their host, 22%. Heart-pounding love words, favorability plus 2%. Har har har. Chu Yi laughed in his heart. This was truly an unexpected surprise. But Chu Yi changed the subject and said, my roommates all know that I like you. You said I asked them to stop pursuing you. Regardless of whether they would agree or not, what do you think they would think of me? Without waiting for Xiao Ziyan to answer, Chu Yi asked himself and answered, my roommates will definitely think that I didn't let them pursue you, and then left it to them to pursue you. They must have labeled me as unkind and unjust. So, it's not that I don't want to help you with this matter, but I really can't help. Okay then. Seeing Chu Yi refuse, Xiao Ziyan felt that what he said made some sense, so she no longer insisted. Afterwards, Xiao Ziyan hung her head, laid on the table and stopped talking. She must have felt terrible after being rejected. Normally, Xiao Ziyan did everything by herself and didn't like to ask for help from others. But this time, facing the crazy suitors, she was really at a loss and had no other choice, so. After a while, teacher Mo Jiang walked into the classroom from the front door, and the classroom suddenly became silent. Teacher Mo Jiang smiled and stood on the podium and said, our 06 Primary Education Class 2 won the title of Excellent Group in this military training. This honor is the result of the joint efforts of all the students in our class. Well, everyone is really excellent. I am proud of everyone. But their head teacher, Mr. Mo Jiang, changed the subject and said, but good things always pass quickly. Now we have to return to our normal study life. Although every student in our class is a free targeted normal school student, they will be directly assigned a job by the local education bureau after graduation. There is no situation where they cannot find a job after graduation. But everyone should have a lofty learning goal and a lofty ideal, especially the boys in our class. As a man who needs to support a family, if you are willing to be an ordinary elementary school teacher for the rest of your life, it would be too short-sighted. A real man should have lofty aspirations, return home in glory and become a well-known figure. Well, how can we become such a person in the future? If you want to become such a person, you have to study hard and strive to improve yourself. Studying hard is the only way for rural children to make the leap from a cop to a dragon, and it is the shortcut to success. Don't be fooled by the saying that all roads lead to Rome, because society is really cruel. We studied elementary education at a junior college, which means that after 5 years of study, everyone's diploma was written as a junior college diploma. How should I put it? A junior college diploma is still considered a diploma at this time in 2006, but in a few years, you will see that the so-called civil servants, public institutions, state-owned enterprises, and some large companies in coastal areas will all recruit talents through public examinations. The first condition for recruiting talents is to look at the diploma. By then, the minimum diploma requirement for recruitment will be a bachelor's degree, and you, a junior college student, will not even be eligible to apply. Some of the students present might be skeptical and half-believing about these heartfelt words from our homeroom teacher, Mr. Mo Jiang, but Chu Yi, who had been through the rough patches of society, silently gave him 100 thumbs up in his heart. Teacher Mo Jiang is indeed a famous teacher with foresight and long-term vision. What he said is absolutely correct. Therefore, Chu Yi silently made a growth plan for himself, register for self-taught undergraduate studies, and after obtaining an undergraduate diploma, apply for graduate studies. Chapter 27 Election of Class Leaders. A high level of education is the stepping stone to a good company. Without this stone, no matter how outstanding you are, you cannot step into the door of a good company. The purpose of my saying these words is to hope that everyone can make a long-term study plan and set a study goal for themselves at the beginning of the school year. Teacher Mo Jiang continued, each student should write a study plan for the next 5 years on a piece of letterhead and hand it in to me after the evening self-study class. Give everyone one class period to write a study plan, and in the next class we will select a group of outstanding class leaders from the class." After saying this, their head teacher, Mr. Mo Jiang, said no more and asked the students to quietly make their 5-year study plans. In a short while, the students had written hundreds of words. Chu Yi looked at his deskmate Xiao Ziyan and was surprised to see that this girl was so inspired that she had finished the first page and started writing the second page. Chu Yi secretly glanced at the content to see what the girl had written. One of the passages reads, "Love will only affect my study state. Won't it be better if I use the time I have to love to study? My mother's insights are indeed unique. It's right to listen to her." At this time, Xiao Ziyan, who was writing seriously, noticed that Chu Yi was acting strangely. She hurriedly used the book to cover her plan, writing one line after another. "TSK, who wants to watch it?" Chu Yi rolled his eyes at Xiao Ziyan. 99% of people have written plans very well, and even swore to work hard in the future. But after a few days or months, you look at it again. What? Study plan? Did I write it? Did I make such a vow? He can no longer remember. This is reality. No matter how good a study plan is, it is useless without action. Chu Yi wrote a few words on the letterhead and handed it in. Their head teacher, Ms. Mo Jiang, took a look at Chu Yi's study plan. Apply for undergraduate study, and after obtaining your undergraduate diploma, apply for graduate study. The text is brief, but the ambition is grand. Very good. Mo Jiang nodded at Chu Yi. By the time the get out of class was over, most students in the class had completed and submitted their study plans. I took a 10-minute break to go to the bathroom, and then continued with the second evening self-study class. In this class we are going to elect all the class leaders. Their head teacher, Mr. Mo Jiang, wrote the names of the class leaders who needed to be elected on the blackboard, including the class monitor, deputy class monitor, league secretary, study committee member, discipline committee member, life committee member, psychological committee member, art committee member, labor committee member, etc. Next, he briefly talked about the responsibilities of each class leader. Class monitor, responsible for the overall work of the class. Deputy monitor, assist the monitor in overall class work. League branch secretary, responsible for class ideology, party and league work. Study committee member, responsible for class study. Psychological committee member, responsible for the class's mental health work. Arts and Culture Committee member, responsible for class arts and culture activities. This time, the class leader election adopts the principles of voluntariness and voting competition. If there is only one student running for a certain position and no one is competing with him, then there is no need for voting and he will be the candidate directly. If there are multiple students competing for a position at the same time, let everyone vote to decide. The students were very enthusiastic and actively ran for the election. Soon many class leaders were determined. For example, the Labor Committee member, Yao Tongjin. His campaign slogan is, "Leave the dirtiest and most tiring work to me." As soon as this was said, their whole class voted in favor. Disciplinary Committee member, Shi Jianhe. His campaign manifesto was, "We must have the same discipline as comrade, and we will not make a sound even if fire burns our flesh. I hope everyone can learn from comrade." Cultural and Art Committee member, Xiao Ziyan. Xiao Ziyan has been learning dance since she was a child, and she has a curvy figure, a rosy face, and exquisite facial features. As soon as she stood on the podium, she didn't even need to make a declaration and was passed unanimously. When running for class monitor, their homeroom teacher, Mr. Mo Jiang, praised one person, and that person was Chen Qian. Chen Qian, who was sitting in the back, looked at Chu Yi gratefully, knowing that this matter must have been helped by Chu Yi. One reason was that the head teacher had high hopes for her, and the other was that Chen Qian bought lollipops for everyone a few days ago, so when it came to running for the position of class monitor, Chen Qian won without a doubt. Seeing that all the class leaders have been elected, the head teacher, Mr. Mo Jiang, took the lead in applauding and said, "Next, please give a warm round of applause to our class leaders, congratulate them on their successful election, and hope that they can serve our united class with all their heart and soul." Par 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 par. As soon as teacher Mo Jiang finished speaking, thunderous applause broke out in the classroom. Chen Qian has successfully run for class monitor, but in fact the person she fears the most is Chu Yi. If Chu Yi wants to be the class monitor, she knows that he will definitely fail. What made her admire him deeply was that Chu Yi was a man of his word. Not only did he not compete with her for the position of class monitor, he also helped her to speak well of her in front of her homeroom teacher, Ms. Mo Jiang. Chu Yi is a trustworthy person. Chen Qian silently labeled Chu Yi with this in her heart. All the male students in dormitory 502 felt very strange. They thought Chu Yi would definitely seek a position in the class and become a class leader to train himself. But what surprised them was that after all the class leaders had been elected, Chu Yi remained idle. He was still happily applauding the winners with a sincere look on his face. Xiao Ziyan also looked at Chu Yi with a puzzled look, blinking her beautiful eyes. Dan Na, you were so enthusiastic in running for captain during military training. I thought you would compete for the position of class leader in this election, but who knew you would? Did you think our classmate Chen Qian was too outstanding, so you didn't dare to compete on the podium? Yes, Chen Qian is an excellent student and is more suitable to be the monitor of our class than me. Chu Yi nodded and said. Xiao Ziyan was somewhat disappointed with Chu Yi and said, why do you have to boost others' ambitions and destroy your own prestige? What? You want me to be the monitor of our class? Chu Yi saw that Xiao Ziyan's expression was not right and asked with a smile. I don't care whether others are willing to be class monitors or not. I just think that competing for class leaders is a positive behavior. Xiao Ziyan said it confidently. She felt that Chu Yi's thinking was a little slippery. In the last evening's study session, Xiao Ziyan wrote a 2.5-page study plan, while Chu Yi only wrote less than 20 words. When you were running for captain during military training, you said you had been class monitor from 1st grade to 9th grade. Now this glorious road has been cut short. Don't you think it's a pity? At this moment, their head teacher, Mr. Mo Jiang, suddenly cast his eyes on Chu Yi, which made the students curious and they all looked at Chu Yi. Their head teacher, Mr. Mo Jiang, looked at Chu Yi with a look that said, this young man is teachable, and a pleased smile appeared on his face. He said to everyone solemnly, I want to announce a good news to you all. Chapter 28 I will conquer you with my biceps. What else is good news? All the students had an expectant look on their faces. Of course, seeing his homeroom teacher, Ms. Mo Jiang, looking at him strangely, Chu Yi could vaguely feel that this good news was related to him, but he didn't know what it was. Let's give a warm round of applause to Chu Yi from our class and congratulate him on his success in becoming the director of the college external relations department. He is not only the best in our class, but also the best among all freshmen. His spirit of volunteering and being positive should be worthy of learning for all students in our class. Come, let's congratulate him together. Their head teacher, Ms. Mo Jiang, said these words passionately. It was rare for Chu Yi, a freshman who had just arrived, to have the idea of joining the student union to hone his skills. Upon hearing this, all the students in the class were stunned, their mouths wide open, with expressions of surprise and disbelief. It was 2 seconds later that sparse applause began to break out. 5 seconds later, all the students in the class reacted and the classroom burst into thunderous applause. Those who can successfully become class leaders are already amazing, and those who can join the student union are simply worshipful. Par par par. While clapping, some of the more lively students in the class began to howl. Hello, Minister Chu. Please take care of me in the future. Minister Chu, is there any room on your thigh? I want to be your little brother. Minister Chu, please take me with you. Minister Chu, do you have time after class? I would like to ask you for the secret to successfully joining the student union. Chu Yi's desk mate Xiao Ziyan looked at him in astonishment and admiration, with an expression as if she finally understood. It turned out that this guy was going to be the director of the external relations department of the college student union. He looked down upon these class leaders. It was really difficult to raise a real dragon in such a shallow place. Bang bang bang. Xiao Ziyan kept applauding Chu Yi. She felt more and more that her desk mate was extraordinary. He was not only positive but also very capable. This so-called personal charm, this so-called attraction, came up all of a sudden. Ding! Xiao Ziyan's favorability towards their host, 25%. Personal charm, plus 3%. A system prompt sounded to increase favorability. Chu Yi slowly stood up in the face of the long-lasting applause. He pressed his hands and the applause stopped. He smiled and said, "Thank you for your applause. I will do my best to help you in your studies and life. This time, I can successfully become the director of the external relations department, which is inseparable from the appreciation and trust of the college leaders and the cultivation and recommendation of my class teacher, Mr. Mo Jiang. Chu Yi told the truth, he was grateful to teacher Mo Jiang from the bottom of his heart. He just revealed a little bit of his idea of joining the student union in front of teacher Mo Jiang, but he didn't expect that teacher Mo Jiang would take it so seriously. After a while, the restlessness in the classroom calmed down. Chu Yi took out a philosophy book from his desk and began to read. Minister Chu, do you also like to read philosophy books? Xiao Ziyan glanced at what Chu Yi was reading with curiosity. Don't call me Minister Chu. I still prefer you to call me Dan N.A. Chu Yi smiled and said, there's nothing wrong with reading a lot of books. Philosophy can change a person's way of thinking about problems, and it helps to gain insight into the world and society, so as to distinguish right from wrong. Studying philosophy cannot directly bring you material benefits, but it can make you think about life. Dana, I didn't expect you know so much about philosophy. It's really admirable. Xiao Ziyan shook her head. The guy in front of her really surprised her again. Ding! Xiao Ziyan's favorability towards their host, 26%. Admiration, favorability plus 1%. Chu Yi was overjoyed. He just read the first few sentences of this philosophy book to Xiao Ziyan in bits and pieces, and actually gained some favorability. Even though it only increases the favorability by 1%, a small amount of money still counts. The next day, after Chu Yi and teacher Mo Jiang finished learning the invisible Tai Chi, they were notified to attend a meeting. In a small office, the name of the student union president was placed on the main seat, and next to it was the vice president of the student union. On both sides were the director and deputy director of the propaganda department, the director and deputy director of the art department, the director and deputy director of the life department, and the director and deputy director of the organization department. Chu Yi quickly found his seat and sat down. The seat of the deputy director of the external relations department next to him was empty. Except for the seat of the deputy minister of external relations department, which was vacant, the other seats were quickly filled. Sitting in the position of student union president was a tall and mighty athlete from the sports department. He looked at the entire audience with his head held high. The confidence he exuded was a little too much, giving people a somewhat arrogant feeling. He rolled up his sleeves, revealing his huge and gnarled biceps, as if declaring his dominant position. If anyone disobeys, I will use my biceps to subdue you. It's a new semester again. I saw a lot of familiar faces. It was really friendly. But I also saw some new faces, such as our external relations director Chu Yi. Chu Yi is a freshman of the 2006 class. He has only been in school for a few days, but he has the courage to challenge the position of external relations director. He is really courageous. The 4 words, courageous, were deliberately emphasized by the guy from the physical education department who rolled up his sleeves and showed his biceps. The words, courageous, seemed to be a compliment, but in fact the connotation was overestimating one's own abilities and showing contempt. Chu Yi looked at the list of all the student union cadres in his hand. At the very front, he saw the name of the student union president. His name was Long Yihu. As a student of the Department of Physical Education, he is tall, mighty and strong, which really suits his name. A tiger is a tiger. Who would not be afraid when seeing a tiger? It's just that a young calf is not afraid of a tiger, but if you don't try something, how do you know if you can do it? Chu Yi said neither humbly nor arrogantly. Minister Chu is young, but he speaks so maturely. He must be a rare talent. Long Yihu looked at Chu Yi, but there was no fear or avoidance in his eyes. Most freshmen don't dare to look the student union president in the eye, but the guy in front of them, well, he must be a greenhorn who has never been hit by reality, and doesn't he know how high the sky is or how thick the earth is? Say goodbye to the old and welcome the new. This is what we have to do every new school year. Our college will hold a large-scale welcome party with the theme of Welcome the New Year with Heart in the Grand Auditorium next week. Student Union President Long Yihu made careful arrangements for this welcome party. The programs for the welcome party are mainly for freshmen and sophomores. There is no limit on the content or format, as long as it fits the theme. The program group is led by the Minister of Arts and Literature, and the Deputy Minister will work together to supervise and monitor the quality of the program. The Minister and Deputy Minister of Propaganda will do a good job of publicity and post posters. As they talked, the final focus came down to Chu Yi, the Director of the External Relations Department. Banner, promotional posters, cosmetics, props and costumes, glow sticks and balloons, decorative ribbons and colored paper, etc. The head of the propaganda department and the head of the life department are responsible for calculating the approximate cost, and finally hand it over to our head of the external relations department to solicit sponsorship. The position of deputy director of the external relations department is still vacant for the time being, so Minister Chu is the only one left to shoulder the responsibility. Whether this welcome party can go on smoothly depends entirely on how Minister Chu handles it. I hope Minister Chu can successfully secure sponsorship within this week. Otherwise, the welcome party won't be able to proceed normally, and the hospital leaders will blame us. It's no big deal if they scold you, but they may directly ask you to step down and let someone else take over, and kick you out. Chapter 29 I won't do anything if you don't let me hold your hand. After Chairman Long Yi finished speaking, almost all the student union cadres looked at Chu Yi with sympathy. It was not difficult for them to imagine the scene of this freshman scratching his head and unable to sleep all night in order to successfully obtain sponsorship. The previous heads of the External Relations Department all resigned because they were too embarrassed to stay in the position because they could not get sponsorship. Some of them were experienced juniors. Almost everyone concluded in their hearts that this freshman would not be able to get a penny of sponsorship and would leave in disgrace. The next day, Propaganda Department Minister Xie Fei sent Chu Yi a budget list. Chu Yi looked at the total at the bottom of the list, which was 1,200 yuan. Xie Fei is a junior student. She is about 1.6 meters tall, skinny, and has an ordinary appearance. She is the kind of person who can hardly be spotted in a crowd. But the first impression she gave Chu Yi was kindness. First, considering that you are a freshman and have just taken over the position of director of the External Relations Department, you are not familiar with the business yet. Secondly, the position of deputy director is vacant. Currently, you are the only one in the External Relations Department. Therefore, I have to reduce the funds for this welcome party again and again. The funds needed by my publicity department are 1,200 yuan. This is the least amount of funds for an event since I became the director of the publicity department. Xie Fei looked at Chu Yi with sympathy and finally sighed. This was all the help she could do. Thank you. I'll treat you to a meal. Chu Yi expressed his sincere gratitude. No need. You should go get sponsorship as soon as possible. Time is very tight. Xie Fei, the head of the publicity department, was about to leave after saying this. However, she paused after taking a few steps and said, the life department should also need some activity funds, such as buying some cosmetics, mineral water, etc. Someone should send you a budget list later. Yeah, okay? Chu Yi nodded. Chu Yi sat alone in a corner of the campus, thinking about these things. The External Relations Department is indeed the most stressful department in the student union, but it is also the most profitable department. Get to know more bosses around you and make more acquaintance with successful business tycoons. Who knows, you may be able to earn your first pot of gold on campus. Many times, pressure and opportunity coexist. If you can overcome the pressure, opportunities will come, and if you seize the opportunities, you will achieve success. Let's set a small goal for ourselves. Buy a car in our freshman year, a house in our sophomore year, and start our own company in our junior year. Perhaps only Chu Yi himself knows the goal he has set. If others knew about it, they would definitely laugh their heads off. However, Chu Yi felt that the goal he set was not too ambitious at all. Not to mention it was too much. Chu Yi could use the 90,000 yuan he had invested in the stock market to buy a decent car after a while, which would not be a problem at all. If he could successfully pursue Xiao Ziyan and raise her favorability towards Chu Yi to 100%, the system would reward him with 1 million yuan, which he could then use to buy a house, definitely a small villa. 1 million in 2006 was really valuable, mainly because houses were not expensive at that time. Regarding starting a company, this is the path Chu Yi will definitely take in the future, because a truly rich person will definitely have his own company. Just when Chu Yi's thoughts were drifting, his cell phone vibrated. He took it out and saw that it was a QQ message from Xiao Ziyan. Dana, where are you? Are you busy? I want to discuss something with you. Chu Yi quickly replied, I'm under a tree next to the school's square, thinking about life. I'm not busy. You can come find me here. Buzz, the phone vibrated, and Xiao Ziyan replied, wait for me where you are, I'll be here right away. A few minutes later, Xiao Ziyan arrived here. What do you want from me, classmate Zhiyong? That's it. Xiao Ziyan hesitated to speak, and looked around vigilantly. Seeing that there was no one else around, she spoke slowly. But before she said anything, she asked Chu Yi to promise that no one could tell this matter. Why are you being so mysterious? Did your mother allow you to fall in love? Chu Yi joked. Don't joke with me. Promise not to tell anyone first, then I'll tell you. You haven't even told me anything yet, and you want me to promise not to tell anyone. Is there anyone like you? Chu Yi said bitterly. How come there is no one like me? Am I not standing in front of you now? Xiao Ziyan said with a smile, revealing a row of neat white teeth, frowning, pouting her red lips with a slightly coquettish look. Okay, I promise that what you told me today will not be known to anyone else except you, me, heaven and earth. Chu Yi promised. That's not enough. You didn't swear. What if a third person finds out? I swear, if this matter is known to a third person, I will not be a human being. After taking the oath, Chu Yi immediately added in his heart, I am not a human, I am a god. Well, put your ear close to me and I'll tell you quietly. Chu Yi leaned his ear over obediently, and Xiao Ziyan's sweet breath beside his ear made his ear itchy. Can you be my fake boyfriend? Can you tell the difference between a real boyfriend and a fake one? Chu Yi asked in surprise. Sure. Xiao Ziyan immediately raised her index finger and placed it on her lips, reminding her, keep your voice down. If someone hears me, my plan will be ruined. No, if you're going to do it, make it real. I'm not interested in fake ones. What's the point of not being able to hold hands, hug, or kiss? Okay Chu Yi, you pursue me just to take advantage of me. I finally see your true colors. Chu Yi also realized that he seemed to have let something slip, but he immediately put on a very normal expression and replied, can you see any couple in love who don't hold hands and hug each other? Isn't this the inevitable part after two people fall in love with each other? I don't want to argue with you about this. Let me ask you again, will you be my fake boyfriend or not? Chu Yi said firmly, no. Xiao Ziyan's attitude immediately softened again. I've been going crazy recently. They blocked me at the dormitory door and the cafeteria door. I rejected them, but they came again tomorrow. I'm really going to have a mental breakdown. Please, since we're desk mates, can you help me? As long as you agree to be my fake boyfriend, then those suitors will definitely give up when they see that I have a boyfriend. Chu Yi's eyes lit up, and he suddenly thought of something. Didn't he have a bet with the brothers in the dormitory? As long as I don't say it, and Xiao Ziyan doesn't say it, no one will know whether she and I are really in love. Har har har, someone has washed my clothes and socks for this semester. Chu Yi cheered in his heart. However, it would not be so easy for him to take advantage of Xiao Ziyan, who had a great figure and appearance. There is a saying that goes, if you don't take advantage of an opportunity, you are a bastard. Chu Yi frowned, sighed, shook his head and said, it's all because I was born with a kind heart. I always lend a helping hand when I see strangers in trouble. What's more, you are my classmate and my deskmate. Now seeing you suffer so much every day, if I really turn a blind eye and refuse to help, I really can't bear it. Well, I agree to be your fake boyfriend, but... Chu Yi changed the subject and said, but your suitors are not stupid. They won't believe you just because you say someone is your boyfriend. Chapter 30 Buying School Uniforms. Xiao Ziyan thought about it and realized that if she just came up with a shield, others would definitely not believe it easily. She scratched her head and asked Chu Yi, Dana, do you have any good ideas for this? There is a way, but I don't know if you, Zhiyong, are willing to do it. Chu Yi laughed slyly. I can tell from the looks of it that you are like a dog that can't spit out ivory. You just keep thinking about how to take advantage of me, humph. Xiao Ziyan was not stupid. On the contrary, she was a little smart. She saw that Chu Yi had bad intentions and decided to find a way out herself. She scratched her head and ears for a long time. It was not easy to fake something and make it look convincing. Then tell me what you can do to make others believe that we are really in a relationship and are in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. Xiao Ziyan, who couldn't think of a solution, could only listen to Chu Yi's method. Although she felt that Chu Yi's method was somewhat malicious, sometimes you have to pay a certain price if you want to reap the rewards. It's just that the price can be big or small. Let me hold your hand and walk around the campus for half an hour every day. Then, on holidays, prepare a special gift for me and give it to me in front of the whole class or even the whole school to prove that our relationship is very strong. In this way, I am sure that as long as we don't reveal it to others, others will never know that we are in a fake boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. No, no. Xiao Ziyan shook her head after hearing Chu Yi's idea. I'll prepare a little gift for you during festivals. That's fine. Just consider it as a small compensation for you doing me a favor. But if we hold hands, I've never been in a relationship before, and I've never held hands with a boy. I have to be responsible for my future boyfriend. After Xiao Ziyan finished speaking, her whole face turned red, and she couldn't hide her girlish shyness at all. If you don't want to, then forget it. Chu Yi looked determined. I'm helping you with good intentions, but you don't want to do it. There's nothing to say, just forget it if you don't want to. I still have things to do, so you should think about it carefully and come back to me when you've made up your mind. Chu Yi said and was about to leave. Don't think about it. Xiao Ziyan held the corner of her clothes tightly with both hands, as if she had made a big decision. I am willing to hold your hand for half an hour every day. After she finished speaking, Xiao Ziyan's heart beat faster and she became extremely nervous and shy. Her entire face turned red in an instant. Without waiting for Chu Yi to leave, she ran away as soon as she finished speaking. Har har har, from now on, someone will help wash my clothes and socks, and I can hold my sister's hand and take a walk in the playground every day. The life of a god is just like this. Chu Yi laughed behind her, wishing he could hold Xiao Ziyan's hand and stroll around the campus immediately. After a brief thought, it is now the autumn season. As soon as it rains, the temperature will drop sharply. Students will need to buy some thicker clothes, so Chu Yi decided to use the purchase of school uniforms as a breakthrough to attract sponsorship. After a little thought, Chu Yi went into the office of Dean Shi Jianhe, who happened to be working in the office today. Hello, President Shi. Chu Yi greeted inside at the door. Hey, classmate Chu Yi, come in and sit down. Dean Shi Jianhe pointed to the sofa next to him. What do you want to talk to me about? Thanks to the appreciation and trust of the leaders, I have successfully become the director of the External Relations Department. The college will hold a welcome party next week. I have to find a way to attract sponsorship to ensure that this welcome party goes on smoothly. After Chu Yi came in, he bowed to Dean Shi Jianhe. He did not choose to sit down, but stood up and told the story. What trouble have you encountered? How can I help you? Shi Jianhe poured a cup of hot water for Chu Yi and motioned him to sit down and talk slowly, looking like an amiable elder. Chu Yi discovered a strange phenomenon: the higher the official rank, the less heirs he had. On the other hand, those small officials, who were only the size of a palm, were showing off their power all day long and never treated others well. I think the whole college should have a unified uniform. Chu Yi began to talk about the benefits of uniform clothing. First, school uniforms represent the collective image. Students wearing school uniforms will feel a sense of collective honor and create a good learning atmosphere. Secondly, students wearing school uniforms can also easily distinguish between students of the school and members of the public, and can easily determine whether there are students from other schools or members of the public entering the campus. Third, school uniforms can also create a sense of equality. Because students' family incomes are very different, comparisons in clothing are prevalent. If students in a school can wear the same clothes, they will feel equal to each other and it will be easy to form a spirit of cooperation, unity and mutual respect. This will cultivate students' qualities of hard work and simplicity and prevent the trend of comparison from prevailing on campus. Fourth, uniform clothing is required to prevent students from wearing strange clothes and to help them develop a correct aesthetic sense. Chu Yi roughly talked about 7 or 8 benefits of the college buying school uniforms, and finally he focused on things related to money. I'm going to find a larger clothing company to get sponsorship for the school's welcome party. I'm going to negotiate with the owner of the clothing company about the sponsorship on the condition that all students of several universities purchase uniforms. First of all, I will ensure the interests of all students in our universities and reduce the price of clothing to the lowest level at one time, so as to achieve small profits but quick turnover in the true sense. This will allow the boss to make money, and at the same time, the students of our school will get value for money. As Shi Jianhe listened, he stopped the work in his hands, nodded at Chu Yi, and looked at Chu Yi with admiration. He could not have imagined that a freshman could see things so thoroughly. Student Chu Yi, please continue. Shi Jianhe saw Chu Yi stopped and immediately asked him to finish telling all his plans. Chu Yi continued, I wrote a contract and asked the owner of the clothing store to sign it, asking him to guarantee that he can only make 2 yuan for each school uniform after deducting the cost, to ensure that the students of the school get the most affordable and cheapest price. Regarding the cost of each school uniform, I will personally review some of their company's invoices to ensure that the data is true. In addition, I will conduct market research and compare prices with other clothing to ensure that we will not suffer any loss or be cheated when we collectively purchase school uniforms this time. Clap, clap. Dean Shi Jianhe started to applaud Chu Yi when he heard this. What you said is very good, young man. There are indeed many benefits for the students of the college to have uniform clothing. If you can really guarantee the lowest price, this is indeed a worthwhile thing to do. It is a good thing for both the school and the students. Tell me how I can help you. Chu Yi stood up and bowed to Dean Shi Jianhe. I will go to the boss to discuss this matter later. After I determine the price of the school uniform, I will report to Dean Shi. Then Dean Shi will mobilize the class teachers of each department to implement this matter. Chapter 31, Taking Mother's Surname. Okay, I'll wait for your good news. This is my business card with my phone number on it. You can contact me anytime if you have any questions. Shi Jianhe took out a personal business card from the drawer of his desk and handed it to Chu Yi. Thank you for your support, Dean Shi. I won't bother you anymore. It's my duty. We are all doing things for the college. Shi Jianhe smiled and said to Chu Yi, come on, young man. If you encounter any difficulties, you can call me anytime. Okay, thanks. Chu Yi came out of the dean's office and returned to the dormitory. He took out the new clothes he bought last time, polished the new leather shoes a little, borrowed some gel water bought by Tang Song, and sprayed it on his not-so-long hair. She only dresses herself up like she is going on a blind date and then goes out satisfied. At the dormitory door, I happened to meet Yao Tongjin, who was coming back from playing basketball. Wow, boss, what are you doing dressed like this? Going on a blind date. Yao Tongjin wanted to touch Chu Yi's shiny hair with his hand. This hairstyle is amazing, smooth and shiny. If a mosquito stood on it, it would probably break its legs. Take your hoof away. Chu Yi opened Yao Tongjin's hand with disdain and said, the school is holding a welcome party next week and needs me to get some sponsorship. Dressing like this is necessary for work. So, you are going out to meet the boss now? Yao Tongjin asked. Yes. Chu Yi was about to leave when Yao Tongjin stopped him and said, boss, can I go with you to see the world? Seeing Chu Yi hesitate, Yao Tongjin immediately said, boss, wait a minute. I'll take a shower in 10 minutes. I'll change into a new set of clothes and come out right away. 10 minutes later, Yao Tongjin came out with his hair sprayed with gel, combed into a big bun, and walked out. Boss, how do you like my outfit? Yao Tongjin asked. Chu Yi took a quick look and saw a man with a big head who looked like a gangster boss, wearing a casual top, jeans and a pair of sneakers. The hairstyle is a bit exaggerated, but the clothes are ordinary. Chu Yi said. Seeing that Chu Yi was wearing a suit of some quality and a pair of jet black, shiny leather shoes, Yao Tongjin felt inferior and said, compared to you, boss, my outfit is naturally ordinary, but this is already my best looking outfit. Are there a lot of beautiful women in big companies? Yao Tongjin asked. There should be some. Chu Yi answered casually. He was not in the mood to pay attention to these things now. When Yao Tongjin heard about the beauty, he instantly became more energetic and even jumped when he walked. Are there any foreign girls in the big company? What? Do you like foreign girls? Chu Yi asked. No, I've never seen a foreigner before. I'm just curious and want to take a look. Yao Tongjin said with a laugh. There should be a lot of beautiful women in a big company, but I can't guarantee there will be any foreign girls. Chu Yi also knew that there was nothing wrong with Yao Tongjin. If there was one problem, it was that he was too lustful. Of course, Chu Yi would not admit it in front of others, but he knew that he had some of the same problems as Yao Tongjin. Chu Yi remembered that there was a place called Wulapai in the suburbs, where there was a large clothing company. He prepared $2 in change and then got on a bus with Yao Tongjin. We passed more than 10 stations and it took nearly an hour before we finally arrived at Wulapai station. Second brother, let's get off the car. Chu Yi asked Yao Tongjin to get off the car. Directly opposite the Wulapai platform is a large clothing company called Noble Clothing Company. Seeing the gate wider than the school gate and the company name in gold embossed glitteringly, Yao Tongjin was a little scared. Boss, if we go to such a big clothing company, will the boss pay attention to two students like us? I'm afraid people won't pay attention to me, so I dress like a successful person. Chu Yi shook his straight suit. Yao Tongjin carefully looked at Chu Yi again and nodded. He does look like a successful person, but we are so young, and our age betrays our identity, right? I said my father is a boss, and today I came here to discuss a business on his behalf. Chu Yi said. You can really say that? Isn't that just lying? Yao Tongjin was surprised. Our priority now is to get in first. As long as we can meet the company's top leader, the chairman, we will be at least 1/3 successful. When I tell him the purpose of our visit and the win-win concept, we will be at least 90% successful. Yao Tongjin nodded. He agreed with Chu Yi's point of view very much. Generally, the bigger leaders are very busy with all kinds of affairs. They will not pay attention to ordinary small people. He should find a reason to sneak in and meet the chairman first. When Chu Yi and Yao Tongjin were about to step into the company gate, two security guards came out of the security room, with expressions as if they were owed money, and said coldly, "Which department are you from? Show us your brand." "I'm not an employee of your company. I'm here to negotiate a big deal with the chairman of your company on behalf of my father." Chu Yi told the truth that he was indeed not an employee of the noble clothing company, but the sentence at the end, "I am negotiating a business deal with your company on behalf of my father," was simply making up a story out of nothing. "Who's your father?" One of the security guards looked Chu Yi up and down. He looked like a child from a wealthy family, but he was only a high school student. What business can a high school student talk about if he doesn't study hard to get into college? Chu Yi took out his student ID and Dean Ishizawa Han's business card from his suit pocket slowly and said, "I'm already in college. This is my student ID. Please take a look, brothers." Chu Yi handed over his student ID, and then showed them Dean Shizihan's personal business card. "This is my father's business card." The two security guards looked at the student ID and found that the young man in front of them was not a high school student, but a college student. When they saw Dean Ishizawa Han's business card, they smiled. "Har har har, young man, your last name is Chu, but your father's last name is Shi. They are not the same last name. Who are you trying to fool? Are we security guards all fools?" Seeing the two security guards' faces clearly showing some anger, Yao Tongjin behind him was so scared that he trembled all over and felt like peeing. But Chu Yi laughed even louder, his confident laugh louder than the two security guards. "I'm really sorry, I forgot to explain to the two security guards in advance that I have taken my mother's surname since I was a child, not my father's. This can also take the mother's surname." One of the security guards was obviously a little out of touch with the truth. The other security guard nodded to him slightly. It is true that a child can take the mother's surname after birth, but according to tradition, most people take the father's surname. Seeing that the two security guards were still skeptical, Chu Yi added, "Who would be willing to take the initiative to recognize someone as their father? If it were you, would you be willing?" The two security guards didn't say anything. Indeed, no one was willing to recognize a random person as their father. Chapter 32 The Youngest Client. The two security guards looked at Yao Tongjin beside Chu Yi and asked, "Who is this person?" "He is my classmate. He came here to keep me company." Chu Yi pointed at Yao Tongjin. "As gatekeepers, we are responsible for guarding the gate. We cannot allow strangers in, especially those who want to harass our chairman for no reason." One of the security guards took out a cigarette and started smoking, as if he was trying to relieve his inner pain. It seemed that he was often criticized by his superiors for letting people in without permission. "Security brothers, please rest assured that we are all good students who abide by the law, are civilized and polite, and set a new moral standard. We will not do bad things after entering. We went in to discuss business with your chairman. To be honest, I have a large order of nearly 30,000 sets of school uniforms that I want to discuss with your chairman." Hearing about such a big business, the two security guards' eyes lit up. If they were to turn away such a big client, and the company's top management found out one day, they would definitely scold them to death or even fire them directly. The two security guards finally wavered. They walked aside and discussed something in whispers before coming back to answer. "I'm going to call the chairman of our company right now. Listen carefully. If the chairman lets you in, we will definitely not stop you. If he doesn't let you in, then don't make things difficult for us security guards." Chu Yi and Yao Tongjin both nodded. It was indeed not easy to be a security guard. Then I'll have to trouble the security brother. Chu Yi thanked him. The call was quickly connected. The security guard looked obviously nervous, and the fingers holding the cigarette were shaking slightly. As the lowest level security guards, they seldom call the chairman because there are many trivial matters that cannot be addressed to the chairman over the phone. The chairman has so many minions under him. If they can call him casually every day, how busy will the chairman be? In the office, Ouyang Zhongwei, chairman of the Noble Clothing Company, let his cell phone ring for a long time without answering it because the number displayed on the phone was an unfamiliar number. Among Ouyang Zhongwei's mobile phone contacts, there is basically no one else except his family, friends, senior company leaders and business partners. He looked at his cell phone which was still ringing and the other party had no intention of hanging up. Ouyang Zhongwei pressed the answer button casually, wanting to see which little thug wanted to talk to him. If it was just some trivial matter, he decided to scold him harshly. For some successful people, time is money. How can it be wasted by some small minions? Hello, who is this? Ouyang Zhongwei's tone was calm, but he exuded the majesty and aura of the highest authority in the company, which frightened the security guard who was making the phone call so much that he shuddered and dropped the cigarette between his fingers to the ground. I'm the security guard of our company. There are 2 students in front of the door now and they want to come in and discuss a big business with you. The security guard holding the phone trembled as he quickly explained the situation. On the other end of the phone, Chairman Ouyang Zhongwei frowned when he heard that the person calling him was the security guard at the gate. Then, when he heard that 2 students were looking for him, his brows were already wrinkled into a knot. He really wanted to interrupt the other party and curse, 2 students came to see me, do I have to call for permission? Just chase them away. What an incompetent good-for-nothing, just roll up your quilt and leave tomorrow, don't come to work. They said they have a large order of nearly 30,000 sets of school uniforms and they want to discuss it with you in person. One of the students is the son of Ishizawa Han, the dean of Jishou University. The security guard finally said what he wanted to say tremblingly. On the other end of the phone, Ouyang Zhongwei held back the curse that was about to come out of his mouth. He could hardly believe his ears. The son of Ishizawa Han, the dean of a certain university, came to him to discuss a large order of nearly 30,000 sets of school uniforms. Business is knocking on your doorstep, so it's hard not to make a fortune, right? Although Ouyang Zhongwei didn't know why Shi Jianhe sent his son to discuss this business, he felt that he must meet these 2 classmates. He was very busy today and had no time to deal with ordinary small clients, but, well, he still had to squeeze out time to meet these 2 classmates. Yes, you still think about the overall situation. You should really call me to report such an important matter. Hearing the chairman personally praising them on the phone, the 2 security guards were so happy that their faces lit up. Now you bring these 2 students to my office in person. Yes, I'll bring them right over. The security guard immediately said yes, and after hanging up the phone, he led the way for Chu Yi and Yao Tongjin. The security guard led the way to the chairman's office and then left on his own. Chu Yi raised his hand and knocked on the door of the chairman's office, and the person inside quickly replied, "Come in." Chu Yi and Yao Tongjin pushed the door and walked in, only to see Ouyang Zhongwei, who was originally sitting in the leather chair in front of the desk, standing up from his seat and speaking enthusiastically with a smile on his face. "Welcome to Noble Clothing Company, please take a seat. A small weight can bear a heavy weight. Although you 2 are young, you dare to come and discuss business with me. You are really a hero when you are young." Soon, a tall woman in her early 20s walked in from outside. She was wearing a professional suit and her appearance was about 8 points. She was holding a tea tray in her hand. After coming in, she was very graceful and placed the tea tray gently on the coffee table. Then she poured 3 cups of tea, smiled at Chu Yi and Yao Tongjin, made a gesture for them to enjoy their meal, and then left. "Please have some tea, classmates." Ouyang Zhongwei smiled and looked at Chu Yi and Yao Tongjin again. "If I can negotiate this large order of nearly 30,000 sets of school uniforms with these 2 young and promising classmates, then you will become the youngest clients I, Ouyang Zhongwei, have ever worked with. This office is about 60 square meters, decorated magnificently, with 4 characters written in large strokes on the wall, 'Harmony brings wealth,' inlaid in a work of art, and 2 oil paintings that look valuable next to it. A shiny solid wood desk is placed on one side, and a long and large leather sofa surrounds a transparent and smooth coffee table. Yao Tongjin was stunned by such a luxurious office. Even Chu Yi, who had lived 2 lives, was shocked by the luxury of this office. It would be a great honor to become Uncle Zhongwei's youngest client, said Chu Yi. To outsiders, it seemed that Chu Yi was trying to make random connections with relatives, but Chu Yi felt that Ouyang Zhongwei in front of him was only about 50 years old, and he should call him uncle simply for the sake of politeness, instead of making random connections with relatives. Chu Yi continued, "It is almost autumn now, and the weather is getting cooler. Students from several universities need to buy some winter clothes. The school leaders have decided to buy a set of school uniforms for all students at an affordable price. There are nearly 30,000 students in the school, which means that the school needs to buy nearly 30,000 sets of thicker padded school uniforms at one time. My dad gave me full authority to do this, which is a test for me. My dad has always wanted me to go into business in the future, so this time he is also intentionally training me in this direction." Chapter 33, 2 sets of school uniforms earn 2 yuan. Chu Yi's wild imagination simply made Yao Tongjin, who was listening nearby, bow down to him. He was full of admiration. This was too much nonsense. Bang bang bang. Ouyang Zhongwei couldn't help but applaud when he heard this. He shook his head and sighed, "Intellectuals are intellectuals. Dinsha's parenting method is really amazing." After Ouyang Zhongwei finished praising Chu Yi's father, he began to praise Chu Yi. "He has a handsome appearance, good conversation, and is neither arrogant nor self-deprecating. It is rare to find young people like him nowadays. It is true that a good father will have a good son." Regardless of whether Ouyang Zhongwei's words were from the bottom of his heart or just for show, Chu Yi would not delve into it, and there was no need to delve into it. "Uncle Zhongwei, thank you for your praise. I am a young man who is not afraid of tigers. If I can conclude this deal with Uncle Zhongwei today, I believe it will be a great encouragement for me to do business in the future." To be honest, Chu Yi was a little nervous when he first walked into the office, because his every word and action directly determined the success or failure of this sponsorship attempt. However, through a brief exchange with the other party and observing his words and expressions at close range, Chu Yi felt that Ouyang Zhongwei was very interested in this business. While Chu Yi was observing Ouyang Zhongwei, a veteran in the business world, was also observing Chu Yi. Chu Yi's words and actions were all very consistent, and it can be said that he was clear-headed and quick-thinking. "This young man is extraordinary." Ouyang Zhongwei couldn't help but label Chu Yi as extraordinary. He did not have the slightest bit of the childishness that a 16 or 17-year-old boy should have. Instead, he exuded sophistication and maturity. "Please tell me what you think about this business between us," Ouyang Zhongwei said with a smile. "Businessmen are motivated by profit, and they will not communicate with you too much about things that are not related to interests. Okay, Uncle Zhongwei is a straightforward person, so I will be frank and tell you my thoughts on this business deal." Chu Yi took a sip of tea, moistened his throat and said, "Although the whole school buys uniforms, the students still have to pay for it themselves. For some students from wealthy families, it may not matter if a uniform costs a few more or less dollars, but for students from poor families, a few more dollars may mean they have to skip a meal. There are definitely more students from poor families in this school, and there are only a few wealthy students. So I am here as a representative to negotiate this deal on behalf of everyone, so I must be responsible for everyone. I want to discuss a deal with Uncle Zhongwei that will allow for small profits but quick turnover. The students at the school can get the best prices, and I will also make your company profitable." Bang bang bang. Hearing this, Ouyang Zhongwei applauded Chu Yi again and laughed. "What a win-win deal. I like it. If we want to become a long-term business partner, we have to take a win-win route. Only win-win can last long." Ouyang Zhongwei took a sip of tea. "Keep talking. Each set of thickened school uniforms costs less than 80 yuan. If it exceeds 80 yuan, some students from poor families may not be able to afford it. Within this price, I will let Uncle Zhongwei make $2 for each set of school uniforms." "Only $2? Chu Yi emphasized the word 2 pieces with more emphasis. When Chu Yi said this, Ouyang Zhongwei didn't react much. On the contrary, Yao Tongjin next to him was shocked. 2 yuan is just enough to buy a bottle of water. Isn't this profit too low? The boss will definitely not agree." Ouyang Zhongwei remained silent. Earning 2 yuan for a set of school uniforms was indeed too low a profit. If the sales volume was large, there might be some profit. He silently calculated in his mind that he would make 2 yuan for each set of school uniforms, so with nearly 30,000 sets of school uniforms, he could make 60,000 yuan. 60,000 yuan is not a large sum of money, but if you can make a net profit of 60,000 yuan, this is definitely a business that can be done. Ouyang Zhongwei did not bargain, but praised Chu Yi again. Young man, I have to say that you do have a talent for business. You will definitely become a wealthy man in the future. From the beginning to the end, you have always put the interests of the students first. Not bad. There is a truth in business that many people may not understand in their lifetime, but you have understood it now. This truth is to always put the interests of everyone first. Only by safeguarding the interests of everyone can you have the opportunity to pursue personal interests. Although Ouyang Zhongwei kept praising Chu Yi, Yao Tongjin secretly scolded Chu Yi in his heart. Boss, you are smart all your life but you are foolish for a moment. You told others to only make $2 for each set of school uniforms. Do other bosses really only make $2 from you? Are you stupid? There is a saying that all businessmen are dishonest. If Uncle Zhongwei thinks that this business between us can be done, you can first make a set of school uniform samples for me to see, and then list the cost list of this set of school uniforms, how much money was used for materials, how much labor costs, etc., and calculate the cost to the last cent. Then, I will do a market research based on the cost list you gave me to ensure that the price you offer is indeed the lowest in the market. Only then can this business between us achieve a win-win situation. Of course, I have one more thing I must say. After this is done, I need your company to sponsor our school 5,000 yuan for this welcome party. Of course, we won't take this sponsorship for nothing. The school will arrange for Uncle Zhongwei to sit in the chief seat, and then ask their host to read it at least 10 times. This welcome party is sponsored by Noble Clothing Company. Go to Noble to buy clothes. In addition, the school can hang 5 banners and post 2 posters for your company to vigorously promote your company and let all students know that there is a clothing company called Noble Clothing Company. I have said all my thoughts. Now it depends on what you think, Uncle Zhongwei. After listening to Chu Yi's long speech, Ouyang Zhongwei thought to himself that even if the school's publicity effect was not great, after deducting the 5,000 yuan sponsorship from the total profit, he could still make a net profit of at least 50,000 yuan. This was still a business worth doing. Ouyang Zhongwei didn't think for too long. He just stood up with a smile and stretched out his right hand to Chu Yi. Our Noble Clothing Company is willing to do this with you. Chu Yi did not directly extend his hand, but emphasized again, Uncle Zhongwei, please make sure that each set of school uniforms can only be charged 2 yuan above the cost price. If the cost price data is not true, our school will immediately terminate the transaction and there will be no room for negotiation. I, Ouyang Zhongwei, have been working in the business world for 30 or 40 years, from a rural cowherd to the size and scale we have today. The first thing I rely on is honesty and trustworthiness. The second thing is the high quality of clothing. I never cheat or betray my friends. Ouyang Zhongwei said proudly. In fact, Chu Yi also knew in his heart that if Ouyang Zhongwei was a business profiteer who cheated and deceived people, he would not have achieved what he has today. As the saying goes, if you walk on the road at night too much, you will encounter a ghost one day. After hearing Ouyang Zhongwei's assurance, Chu Yi reached out his hand and shook hands with him tightly. I believe Uncle Zhongwei is an honest and trustworthy person. I look forward to this business between us being able to make it. Ouyang Zhongwei also reached out his hand and shook hands with Yao Tongjin, then patted him on the shoulder and said, when I was your age, I wasn't even half as good as you. Chapter 34 I Don't Drink Sprite. Half an hour later, Chu Yi and Ouyang Zhongwei exchanged contact information, and Chu Yi and Yao Tongjin came out of the Noble Clothing Company. Even though Ouyang Zhongwei repeatedly wanted to keep them for dinner before leaving, Chu Yi refused. He would not accept favors from others before things were done, otherwise it would tie his hands and feet in negotiations with the other party. It would be best if neither party owed the other party anything. Chu Yi and Yao Tongjin took the bus back to school. On the bus, Yao Tongjin joked, I didn't expect that the boss has a hobby of recognizing random people as his father. Har har har, the plot requires it, and I'm forced to be a rogue. I have no choice. Chu Yi couldn't help laughing. If he didn't bring out the big shot Shi Jianhe, just based on Chu Yi's identity as a student, Ouyang Zhongwei would never believe that he could convince all the students in the school to buy school uniforms together. Sometimes, if you want something to succeed smoothly, some flexibility is essential. If I make this public, do you think it will become a good story in the academy? And if Dean Shi Jianhe hears it, what kind of expression will he have when he suddenly has such a big son? Yao Tongjin was still thinking wildly, but Chu Yi's face looked very bad. Yao Tongjin suddenly saw Chu Yi's terrifying eyes and was startled. Boss, I was wrong. Don't worry, I will never tell anyone about this. I won't let anyone know about it. I swear. But you have to treat me to a meal tonight. You have dysmenorrhea. If you dare to reveal this matter to others, I will fulfill your wish and make you bleed half a blood and suffer unbearable pain. Chu Yi deliberately threatened. Boss, I was wrong. I was just thinking that and joking. How could I possibly announce this to others? I will have to cling to you in the future to learn how to pick up girls and how to successfully enter the student union. Yao Tongjin immediately apologized and promised not to tell anyone about this. That's good, hee hee. Chu Yi laughed. This sponsorship could be said to be successful. He was a little excited now. It's no problem to treat you to a meal. After all, you've worked hard with me to get sponsorship today. If you want to join the student union, that's easy too. When I take the position of president of the student union, I'll have the right to approve your joining. Really? Yao Tongjin said excitedly, I really hope that Big Boss can take the position of student union president tomorrow. I can't be too ambitious for now. I have to gain a firm foothold as the director of the external relations department first. Chu Yi said. Oh, right. Yao Tongjin suddenly thought of something and said, I saw 6 beauties in the Noble Clothing Company, the one who poured tea for us was one of them, but I didn't see any foreign girls. It seems that you still have a special liking for foreign girls. Chu Yi laughed. Humans are curious animals. They want to see things they have never seen in real life. Yao Tongjin said with a smile. After they returned to school, Chu Yi and Yao Tongjin went into the cafeteria because it was time for dinner. Since Chu Yi was treating, Yao Tongjin ate to his heart's content. He ordered 3 meat dishes and 1 vegetarian dish at once. This guy likes to eat meat but not vegetables. Hey, second brother, do you know what the number 1 taboo in picking up girls is? Chu Yi looked at Yao Tongjin, who weighed nearly 170 pounds, but he still dared to eat with a mouth full of oil, showing no intention of losing weight at all. What is it? Yao Tongjin asked without raising his head as he ate with relish, smacking his greasy lips. It's obesity. As the old saying goes, a gentleman seeks a beautiful lady who is slim and elegant. Men want to find a beautiful lady who is slim and elegant. Conversely, women also want to find a handsome man who is handsome and has some abdominal muscles. Hearing this, the food in Yao Tongjin's mouth suddenly lost its flavor. He looked up at Chu Yi and said, Can you please stop talking about women and handsome men while I'm eating? Not only do girls dislike obese boys, but obesity can also easily lead to many diseases, such as hyperlipidemia, diabetes, hypertension, atherosclerosis, fatty liver, cardiovascular and cerebrovascular diseases, etc. Boss, if you don't want to treat me to a meal, just say so. Why are you saying this while I'm eating? Yao Tongjin stopped eating and looked at the hateful Chu Yi in front of him eagerly. Actually, I'm doing this for your own good. I say this simply because I regard you as a good brother. Otherwise, who would care about you? If you want to lose weight, you can get up with me every morning and go to the playground to run. Yao Tongjin suddenly realized, no wonder I didn't see you when I opened my eyes every morning. It turns out you went out for a run. Then ask me to join you tomorrow morning. I have poor self-control. I need a like-minded friend to do anything. If you leave me to do it alone, I won't do it. Okay. Then I will call you when I get up every day in the future. Chu Yi remembered that in his previous life, by the time of graduation, Yao Tongjin had become a fat man weighing more than 200 pounds. He accompanied him to the market to buy clothes, and his feet were sore from walking, but he still hadn't bought a piece of clothing that fit him. Later on, he simply stopped going to the market to buy clothes and directly asked some small tailors who opened roadside shops to make clothes for him. Eat well tonight so you can have the energy to run tomorrow. After that, Yao Tongjin started to eat happily again. While eating, he instructed Chu Yi, Boss, I'm thirsty. Go buy me a bottle of water. Should water be included in the meal? Buy me a bottle of Sprite. Chu Yi rolled his eyes. It would be strange if he didn't get fat if he continued to eat like that. However, he still bought a bottle of Sprite for Yao Tongjin. Losing weight really needs to be done step by step and slowly. After a while, Tang Song, Li Ping, Zhiyong, and Shi Jianhe also came to the cafeteria to eat. When they saw Yao Tongjin eating happily, they came over to greet him. Hey, the food is good, 3 meat dishes for 1 meal, and there are drinks. It's not easy for the boss to treat me to a meal. It would be a shame if I don't show off my eating skills. Yao Tongjin smiled happily. I don't know when, Shi Jianhe came from the crowd with a bowl of rice and sat next to Chu Yi. She smiled at Chu Yi and expressed her sweet concern. Dana, have you finished your meal? Tang Song, Li Ping, Zhiyong, and Shi Jianhe, who were standing next to them, were stunned. What was going on? Shi Jianhe, who was always cold and wanted to hide when she saw a boy and always said that her mother didn't allow her to have a relationship, why did she sit next to Chu Yi so confidently today? After a moment, Shi Jianhe was the first to react and immediately said, Shi Jianhe, wait for me. I'll go get the food right away. I want to sit and eat with you. Then Tang Song, Li Ping and Zhiyong also ran quickly to get the food, leaving behind a sentence, classmate Shi Jianhe, wait for us. Yao Tongjin quickened his eating speed and soon finished the 3 meat dishes and 1 vegetable dish. Then he placed the drink Chu Yi bought on the table. He was reluctant to drink it himself, so he offered a gift to the Buddha. Classmate Shi Jianhe, I'll buy you a Sprite. Shi Jianhe shook her head. Thank you, but I don't drink Sprite. Gulp gulp. Yao Tongjin raised his head and drank the Sprite in one breath without saying a word. Burp. He burped after drinking and said, Student Shi Jianhe, wait a moment. Soon Yao Tongjin bought Shi Jianhe a bottle of chrysanthemum tea, Tang Song bought her a fried chicken leg, Shi Jianhe bought her a pack of napkins, Li Ping bought her a bottle of toothpicks, and Zhiyong bought her a new pair of bowls and chopsticks. They were all showing their courtesy, and Chu Yi was dumbfounded by his roommate's actions. However, Shi Jianhe was already used to it. Faced with the gifts from everyone, she did not take them. She just said thank you gracefully, then she cast the most gentle look at Chu Yi, and then looked at everyone else. Thank you very much for your kindness to me, but I, Shi Jianhe, already have a boyfriend. My boyfriend will give me these things, so don't bother. Shi Jianhe's words were like a stone thrown into the center of a lake, causing ripples on the originally calm surface. Upon hearing this, Yao Tongjin was petrified. Tang Song was shocked. Li Ping was stunned. Zhiyong opened his mouth wide. Shi Jianhe widened his eyes. Chu Yi was expected. When she saw Shi Jianhe taking the initiative to sit next to her, she knew that she wanted to announce this fake relationship to everyone. Several people stared at Shi Jianhe in a daze for a few seconds, then looked at Chu Yi with uncertainty, and then looked at Shi Jianhe again. Yes, I have decided to be Chu Yi's girlfriend. Although my mom doesn't allow me to have a relationship while I'm studying, I feel that if I don't have a relationship at university, it will be a lifelong regret. Chapter 35 Holding Hands. Chu Yi looked at everyone with envy, jealousy, and a little hatred in their eyes. He smiled at everyone and said, my classmate Shi Jianhe and I are in love with each other. I hope to get everyone's blessings. Impossible. Yao Tongjin, Tang Song and other 5 roommates said in unison that they felt this was impossible. The impression Shi Jianhe left on them was that of a cold flower on the top of a snowy mountain that no man could climb up to pick. Love comes too fast like a tornado. You can listen to this song. Chu Yi said with a smile. He actually agreed to be Shi Jianhe's fake boyfriend, so he would try his best to play this role well. Shi Jianhe ate a few mouthfuls of food and stopped eating. In the dull eyes of everyone, she looked up at Chu Yi with strong affection, and then took his hand. Dana, let's go. After dinner, let's go to the playground for a walk to digest the food. This is good for the stomach. Chu Yi felt the delicate hand in his hand, the soft and boneless, tender tofu-like touch, the silky smoothness and excellent elasticity, which made him want to recite a poem. So this is my sister's hand. It feels so good to touch. Brothers, do you want to go for a walk together? Chu Yi took Shi Jianhe's little hand, shook it and asked everyone. Chu Yi looked at everyone's murderous gazes, and he ran away as if escaping. You guys take your time eating, we're going to go for a walk first. In the cafeteria, Yao Tongjin sighed. I've said it before, when it comes to love, the boss is miles ahead of us. The third brother Tang Song also sighed. We are on the wrong track. I don't know where I saw this sentence in a book. Men fall in love with their eyes, and women fall in love with their ears. Our constant gifting will definitely not be able to match the heartfelt love letters from the eldest brother. The fourth brother, Li Ping, agreed. Third brother has a point. Actions often cannot outweigh sweet words. However, our eldest brother's writing skills are definitely amazing. He was able to win over a stunning and cold beauty with just a few love letters. That's amazing. The fifth brother, Zhiyong, took a bite of his rice and asked, "What are you going to do next, brothers?" The sixth brother Shi Jianhe said without hesitation, "Read widely, practice writing, write love letters into my heart, and write love letters into my dreams." Bang bang bang. Yao Tongjin applauded Shi Jianhe and said, "Old six words are so insightful. We have to change our policy. The dog-licking route is the worst strategy. The literary and artistic attack route is the best strategy. When three people walk together, there must be one person who can be my teacher. I decided to go to the eldest brother to be my teacher tomorrow and learn his coquettish moves in love letters to win the hearts of girls. The bet we made was that whoever successfully catches up with Xiao Ziyan, the rest of the brothers would take turns washing his clothes and socks. Does this still count?" Tang Song said lightly, looking like he wanted to cheat, to see everyone's opinions. "What do you mean, third brother? Are you trying to cheat?" The second brother, Yao Tongjin, frowned and severely criticized Tang Song's behavior. "As a man, your words should not be regarded as farts. Your words should be used as money. If you are willing to gamble, you must admit defeat." The fifth brother, Zhiyong, also criticized Tang Song. "Third brother, I think second brother is right. If you can't afford to lose, you shouldn't have gambled in the first place." The sixth brother Shi Jianhe nodded and said, "We should not only wash clothes and socks for the eldest brother, but we should also be willing to do it. We can't be jealous of him and hate him just because he has pursued Xiao Ziyan. Good roommates, good friends, walk together for life. How can we stab brothers in the back because of a sister? Old six is absolutely right. I'm proud to have roommates like you." Yao Tongjin pursed his lips and was the first to speak up. "I'll wash the clothes and socks of the eldest brother this week." When the third brother Tang Song heard this, he became anxious. I didn't mean to cheat just now. I was just asking for everyone's opinions. But I did have that little thought of cheating. Now I know I was wrong. Please don't abandon me, brothers. Boss, I will wash your clothes and socks next week and the week after that. I'll wash them for an extra week as a punishment for myself." The fifth brother, Zhiyong, saw that Tang Song was indeed repentant, so he patted him on the shoulder and said, "It is a great virtue to admit one's mistakes and correct them. Each of you can wash for a week, and you can take turns." The fourth brother, Li Ping, also patted Tang Song on the shoulder and said, "Yes, each person can wash it for a week, and they can take turns to wash it." In the playground, although Chu Yi had lived two lives, it was the first time for him to hold a girl's hand. You would be lying if you said you were not nervous. The feeling of first love made his heart beat faster and his palms sweat. This was the first time that Xiao Ziyan took the initiative to hold a boy's hand in her life. Just now in the cafeteria, she was forced to muster up the courage to hold Chu Yi's hand. Her cheeks flushed bright red and she didn't dare to look at Chu Yi at all. She turned her face away, not wanting Chu Yi to see her shy look. When they walked under the shade of the trees and there were fewer classmates passing by, Xiao Ziyan, whose heart was already beating like a drum, became even more nervous and her heart beat faster. The feeling of being alone with a single man and a single woman made her breathing become heavier. Ding! Xiao Ziyan's favorability towards their host, 28%. My heart beats for you, favorability plus 2%. Listening to the system's prompt, Chu Yi was secretly delighted in his heart. Physical contact with girls can indeed increase their favorability towards him. Then, will hugging, kissing, and even, all increase the favorability? Well, it should be. Don't be nervous, we're just pretending to be boyfriend and girlfriend. Xiao Ziyan encouraged herself again and again, but no matter how she encouraged herself, her accelerated heartbeat could not slow down. Xiao Ziyang tried to break free from Chu Yi's hand, but Chu Yi did not refuse. As soon as he let go, the other party's boneless little hand quickly retracted like a fleeing hair. After Chu Yi let go of Xiao Ziyan's little hand, he secretly wiped the sweat off his palms. The hand that Xiao Ziyan had just held was covered with sweat stains, as if it had been washed with water. The first time I held hands with a girl, I was so nervous that my palms were sweating and I lost my composure. After Chu Yi wiped all the sweat off his palms, he quietly took the initiative to hold Xiao Ziyan's hand. Xiao Ziyan subconsciously wanted to dodge, but Chu Yi didn't give her the chance to dodge. He simply held her boneless little hand tightly in his and refused to let go. Let go. No. Why? Because I haven't held it enough. We are in a fake boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, please don't forget your identity. We agreed that I would hold your hand and take a half-hour walk every night. Please don't forget your promise, Zhiyong. Xiao Ziyan was a little panicked for a moment. We just held hands for so long, hasn't it been less than half an hour? Chu Yi rolled his eyes. I didn't check the time, how would I know? He took out his cell phone from his trouser pocket with his other hand and checked the time. It's exactly 6:30 now. I will let go of your hand at 7 o'clock. Chu Yi, you bastard, we held hands for so long just now, how can you not count the time? Xiao Ziyan turned her face around at this time, with a blushing girlish face and frowned brows to express her resistance. Chu Yi ignored her and just smiled. Let's hold hands more often and walk around the campus more. Other male classmates and seniors will know that you have a boyfriend. You can observe the eyes of the students passing by. Which one of them doesn't look at us again and again? Xiao Ziyan was so nervous just now that she didn't pay any attention to the students passing by. After Chu Yi's reminder, she paid a little attention. Sure enough, the students passing by kept looking over here, especially some male students, who looked back after walking past. Chapter 36 No Cure. Xiao Ziyan knew very well how to quickly make her relationship with Chu Yi public in the school. After dinner, taking a walk hand in hand with Chu Yi in the campus was the best way. Just like that, Chu Yi forcibly held her little hand, and she stopped struggling. Wow, aren't you guys developing so fast? Chen Chen jumped out from somewhere and was extremely surprised to see Xiao Ziyan and Chu Yi walking hand in hand. Zhiyong, a few days ago you said absolutely that you would not fall in love during college, saying that falling in love is a waste of time, but now you. Hu Yimei, who came out with Chen Chen, shook her head. She didn't expect that Xiao Ziyang was so confident a few days ago, but now. Chen Chen and Hu Yimei were both Xiao Ziyan's roommates. She had not expected that she would run into her roommates while taking a walk with Chu Yi. She felt shy and subconsciously withdrew her hand from Chu Yi's palm. Chu Yi exerted a little force with his palm, holding her hand tightly, and laughed at Xiao Ziyan's roommate. Women's mouths are deceitful, have you heard this before? Xiao Ziyan just said something casually, and you really took it seriously. Men's words are deceiving, humph. Chen Chen reminded Xiao Ziyan, you must think carefully, have you really decided to be Chu Yi's girlfriend? Hu Yimei put her mouth close to Xiao Ziyan's ear and whispered, classmate Chu Yi is the director of the External Relations Department. I know he is very capable, but I think that when evaluating a man, we should not only look at his ability, but also his sincerity. It is very important to see whether he is sincere to you. I think Chu Yi is good in everything, but he is a little unreliable because he is slick and slippery. My two good roommates and best friends, thank you for your kind reminder. Seeing that her best friends were worried about her, Xiao Ziyan really wanted to tell them the truth on impulse, but after she calmed down, she felt that this matter should not be told. I thought about it carefully all night last night, and I finally figured it out. I have to follow my heart. Although I have always said that I will not fall in love during college, I really like Chu Yi. Ever since he first ran for captain during military training, I have been deeply attracted by his courage, handsomeness, and extraordinary abilities. I can't help myself. I know that I have completely fallen in love with this man. Every time I reject him, my heart hurts. I really can't control my heart beating faster now because I miss him. Well, I'll just love him. I'll go crazy once while I'm young. Even if Chu Yi doesn't love me anymore in the future, I'll have no regrets. Xiao Ziyan expressed her feelings so affectionately that Chu Yi next to her almost believed it. This damn girl, it's a good thing she doesn't want to fall in love. If she wanted to fall in love and said these sweet words, no man would be able to bear it. You are so affectionate. What else can I say? I can only give you my best wishes. Chen Chen shook her head. She felt that Xiao Ziyan had fallen and couldn't extricate herself. However, Chen Chen warned Chu Yi, in the future, if you let my good friend Xiao Ziyan be wronged, I, Chen Chen, will be the first one to not let you go. I, Hu Yimei, will not let you go for the second time. Hu Yimei added behind him. Please rest assured, classmates. Classmate Zhiyang is a beautiful flower in my heart. I take good care of her, so how could I let her suffer any grievances? Chu Yi assured. During evening study, Chen Chen announced something on the podium. Students, the college's welcome party will be held next Friday night. The superiors require that each class must present 2 programs. The format of the program is not limited, as long as the content is positive, such as singing, dancing, skits, double act, recitation, 3-line verses, etc. Our class is required to perform at least 2 programs. Of course, the more programs the better. Time is tight, and I hope everyone can finalize the program tonight. I hope that students can actively participate and seize this opportunity to improve themselves. Once you have decided on a performance, please sign up with our class arts committee member, Xiao Ziyan. As the monitor Chen Chen was about to step down from the podium, she suddenly remembered something and added, the college needs for hosts for this welcome party, 2 men and 2 women. If there are any students in our class who are interested in being hosts, they can sign up with me. When Chen Chen finished speaking, the classroom was in an uproar. After heated discussions, Class 2 of Elementary School 06 signed up for a total of 5 programs, which can be said to have exceeded the target. The programs included a duet dance by Xiao Ziyan and Hu Yimei, piano singing by Chen Chen, solo singing by Li Ping, poetry recitation by Peng Li, and a double act by Shi Jianhe and Ma Zhiyong. Everyone has been urging Chu Yi to organize a show, but Chu Yi refused on the grounds that he did not have time to get sponsorship. Chu Yi is good at playing basketball, but he doesn't have any other special skills. The place Chu Yi feared the most was going to KTV, because going there meant embarrassment. What was this special music cell? Chu Yi couldn't find a single one on his body. Yao Tongjin and Tang Song invited each other to try being their host and signed up with the class monitor Chen Chen. The next morning, Chu Yi got up on time at 5:30. He patted Yao Tongjin, who was snoring loudly, and said, second brother, HMPH. Yao Tongjin snorted twice, without even opening his eyes. He turned over, facing away from Chu Yi, and said impatiently, what are you doing? Wake up, second brother. It's time to get up and run. Chu Yi shouted while patting Yao Tongjin's shoulder. Seeing that he couldn't wake her up, he slapped her face and said, get up and run. Don't get up, don't get up. Why are you running in the middle of the night? Yao Tongjin simply curled his head into the quilt like a turtle. Do you still want to pick up girls in the future? Do you want girls with fair skin, pretty faces, and nice voices? How could a girl not want it? As soon as he heard that there was a girl, Yao Tongjin poked his head out of the quilt and instantly became energetic. You actually want a girl, so why don't you get up and lose some weight? Okay, I'll get up right away. A few minutes later, Chu Yi and Yao Tongjin arrived at the playground. Chu Yi chose to learn Tai Chi with his class teacher Mo Jiang, leaving Yao Tongjin running alone in the playground. Chu Yi paid a little attention and found that Yao Tongjin disappeared after running a lap along the track. He probably went back to the dormitory to sleep. There's no cure. Chu Yi muttered to himself while standing still. Soon, Chu Yi stopped caring about Yao Tongjin's affairs. He began to stand in the stance seriously, with his eyes on the nose on the mouth, and his mouth on the heart. The same thing happened the next day. Yao Tongjin was tempted by Chu Yi to get up using Meyer as spiritual food, but he still ran a lap and went back to sleep. The third day was still the same. Chapter 37 Buying School Uniforms. On this day, the chairman of the Noble Clothing Company called Chu Yi and asked him to come over and take a look because the school uniform samples had come out. Chu Yi simply wrote a letter of commitment and went to the Noble Clothing Company to look at school uniform samples. Ouyang Zhongwei received him 10 times more enthusiastically than last time, and asked Chu Yi to look at the entire cost list as requested. The total cost of a school uniform was 58 yuan. According to the previous agreement, that is to say, each set of school uniform will be charged 2 yuan on top of the cost price, which means that the students will pay 60 yuan per set. Just considering the 60 yuan, it can't be said to be expensive, nor can it be said to be cheap. Because whether it is expensive or cheap, the main thing is the quality. See if the quality is worth the price. Chu Yi handed the letter of commitment to Ouyang Zhongwei, who signed it gladly and promised that given the quality of this school uniform, it would be impossible to buy it in the outside market for 60 yuan. This is a true case of small profits but quick turnover. Chu Yi asked to take the uniform away, and Ouyang Zhongwei agreed. Chu Yi promised him that he would give him an answer in 3 days. If he felt that this price was indeed the most favorable, then Chu Yi would formally sign a contract with him to purchase nearly 30,000 uniforms at 60 yuan per set. However, Chu Yi had already agreed with Ouyang Zhongwei in advance that the school would hold a welcome party next week, and the 5,000 yuan sponsorship must be in place on the day the contract was signed. Ouyang Zhongwei also agreed to this request. Chu Yi first showed the sample of this school uniform to the Dean Shi Jianhe. Shi Jianhe looked left and right. The fabric of this school uniform was smooth and soft, with a layer of down embedded inside, making it light and warm. He thought that at 60 yuan a set, this price was definitely worth buying. Student Chu Yi, in my opinion, the quality of this school uniform is really good. It is suitable for keeping warm in autumn. I think it is worth buying. The boss of the noble clothing company should not have lied about the cost price. Shi Jianhe pushed his glasses on the bridge of his nose, and finally, to be on the safe side, he directly asked 3 middle-aged female teachers in the college who were usually frugal and managed their households. Middle-aged female teachers go shopping frequently. They buy clothes for their children and husbands. They can estimate the price of a piece of clothing pretty accurately just by looking at its quality, touching it and holding it in their hands. Not long after, 3 middle-aged female teachers arrived. The female teacher in the Cheongsam said, "I think the quality of this school uniform is pretty good. The market price for a uniform of the same quality would be at least over 100 yuan. The female teacher in a black windbreaker said, "I bought a set of clothes of similar quality for my son a few days ago. The boss asked for 160 yuan, but I finally gave him a 20% discount and bought it for 128 yuan. I think it is really worthwhile to spend 60 yuan to buy such a set of school uniforms. If possible, I will buy 1 set each for my son and husband." The female teacher in a woolen coat finally expressed her opinion, "It's worth it to buy such a set of school uniforms of decent quality for only 60 yuan. The unscrupulous merchants in the market have raised the price to 2 or 3 times the factory price after the second, third or fourth dealers have passed it on. I'm sure there will be no merchants in the market who can buy such good quality school uniforms for 60 yuan. Thank you 3 female teachers for your hard work. After listening to your suggestions, I think this is a good business. Purchasing school uniforms for all students in the school will save everyone a lot of expenses." Finally, the Dean Ishizawa Han laughed. After all, it was a huge order of nearly 30,000 sets of school uniforms, and all the students in the school would have to pay for it. Chu Yi felt that this matter had to be handled with great caution. With a serious and responsible attitude, he did it to perfection. Chu Yi took the sample school uniform and asked Yao Tongjin to go to almost all the clothing stores and clothing malls in Jishou City. The results of the investigation were basically consistent with what the 3 female teachers said. A set of such clothes of the same quality would cost at least 120 yuan, and they would not be sold for a penny less. After investigation, it can be proved that Ouyang Zhongwei, the chairman of Noble Clothing Company, did not deceive Chu Yi, and the cost price of 58 yuan per set was not a lie at all. He should be given a profit of 2 yuan for each set of school uniform, which is reasonable. After all, everyone has to eat. That afternoon, Chu Yi called the Dean Shi Jianhe and asked him to arrange the purchase of school uniforms for the entire school and announce the price of 60 yuan per set of uniforms. During evening self-study, the head teacher Mo Jian came to the classroom and announced to everyone that the whole school would be purchasing uniforms. There was a sudden reaction in the classroom, some agreed and some disagreed. Of course, in order to save face for our homeroom teacher, Mr. Mo Jiang, the students who disagreed spoke in a low voice without letting him hear. "You can buy a set of school uniforms for 60 yuan. This price is still acceptable. At least it is lower than when I was in junior high school. I remember that the school uniforms in junior high school were still 70 or 80 yuan a set. If the school has any large-scale activities in the future, uniform clothing can better show the school's appearance. I support the school to buy uniforms. When I wear the school uniform, I don't have to worry about others thinking I'm shabby. I support the school buying uniforms. After all, 60 yuan a set is not expensive." These are the voices of supporters, but there are also some voices of disapproval. For example, 60 yuan for a set of school uniforms, isn't that too cheap? I'm afraid I won't wear such a cheap school uniform even if I buy it. There is no such thing as a cheap product. Do you think a set of school uniforms that costs 60 yuan is really worth 60 yuan? Let me tell you, when I was in junior high school, our head teacher bought school uniforms for us, and he took kickbacks for every set of uniforms. He was really black-hearted. Hey! A set of school uniforms costs 60 yuan, which is cheap to begin with. Then the head teacher takes some kickbacks, so this set of school uniforms may only be worth 40 yuan. How can you wear a 40 yuan school uniform? Will it fade after 1 or 2 washes? Chu Yi listened quietly to his classmates' opinions. He didn't say anything, as he felt there was no need to say anything at this time. In fact, the classmates in the class did not know that Chu Yi was fully responsible for the purchase of school uniforms this time. Otherwise, they would have to avoid saying some things, at least not let Chu Yi know. Of course, if Chu Yi told others about such a large-scale unified purchase of school uniforms for the entire school, no one would believe that he was solely responsible for this matter. However, Yao Tongjin is an exception. He was a participant in this matter from beginning to end. Yao Tongjin did not express any opinion. Even if he was asked to express his opinion on this matter, he would choose to support Chu Yi. As for the purchase of school uniforms for the whole school, I hope that the minority students will obey the majority and support the school's work. Some of the concerns and worries of the students are unnecessary. We must believe in the school, the head teacher said seriously at the podium. Obviously, no matter how small the voices of opposition were, he still heard them. Trust the school was the last words from our homeroom teacher, Mr. Mo Jiang. Of course, he didn't know yet that the matter of purchasing school uniforms was actually related to Chu Yi. The issue of buying school uniforms was quickly resolved, and the expenses were temporarily handed over to the living committee member Yang Ru. Student Chu Yi started writing his diary again when he had nothing to do. He was used to telling many things in his diary, whether happy or sad. The diary reads, I admit that mobilizing all students in the school to buy school uniforms played a great role in the success of this sponsorship campaign, but I can say with all my conscience that I have always put the interests of the majority of students first. Now with 5,000 yuan in sponsorship funds, I believe this welcome party will be very lively. Well, it's time to supervise Xiao Ziyan's duet dance. Chapter 38, I was not allowed to proofread. The next day, morning. Chu Yi woke Yao Tongjin up to work out. This time Chu Yi made a request to him that he had to run at least 3 laps before he could rest. Yao Tongjin grunted and ran 3 laps with difficulty. He was so tired that he squatted on the ground and gasped for breath. He claimed that his life was more important and he would not run 3 laps tomorrow. At noon, Chu Yi drafted a contract. He handed the contract to Ouyang Zhongwei alone, and then signed the contract with him at the same time. After signing, Ouyang Zhongwei handed the promised sponsorship funds of 5,000 yuan to Chu Yi. Thank you Uncle Zhongwei for your generous sponsorship. Chu Yi expressed his gratitude. You're welcome. It's just a win-win cooperation. Ouyang Zhongwei smiled. I really like dealing with young people like you. You are simple and don't play dirty tricks. You are one of the few juniors I am optimistic about. After you graduate from university, if you are willing, Noble Clothing Company will welcome you at any time. It seems that Ouyang Zhongwei, the chairman of the Noble Clothing Company, is very fond of talents, otherwise he would not say such words. Heroes appreciate each other. Just based on the realistic school uniform cost price given by Ouyang Zhongwei this time, Chu Yi felt that he was an entrepreneur worth making friends with. Thank you, thank you. Chu Yi thanked Ouyang Zhongwei twice in a row. Half an hour later, Chu Yi left the Noble Clothing Company. After returning to school, he directly contacted the Minister of Propaganda Department CFA and the Minister of Life Department Xingqing. When Chu Yi took out 5,000 yuan in sponsorship funds, CFA and Xingqing were dumbfounded. After a long while, CFA finally spoke, her eyes wide open, a total of 5,000 yuan. So much? Which company sponsored our school? A Noble Clothing Company in the suburbs. Chu Yi answered truthfully. Impossible. As soon as Chu Yi said that, CFA said without hesitation that it was impossible, because the school had tried to solicit sponsorship from the Noble Clothing Company many times, but failed. After soliciting sponsorship too many times, the security guards would not let them in. If you can't even get into the door of someone else's company, what is the point of sponsoring them? CFA, the head of the propaganda department, knew about these things. Similarly, Xingqing, the head of the life department, also knew about them. It can be said that among the cadres in the student union, this matter was already known to everyone. Minister Chu, you didn't steal so much money from home, did you? Zheng Qing guessed boldly. There are many people like this who cannot get sponsorship but want to prove their ability. Once, there was a director of the External Relations Department who stole 3,000 yuan from home and returned to school to brag that he had easily gotten the sponsorship from his boss. Minister Zheng, stop joking. Chu Yi smiled slightly, then said bitterly, to be honest, my family is very poor. Even if I sell everything I have, I can't get 5,000 yuan. So it's impossible for me to steal it from my family. Chu Yi explained for a few minutes and even showed them the call records between him and Ouyang Zhongwei. Finally, they slowly came to believe that the money was indeed sponsorship from Chu Yi. Minister Chu, I can't believe that you are so young, a freshman, and you can enter the door of the Noble Clothing Company. To be honest, the previous heads of the External Relations Department couldn't even enter the door of that company. CFA, Minister of the Propaganda Department, stared at Chu Yi. It was unbelievable. Unbelievable. Xie Shuajie, please don't stare at me so directly. I'll be shy. Senior Zheng, please stop looking at me. If you keep looking at me, I'll think you like me. Chu Yi joked. Junior brother Chu is a bit bad. He even dares to tease the senior sister. CFA bit her rosy lower lip and raised her eyebrows. Why do I feel like senior sister Xie is teasing me, my junior? Chu Yi laughed. All right, no more jokes, I surrender. CFA smoothed a strand of black hair on her forehead with her hand, revealing her smooth and white forehead. Let's talk business. Boss Ouyang sponsored 5,000 yuan for our school's welcome party. Does he have any requests? I do have some requests, but the seniors are so pretty that I forgot to talk about business. Chu Yi licked his lips and said, Senior Sister Xie, you need to hang 5 banners and post 2 promotional posters for the Noble Clothing Company. CFA, Minister of Propaganda, said, no problem, I will complete the task. Senior Zheng, if there is sufficient funding, give each student participating in the performance and the college leaders a bottle of Red Bull to moisten their throats. Okay, this welcome party is really grand, har har. Zheng Qing said with a smile. Finally, Chu Yi called the head of the arts department and assigned her 2 tasks. The first task was to arrange a position for Ouyang Zhongwei, the chairman of the Noble Clothing Company, in the chief position. The second task was that the host had to advertise the Noble Clothing Company 10 times on the spot. In the afternoon, all programs were rehearsed by the Academy's art department in the stepped performance hall. Xiao Ziyan and Hu Yimei's duet dance rehearsal passed and they were praised by the Minister of Culture and Art. They were very happy. Class monitor Chen Chen passed the test with great success with her singing and playing. Chen Chen has studied piano for 8 years and has a sweet voice. It can be said that her singing and playing skills have reached an astonishing level. Shi Jianhe and Ma Zhiyong's double act also passed smoothly. After all, double act programs are relatively innovative, and most students focus on singing and dancing. Li Ping's solo and Peng Li's recitation were also rehearsed together. In fact, the rehearsal for the welcome party is not very strict. As long as the program is prepared carefully, it will basically be selected. Chu Yi was waiting at the door for Xiao Ziyan to finish her rehearsal and take a walk, only to see Yao Tongjin walking out of the stepped performance hall first, looking sick. No need to ask, it's obvious that he didn't pass the rehearsal. If Chu Yi remembered correctly, Yao Tongjin had signed up to be the host. It's okay, second brother. If your Mandarin is not good enough, we can practice slowly in the future. There is a welcome party every year. At worst, we can come again next year. Chu Yi patted Yao Tongjin's shoulder and comforted him. As a host, you must first have good Mandarin. Chu Yi subconsciously thought that Yao Tongjin lost the election because of his poor Mandarin, but Yao Tongjin turned around and buried his head in Chu Yi's chest, crying, Boss, the Minister of Culture and ART's words were so hurtful. He actually said that I was too fat and didn't fit the image of a host. I had memoized the script, but he didn't give me a chance to try it out. Woohoo! I've told you to lose weight a long time ago. Look at how it's affecting your future, right? You've got a great opportunity to show off in front of all the girls in the school, but your fat has held you back. Chu Yi patted Yao Tongjin on the shoulder and consoled him, Okay, let's get up early every day to lose weight. I have decided. From now on, I will run 3 laps every morning. If I can't finish running, I will crawl to finish it. Yao Tongjin vowed. Well, I believe you can do what you say, but please move your head away. I have a girlfriend now. My chest has become Xiao Ziyan's exclusive property. She will be jealous if she sees it. You two have a very strong friendship. Xiao Ziyan just came over from behind and said with a smile, I won't be jealous, you guys continue. Yao Tongjin buried his head in Chu Yi's chest and rubbed it left and right for a few times, then said to Xiao Ziyan, sister-in-law is still generous. Chu Yi simply couldn't stand Yao Tongjin anymore, so he pushed his head away, then unexpectedly pulled Xiao Ziyan's hand, and said to Yao Tongjin with a smile, go find Tang Song, Li Ping, Zhiyong, Shi Jianhe and other bachelors by yourself. I don't have time, I have to take a walk with my girlfriend. Chapter 39 Military Order. You are a guy who values women over friendship. I think I have seen through you. Yao Tongjin cursed with a dark face from behind. He looked at Chu Yi's happy back, and now that he had no one to confide his inner grievances to, he realized even more the importance of finding a girlfriend. Let's go back to the dormitory and write a love letter. After I'm done, I'll ask the boss for some advice. Yao Tongjin muttered to himself and hurried back to the dormitory. In the playground, Xiao Ziyan said to Chu Yi, I can't walk with you today. I have to rehearse dance with classmate Chu Yi later. Chu Yi had nothing to do, so he asked, can I come and watch you rehearse? It would be nice to give some advice from an outsider's perspective. Okay then, go to the square and wait for me. I'll go to the dormitory and change into a dance costume and come over. Okay. Chu Yi said with a smile. Square, Hu Yimei has started practicing following the music on her mobile phone. Chu Yi watched quietly from the side for a while. Not only was Hu Yimei a head shorter than Xiao Ziyan, her body was also not flexible enough. When she bent her waist or stretched her hips, her posture was not right. After Hu Yimei finished dancing, Chu Yi came out and applauded. Not bad, not bad. I've only practiced for a few days and I've memorized every move. Although I don't dance very well, I still need necessary encouragement. Hu Yimei looked in the direction of their voice and saw Chu Yi. She smiled and said, Minister Chu, you are too kind. I have never danced before. This time, Xiao Ziyan forced me to sign up. What does it matter? The most important thing about the welcome party is participation. Chu Yi laughed. Soon Xiao Ziyan came over from the dormitory having changed into her dance costume. Following the rhythm of the music on the phone, Xiao Ziyan and Hu Yimei walked side by side, hand in hand, with their steps in time with the beat, turning left and right in a circle, their dance graceful and eye-catching. Especially Xiao Ziyan, the moment the music rhythm sounded, she got into the mood, dancing gracefully like a proud peacock. This made Chu Yi, the pig brother, stunned. Those legs, that waist, those arms, that charming collarbone, that. In an office in the college, Student Union President Long Yihu and Vice President Chiu Jie each had a cigarette in their mouths, their feet resting on the desks, puffing away at the smoke. Who do you think Chu Yi is? How does he know Dean Shi Jianhe? Long Yihu said with a frown. Chiu Jie exhaled a puff of smoke and guessed, he might be a distant relative of Dean Shi. Otherwise, how could a freshman get to know the school's top leader? Your analysis makes sense. Long Yihu suddenly took a deep puff of his cigarette and exhaled the smoke after a long time. If he wasn't a relative of Dean Shi wouldn't have personally appointed Chu Yi as the director of the External Relations Department. Precarious, precarious. The more Long Yihu thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong. Chu Yi is actually a relative of Dean Shi. Then my position as the president of the student union is probably in jeopardy. One day, it will be taken away by Chu Yi. President Long, don't panic. I don't think the situation is as serious as you think. Chiu Jie squinted his eyes because of the smoke. After thinking for a moment, he came up with a plan and said, I have a plan to make Chu Yi quit the student union in 2 days. Really? Tell me about it. Long Yihu slammed the cigarette butt into the ashtray and looked at Chiu Jie seriously, wanting to hear the details. It's very simple. We just need to sign a military order with Chu Yi, and let him sign it on the grounds that the student union will do practical things for the school and will not leave any idle people. Then, as long as Chu Yi fails to get sponsorship this time, even if Dean Shi comes forward to keep him, it will be useless, because Chu Yi has already signed the military order, and he simply has no face to continue to stay in the position of director of the External Relations Department. Aji, what a good plan. Why didn't I think of it? After hearing Chiu Jie's plan, Long Yihu was so happy that he almost jumped up. His position as the student union president is secure. It was before, it is now, and it will be in the future. All members of the student union must obey his orders and there will be no changes. Aji, please write me a simple military order, and I'll treat you to a midnight snack later. Life is full of joy, so let's have a couple of drinks together. Okay, I'll write it now. Thank you, Chairman Long, for the wine. Chu Yi walked out quickly to write a military order. Not long after Chu Yi left, Propaganda Department Minister CFA and Life Department Minister Zheng Qing came here. They came to tell Long Yihu the good news. Chairman Long, you are the only one here. Vice Chairman Chu Yi is not here. He just went out to do something. I have good news to tell you today. CFA said happily. This is definitely good news that will amaze everyone. It's a pity that Vice Chairman Chu Yi is not here, otherwise we could all be happy together. Zheng Qing added. As student union cadres, everyone hopes for the best for everyone. Chu Yi, a freshman, miraculously exceeded the target for soliciting sponsorship. This is something worth celebrating for both the student union and the entire college. Seeing CFA and Zheng Qing looking very happy, Long Yihu laughed and said, Har har har, two ministers, I rarely see you as happy as you are today. What is it that is worth being happy about? Tell me quickly. When Long Yihu saw everyone was happy, he followed them and laughed along, and couldn't wait to know why they were happy. A freshman, Chu Yi, the director of the External Relations Department, may be young, but he is very capable. He not only raised sponsorship in just a few days, but also exceeded the target and raised 5,000 yuan in sponsorship. I, CFA, have always been civilized and polite, but today I can't help but swear, Chu Yi is awesome. CFA finished her words passionately. She admired Chu Yi, a freshman, from the bottom of her heart. What? Upon hearing this, Long Yihu was shocked and could hardly believe his ears. In Long Yihu's eyes, Chu Yi is a freshman, a young calf, and he can't get sponsorship no matter what. Getting sponsorship is not that easy. Chu Yi not only successfully attracted sponsorship, but it was a huge sum of 5,000 yuan. In the history of the External Relations Department, no one has ever obtained a huge sponsorship of 5,000 yuan. It is considered a great achievement to get 3,500 yuan. Long Yihu instantly collapsed in his chair, muttering over and over, how is this possible? How is this possible? When we first heard the news, we also thought it was impossible, but Minister Chu is so amazing. Obviously, CFA and Zheng Qing didn't know what Long Yihu was thinking. They simply thought that Long Yihu was shocked by the newly appointed director of External Relations Department. At this moment, Chu Yi rushed in from outside. Before he even entered the door, he shouted outside, Chairman Long, I have prepared this military order. Call Chu Yi here. Military order? Who wants to sign a military order? CFA asked puzzledly. Why did you call Minister Chu over? Are you going to celebrate? Zheng Qing asked. Call Chu Yi over to sign. Chu Yi was halfway through his words when Long Yihu covered his mouth with his hand, and he was unable to speak. Long Yihu forced out an expression that was uglier than crying and said, sign the bill. Minister Chu is very capable and successfully got such a large sponsorship for our school. We have to find him to celebrate, ask him to treat us, and ask him to sign the bill. Hearing this, CFA and Zheng Qing nodded with an expression of, so that's how it is, as if they knew what was going on. Chu Yi wanted to speak, but his mouth was still covered by Long Yihu's hand. Didn't we just talk about signing a military order? Who wants to sign a military order? CFA asked. Long Yihu showed a ridiculous expression and said with a fake smile, who else could it be? Of course it is our student union vice president Chu Yi. He said that if he still can't find a girlfriend this semester, he will treat all members of our student union to a meal. Okay, sorry for not being a good friend. I can only wish him to be single forever. Zheng Qing joked.